And we're back. It's time to go into our final series of the evening. We have the Seoul Dynasty going up against the LA Valiant in another series to see whether or not the Valiant are going to be able to find a monstrous upset. They have somewhat consistently taken teams to, map 5 sets, teams that we didn't really think that, they had any business doing that to. We'll see if they can do it again here tonight.
It's been a rough run for the Valiant so far. I mean, they've beaten a few teams. Their record isn't, the worst it could be, but they right now are struggling to sort of get away from the Guangzhou Charge, who are imminently chasing them in the standings. They are only 1 point in the lead, 1 win ahead of the Guangzhou Charge, which doesn't speak to any sort of safety for the LA Valiant at all in order to either make the Summer Showdown tournament or, more importantly, make play-ins for the playoffs postseason part of the season today this year, because Charge are racing in, and they have looked good. They being the Valiant here in their last 2 games. It's unfortunate that they haven't been able to win, because it's 2 map 5s in a row. Map 5 versus Philly, map 5 versus Guangzhou Charge, and now they have to play maybe the best team in the region, who just destroyed Chengdu in their opening week. And Valiant have to find a way to somehow defeat that beast, which doesn't really seem possible for most teams.
No, it does not. They have shown some wonderful signs of life. The changes that the Valiant have made, much like the side of Seoul Dynasty, have been working out for them. Dia has looked absolutely wonderful in the Junker Queen role. And Sashin is very much slotted into the support lineup, much like Prophet has for his squad, with little to no issue. So clearly, things are working. The cogs are turning. It's just whether or not everything falls in place perfectly for them to be able to take down the Dynasty, because Soccer Fits as a DPS duo now have also just been impeccable. So they certainly have their work cut out for them. We'll see if they're up to the task. As here, of course, is the starting 5 at the side of the Seoul Dynasty. Prophet's still going to be there alongside Vintain.
And I think the biggest question here was, if you paid attention to roster moves recently, it was announced that Creative has been traded off the Seoul Dynasty onto Houston, and in return, they received another flex support, and people wondering, well, does that mean LR15 is going to play today? No, he's not. Obviously, he's got errors. And I don't know if he's with the team just yet. Maybe he is, but my sort of perspective on this is what Seoul is doing now is working. First of all, I don't think you'll ever bench Prophet on Seoul. He's too important to the team. He's too good of a player. And if you do move Eris into a support position to play for this meta, Prophet would have to take over the Genji position from Stalker. Stalker most likely takes the Sojourn position of a Fitz. You are basically displacing 2 members to kind of off-roll them again, or to move them in roles, even though they play those roles before. It's still disruptive to the team. To then insert 1 extra player that you haven't actually played with as a squad yet. You don't know what the dynamic's going to be. And to me, I think the thing that makes the most sense is don't change anything yet, because you don't need to fix what's not broken. If you are winning with your current squad with Prophet on Brig, keep doing what you're doing and keep winning.
Yeah, and I mean, I would think that, given how long these things usually take to get worked out, we probably do have Iris back in Korea at this point, but you definitely want to give him ample time to practice alongside the team in scrims before you debut him out in a match. Granted, you could say if there's an opponent that you want to pit him against, Valiant would be right up there alongside the Charge with teams that you'd feel a little bit more comfortable doing that with, against. But
still a risk, actually.
Yes, I mean, there is a risk to it, no matter who it's going to be against, especially against the Valiant, given that they do have that proficiency to take you to map 5. So we'll have to just wait and see with bated breath as far as when Iris is going to be joining the squad in an official match. But for now, it will just be this solid 5-man squad.
And the thing is like,
it's a nice win rate.
Versus Valiant of all teams. Speaking of win rates, actually, I'll speak to that. As you see the control win rate, 9-4. The overall win rate between the 2 teams is pretty insane as well. You have an overall win rate franchise 8-3 in favor of Seoul. Seoul are currently on a 7-match win streak versus the Valiant all time. The last time the LA Valiant actually beat the Seoul Dynasty, and you're gonna have to turn your clocks way back for this one, was 2018, May 17th, 2018, Stage 4, Week 1. That's how long it's been since the Valiant have beaten Seoul ever.
Yeah.
Damn near the start of the Overwatch League in Season 1. So this is a franchise matchup that has been heavily Seoul for its entire existence. We'll see if that changes today. The Dia Queen back out, coming up against Smurf. Perhaps God of all tanks.
I mean, he certainly is. I think that it's fairly inarguable at this point. It's the flexibility and the proficiency that he's shown on everything that has been asked of him. He's absolutely the best tank player in the world right now. For now, some opening skirmishing going to be coming down. Fitzy going to slide over to the side, get himself alive. Shout now popped there by Dia Smurf matching as well. First locked into the point goes the way of the Dynasty. Vinham going to be taken out, but Stalker just managed to find a nice little punish there, claiming Becky and allowing him to go ahead and catch up and take the lead as far as this blade charge is concerned. Valiant still playing far forward. Dia down to a sliver of HP. He'll get pumped in here to the Junker Queen. They're trying to keep him alive, and the retreat will be sounded. Stalker nearly overextending for just a moment there. Falls down to 33, but eventually the health packs will come flying in from Prophet. He'll be able to stay alive.
Everyone's back. That's another 5v5. Vindame's returned as well. You'd imagine that maybe Valiant could have had the advantage there, given that they had the extra healing, but even then, Dia was so low, they couldn't keep him alive. So, testament to the damage output of the Seoul Dynasty. 31% and counting as well. Dia low again. He's first blooded.
Yeah, nice little boop there. I believe him setting up for the isolation. They find the kill. Now they're looking for Sasha. The blade not going to be able to get him in the end. And they'll just keep him at arm's length. So it's some damage offered up. No kills to be found specifically here for Stalker off the ult, but it's still going to be the Dynasty profiting in the fight, managing to go ahead and just continue to win this out. Now cresting 50%.
And it seems like it was one long fight, right? We got a bit of a minor bit of respite in the middle there to take a bit of a short break, but ultimately, because Valiant never backed out, it did feel like one extended engagement. Stalker finds the blade within that engagement, and as mentioned, Soul had the cap under control the entire way through.
Rally's rolling, making their way over to the point. Blade available. Rally now, dropping off. Dash up, there's the blade. He's looking for Fitz. He's pushed up to the side though. Can't find him. Vinham has just enough time to go ahead and set up for the sound barrier. It's going to be Dia getting taken down first and foremost. Slings it even matching with his own beat. Just not enough to try to keep him alive. Now Becky going to be taken out as well. Overclock still held on to here by Fitz. He says, I don't need to use this because Stalker is just killing everybody.
That would be the 100-0 likely coming in as well. Dia nowhere near this rampage. No other players have any ultimates left. In fact, there's barely any Valiant members alive to go for this touch. Linksa will try. He's just being booped away. And I think the boops have been fantastic. You look at Prophet and especially Vindame, when you look at it from Becky's POV of trying to get the blade in, immediately when he pulls blade, Vindame's first action is to boop him away, and he just can't get any value. Dia has been under pressure the entire round so far. Again, opening neutral, they had the one support advantage, double healing versus Seoul Dynasty solo healing, and that wasn't enough to give Dia an HP advantage, which again is testament to the damage output from Seoul Dynasty, specifically Stalker, with an amazing number of frags in that opening round, just putting Valiant to the sword, quite literally.
Well, backs against the wall. Looks like Stalker taking a quick little peek over at Jin.
Oh, look at the read though.
Says, you know what? I'm going to do that too. But yeah, Becky, he's going for the Echo, and you've been talking about it, how this is a nice, advantageous battle here for Becky. See how he fares.
No, he's staying.
He's staying.
And here's the thing is, your teams, like, if you suspect the other team is going to go to the fire, you can make the read to start out on the Echo, and if you are correct in that read, you are advantage in the fight. But if you make the wrong call and Stalker's on a Genji, then you might be at a disadvantage. So very risky, but Valiant, they get the heads up.
Oh, good call to go ahead and shift away from the open ground there. Valiant go shift away, now start playing into the point, which has become unlocked. Dia falling low, and Stalker will be able to get the killing blow. 63% already built up here towards that barrage. Linksa now dead. It's just going to be death from above. They go ahead and they clean him up, dash over to the side. He keeps himself safe as Becky desperately wants to get that punish, but will just be greeted with a shield to the face by Prophet for the final kill.
It's the overall damage pressure as well from Seoul just being overwhelming. They're pushing Valiant back. I think Valiant giving up on that high ground fight to go towards a low ground on the point is a little bit involuntary. They were mostly forced to do that just given that they couldn't hold their ground, and usually in this sort of matchup, Becky should have a lot of confidence to fly into Stalker and challenge him straight up. But if the rest of the Valiant isn't able to hold ground, Becky can't just move forward either. So you can't apply this Echo versus fire advantage unless the rest of the team is in a position to also walk on forward and support Becky.
He really has that duplicate available, so can play a little bit more recklessly, like you're going to be a Junker Queen dupe. He has a good selection of it. He's going to move forward, and yep, there it is. Goes to the copy, but Fitz instantly finds Easy Hunt. There's the dash forward. Barrage comes in. Becky will be able to shut him down, but They lose one Junker Queen. Now
bait.
they're about to lose the second one as Becky will be taken out of this dupe here in just a moment as it looks to expire. Rampage nearly built up for him, but despite that, despite the kill, they just cannot win it out. Stalker says, yep, my work here is done. Shifts back over to the Genji.
Linksa wanted to go for a 3-man sound barrier there. The barriers did come through, notably from Stalker. Now he's going over towards the Genji. But it was just too late because Session dies anyway. Linksa goes for a 2-man sound barrier. I think the 3-man wouldn't have even really been worth it. Once Stalker's pulled out that barrage, damage has already been done. And as I sort of mentioned, the Genji is a better matchup versus the Echo, so...
Okay.
And this might be it.
Fitz.
I think the round's over. Map's
yeah,
over.
it's certainly looking that way. 2 quick kills. Overclock. Still has 100 charge. Looks for it. Okay, won't get the shot connected there onto Lengza, but I mean, aside from that, it's going to be, extended little team wipe as Lengza was the last one standing. And there you go. Lengza just giving his life to try to extend it a little bit further, but nothing to be done. Very swift rounds here. Very dominant at the hands of the Seoul Dynasty as they take it 2-0.
Seoul not giving anybody a chance to breathe today. Certainly not Valiant, not me when I'm trying to do a bit of analysis. And Fitz is like, you know what, let me just pull the trigger on the overclock. Double kill coming on through. Valiant can't respond. Dia finishes on, I think, 65% ult charge. Didn't even get to see a single Rampage off the course of either of the 2 rounds. Becky didn't get to see a Rampage through his duplicate. As I mentioned, the Echo normally does have a very good matchup versus the Fire, but that only applies if your Echo can actually get into combat. And it seemed like Valiant as a total sum unit couldn't get into combat, whether you're playing Genji or Echo or what have you. And then all it needs is Stalker plays 1 barrage, swaps to Genji, which plays well into the Echo in that matchup. And then Becky's now suddenly on the wrong hero. And Seoul Dynasty, I don't even think the heroes made much of a difference there. Seoul looked like they could play anything versus the Valiant and just win. So at the end, they could just limit test if they want to.
I mean, they kind of showed a little bit of that versus the Chengdu Hunters, when Chengdu came out with a wild comp, and they got kind of caught off guard by it initially, and they said, okay, let's match. They were able to win that second round, and then everyone conceded to go back to the Junker Queen meta for that third round. But I mean, what more is there to say? Not much, I guess. Just a very clean 2-0 starting to pall for the side of the Dynasty. Now the Valiant, backs against the wall, have to try to respond as we once more go over to Hollywood. We'll see if they can do it when we come back, so don't go anywhere. 1-0 lead so far here for the Dynasty. Now we get ready to move into Hollywood to see if the LA Valiant can go ahead and tie this up. But, I mean, if they can, it'll be a big turnaround because that first map in Nepal didn't really give too much inspiration or hope.
No, not at all. That's one way to go out. Completely dominated. 200-0 if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Nothing redeemable from the Valiant whatsoever on that map. And I don't think it's a wild thing to consider that this was probably always going to be the case, given how damn good Seoul have been so far. Well, this year, minus MSM plus the tournament specifically. Then the 3-0 versus Chengdu, who look at least like the third best team, and Chengdu look a heck of a lot better than the Valiant. So given that there could be a bit of a canyon between Seoul and Chengdu, then Chengdu versus Valiant, I mean, this should be an exceptionally brief series in favor of Seoul, where everybody on Seoul looks better than their counterpart on the Valiant by a fair margin.
Yeah. Tough one to call. We'll have to see what happens, though. Will be the Valiant first on the defense. Dynasty getting ready to go on the attack. Looks like Fitz is just going to be looking for that potential opening shot, but I think they should be wise enough to this to not really expose themselves to get punished that early on. We'll have to just wait and see, because we have seen some players get pretty close, including Vinham as well, getting tagged by, I believe it was Leave. So sometimes you forget that somebody could just go for the Widow right off the rip.
I'd like to see if Seoul can, not quite on the attack, but on the defense, maybe attempt to do this kind of like spawn camp on A kind of deal, because it is very hard. This is one of the maps that you can't really spawn camp on, but maybe Seoul could be good enough. We're going to see the Fitz Ashe come on through now, see how long this goes for. He might just go back to Sojin at some point. Does bring back good memories. I don't know if you remember, but last year Fitz on this map on the Ashe was phenomenal. Right now, he is being chased down.
That he is. Falling low as is Sasha, getting tagged up, and I mean, everybody's just pushed off the point. This feels very reminiscent of what happened to Chengdu versus Dynasty. They just force them into the back, and they start getting the cap for free. There's a drop down. It's talking landing on top of their heads. Dashes through. Pops to deflect, gets a little bit of damage. Pushed back into them. So far, no kills to be found. Sasha's still hovering down below half HP fairly consistently here. And again, they are zoned. That's 2 ticks gained. Vinham gonna be the first one to fall. Nice jagged play there from Dia. Does find one. That's enough confidence to go ahead and have them push back forward. Dia will find a second elimination and a third. So just gonna go ahead and start hard carrying a squad. Becky will go ahead and get involved a little bit more. Looks for profit. Nice pushback from Vinham. Will go ahead and mitigate any further losses, but it's a good answer back. Granted, they did give up 88.8%. Make a wish.
Actually, they're in a position to maybe snowball the next fight, because Becky did a ton of damage there. It might have been Dia picking up the final blows, but Becky did the hard lifting. He's already got a blade after roughly one fight there. So if there's a world of hope for the Valiant to continue this defense forward, it's going to be off the back of a Becky blade. I don't think Seoul are ready. I don't know that Seoul know that Becky has blade yet.
We'll see. Well, now they certainly do know. It's going to be commanding shout at the back end. Looks for a target, but immediately is going to be zoned away. Again, Profit and Vinham doing their damnedest to just make sure that he cannot get on top.
That sucks.
A good shutdown.
They
now
need that
rally to go ahead.
Yep.
Escorting them forward here onto the point. Both Lucios beat at the ready. Dueling rallies for now. Smurf keeping up here with Dia. The dash at the back, the blade at the ready. Initial push is there, but he dashes once more to try to get on top of them. The damage is coming through. The shielding helps keep them alive so far on the side of the Valiant. Dia continues to go lower and lower, and eventually Profit will manage to find him. Cleanup starts coming through as Becky is only able to find Fitz, and I don't think he's going to be able to get too much more done. Zion now jumped on, forced off the high ground, cleaned up, and that'll be the cap coming through. So they drain a little bit more time off the time. Becky, oh my god, the sensitivity is just going wild as they try to track him up there in the corner. Cleanup comes through, and it's 4 minutes after the push.
Find out what Stalker's settings are here, guys. Copy him, because whatever he's doing, it's working. A bit of a minor slowdown for Seoul on the initial push, obviously losing, I believe it was Vinham or somebody early, and they had to fall back, but the comeback from Seoul Dynasty on their second attempt was pretty brilliant. They just had to survive against Becky's blade. I think Becky might have pulled early there. Seoul just back on out. They shout speed backwards. Becky doesn't want to risk overextending and dying, fair enough. Then Valiant lose all the leverage they had on that defense. Stalker's blade does way more, even despite the lengths of sound barrier. At least Easy Hunt will get Vinham, so Valiant have a 5v4.
what they do. Bob's still going to be committed to this, and Stalker gets taken down. So dropped to a sliver of HP, and Dia does have the finishing shot. But Bob for now just going to be occupying the card. Actually gains a little bit of extra distance for them, but with bits falling, that is going to be them slowed up for now. 3 minutes remaining though. So just a quarter of the way there for the defense right now are the Valiant.
I actually, part of me respects the Bob being thrown up. Part of me thinks it was a bit of a waste from Fitz. And part of me that respects it is like they are concerned that maybe Valiant would chase for kills, and Seoul Dynasty just wanted to basically have an insurance policy that would give them a pseudo 5v5 in that fight if Valiant wanted to get aggressive. Now they are lacking one.
What a pull!
That's a brilliant pull from Smurf.
Unbelievable.
Might get a kill off the back of that as well.
I mean, it forces a commanding shout out, that's for damn sure. What a shot from Smurf. Just yoinks him right off the high ground. And right back here into this cart push. You can see, Easy Han not really in a position that he would prefer to be playing in. Makes him a lot more exposed. Rally's going to be rolling. Fitz still on quite a bit of fire. The Rampage again does only find lengths up, but Becky's going to be shut down the blade. Finding nothing. Profit absolutely annihilates him. Easy Han with the overclock. Let's get a nice headshot. Takes out Smurf. He's fishing for a little bit more, but Vinham will go ahead. Find some revenge for that earlier elimination. The Dynasty continue to chase in. Rampage going to be popped in desperation here. Dia, he does manage to connect onto multiple members. Stalker pulls the blade, but he's down to 22 HP and he can't do anything. Sajin cleans up 3 kills. Now he's looking for a 4th. Vinham is going to try to exit. Looks like he will be able to do so, but what a turnaround.
Yeah, it was a desperation Rampage coming through for Dia. He was trying to get healed up by that Rampage as well. I think it was like 4 members, which is a lot of healing if you're considering that all that wound damage is converted to HP. Still dies, but as the members of Seoul Dynasty tick down from the bleed, Sashin comes in and just picks everyone off, and they were all on 1 HP. Sashin just goes 1 through 3, and the defense is suddenly back in action for the LA Valley, despite losing Easy Han and Becky's ultimates. Sort of a sound barrier here versus sound barrier. Bit of a considerable slowdown for the Seoul Dynasty. Still enough time to finish the map. The Valiant are keeping this one close.
Yeah, aside from that, it's just going to be the Bob, the next closest thing being built up right now, unless Prophet can really get himself into the thick of a fight and build up for a quick rally. Dynamite not quite connecting. I think it's a little bit too early of a pop as Becky just gets tagged every single time he tries to drop down. Rejoins in alongside Dia, and that's going to have to be the beat. Dropped in. Vinham using his 2nd to go ahead and match. Dynamite taking through Dia. Focus fire. Fitz gets the headshot in the end. Goes ahead, gets the punish. Should be the cap. Coming through, barring any crazy heroics to be found here. Fitz just tracking everybody beautifully. Putting damage
save
in.
ultimate here as well.
Yeah. Doesn't need to commit it. Stalker's just slicing and dicing. Catches Langza there in midair. Looks for a little bit more. There's a finish. There's the cap. Just shy of 2 minutes though. So still not a great position to be in here for the side of the Dynasty, given how the Valiant have been buying time.
Well, it's a great farm up for the Dynasty, given that if you look at the ultimates now, they very much start popping ahead of their counterparts on the other end. Beyond that as well, it just came down to a neutral fight. Short double sound barriers were burnt, but Langsa has to burn sound barrier early because Dia took too much damage. Why did he take damage? Because he was the only one contesting payload. Valiant allows Seoul Dynasty to get so much free push. Eventually, Dia said, "I'm going to have to be the one touching," but he just eats all the damage from Seoul, and it's not a good fight for them. In Seoul, they can still burn ultimates here, so they're in a great position.
5-man jump out off the high ground. Stalker now pulling the blade. The Bob finds Sasha, and that buys him a little bit of extra time to live. Stalker eventually will fall. Becky able to find the punish. His own blade nearly available. But the rest of the team suffering heavy losses. Smurf looking for that jagged blade connection to try to get the shutdown here onto the Genji. It's not going to happen.
Still pushing, by the way.
Still pushing for now. Dash to the side, avoids the axe. The jagged blade again, not quite going to get the connection. Somebody's going to have to touch. The rally's rolling. They managed to get there in time. 2 meters left to go, and looks like the Dynasty say, no, let's go ahead, reset, wait for 5, wait out the rally.
Yeah, just respecting the rally and the respawners from the LA Valley, but they get major distance on 1 push. This is their first attempt on C, by the way, and the first sort of pseudo reset. Time is a bit of an issue because they did lose a couple fights on B.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get the finish with time.
There's enough. They have to work on 4. Realistically, they need Smurf's Rampage, but it's just slightly too far away.
It doesn't have it. Sound barrier drops. Dia misses the blade. He goes low. The commanding shout comes in. Not going to be able to try to get, or not going to be able to find any kills in the fight. And as you say, Dia does not connect on anybody with the Rampage, and that could be absolutely costly. There's the Rampage available now. Cuts down through 2 of them. One of them's Easy Hot. When the overclock popped, he's only going to be able to find a single kill. The rest of the squad now trying to stay alive. They're fighting against Becky, and the cleanup will be there as Smurf puts him in the dirt. The finish comes through crucially. They do manage to buy enough time to take this to OT, but the Valiant still need to finish the map for that to really matter.
It's a great silver lining for the LA Valiant, but you know, silver linings end up only being just that and not enough to win games and win maps sometimes, and that may just yet still be true for the LA Valiant here. As you sort of mentioned, they have to finish the map here. We'll take a look at Dia's situation. It's going to be a 4-man rampage and Sashin cleaning up. So Dia dies, everyone's on low HP, Sashin swings, and it's a large number of frags with, I believe, only Vindame getting away. But at the end there, it's really unfortunate. Dia will go from a 4-man rampage to a 0-man rampage in the final fight. And as I said as well, for Seoul Dynasty, they needed to wait for Smurf to get his rampage to really win. And when I say wait, I don't mean like just sit on your hands kind of wait, but you have to play the fight, use your sound barrier to defend against the ultimates of the LA Valiant, and then as the fight extends and Smurf finds his rampage, you suddenly have your win condition, you push forward, everyone's dead, and Seoul Dynasty get the cap. So I think they were still in a comfortable position to get the cap, just won't have 0 time. But as we move through here, look, if Seoul Dynasty just hold on A and B, none of that matters. So,
and I think that that's a big part of why they decided to make that decision to just go ahead, pull back away. A lot of teams are gonna, you know, panic in that moment where you don't have that much time left. Step away from the payload with left, you know, with 30 seconds remaining seems counterintuitive. But they say no. We know how good we are on defense. We're just gonna play for the finish of the map, have that locked in as a bit of a, you know, a backup,
you know,
and then look to hold them.
The mark of a good team is one that isn't necessarily always interested just in embarrassing and dominating their opponent. It's just about getting the win no matter what the win looks like. You don't need to get the widest canyon of a scoreline diff here. You just need to get the win, and that's enough. As long as it's a 3-0 here and they get maximum points for map differential. Obviously, you just get a 1 point for the league for winning, but map differential can matter, especially when Shanghai Dragons are on your tail. So yeah, that's really what Seoul need. Fit's still on the Ash for what it's worth in the defense.
Decently slow going there at the start. Now looking to go ahead, amp up the pace a bit. Becky falling low, narrowly manages to stay alive. Good healing coming through from Sashin, who is now dead. The Jagged Blade goes in, and it's going to stay there. They get the cleanup. Easy Han just chased. Stalker gets in behind him. The cleanup coming through. The first volley, unfortunately, is not going to lead to much of anything here for the side of the Valiant.
Wow.
A team kill, and that's a minute gone.
It's a 5-0 start as well. 5 players alive versus 5 players dead on Valiant. Maximum cleanup there, maximum ult charge gained. Credit to Becky for at least keeping up with Stalker, who otherwise would be running away with this one. I think this is also where Bob has really high value on the defense. It's just great for contesting this entire time, so that's going to be the real value from Fitz when he eventually gets that. And he's also farming a decent amount off Dynamite as well.
It's steadily building up. Becky, again though, still really great ult charge time from him. Continuing to just get these blades up as quickly as possible. Han eating the dynamite around the corner. Sends out
my god, that was a snipe.
The rail into the axis, enough to get the kill. Smurf now going to be taken down. The beat's still going to be committed to the fight here by Vindame. Stalker pulls a blade of his own. He's going to find the first elimination. Now the follow-up comes through, and Becky's just unable to get anything done. The 4v5 is won. Another team kill. Another minute gone.
And it just comes down to the support ultimate charge difference when you have the Seoul Dynasty winning as hard as they did in previous fights. Langsa dies at 99. Don't get baited by the fact that he has a sound barrier now. It wasn't available in the last fight. That means Stalker can get the work done. Now Fitz has a bob to delay as well. Said that Easy Han probably needed to be the one to open the fight. He needs an opening snipe. And it's what we got. We're going to snipe onto Smurf, plus the Carnage hit on the axe as well. It eventuates into a kill onto Smurf, as mentioned. But even a 5v4 there wasn't enough for the Valiant.
Okay, rally's rolling. As the chaos ensues. Dia falling low, the sound barrier now layered in as he goes down about half HP. Ling's keeping him alive. Becky, however, focus fire down low, and Prophet gets the kill. Dia now dead in the corner as Stalker pursues forward to find 2. There's just nothing to be done here. The ult's committed. Both support ultimates to just Prophets, but they lose out of the fight. It's another team kill. It's another minute gone. Have you guys caught on to the storyline here? What's happening? Because every single minute, 5 people on the Valiant die.
Like clockwork, really, is what's going on here. And we're, by the way, when we get to the OT, the final fight engaged, Stalker and Smurf very likely to have their ultimates up. Dia will be able to compete as well. Rampages can and will decide this one. So if you're Dia, I think you really just need to find the opening Rampage if you can. But spacing's important. Like, it's easy for Seoul to just space properly. It's hard for Valley to do that on their attack.
Okay. There's the overclock popped. Trade on the Lucios. Both suffering some losses here. Fitz down low. Becky able to pursue forward. Does get that kill, but Prophet was trying to get in there to actually save him.
Oh, dude,
Becky will go ahead and clean up everything. He is, what's that, 4 kills for him in this fight? Impeccable. So right here at the last second, they will break the trend. They will not go down, and said they will be the team that finds 5 kills, and also a cap. 2.5 minutes now added to the time bank, as Becky is also 7% away from another blade.
Yeah, see, you thought every minute Valiant get wiped, but not the 4th one. In the 4th minute, Valiant win, hey? So, something about clocks being right twice a day, I don't know. LA Valiant now, let's see what happens. They can push on through. Remember, they do have to finish the map here. And the best part about that push with Valiant is they actually did it without any ultimates spent, but it also means the Seoul Dynasty didn't spend as well. So both teams now going to have to be spending big time for this next fight. Pretty similar ultimates as well. In fact, identical ultimates available.
Yeah. 2 support ults, get wiped. No ults, win the fight. Sasha now going to be taking down Becky as well. Pulls out his blade, does get on top of Fitz. It's going to be a support for a DPS, but now with these Yun going down, certainly the man advantage here for the side of the Dynasty is now they just look for some cleanup, and there's just nowhere the Dia can go. Go ahead, get cut down in the corner. Becky trying to out-trade against Stalker, but there's just too many supporting cast members here from the Dynasty, and he's just going to be an extended little stagger here on the back end. Now 1.5 minutes remaining. 4 ults available for the side of the Dynasty.
It only cost them the 1 blade to pull through as well. To be fair, only 1 blade was used by Valiant, but when you consider the rest of the lineup for what is available resource-wise, you have to get through so much if you are the Valiant. I mean, ideally, you play a fight, burn ultimates from the Seoul Dynasty, reset and go for another one where they don't have less, but I don't know if they have time for that.
The rally to Bob and Dia just evaporates. No choice, no chance to use a Rampage here in this fight. He just gets wiped off the face of the earth instantly.
Are they spawn camping?
Looks like they might try for it.
And maybe they should, because there's no time. So when you don't have time here, LA Valley are very susceptible to just, breaking under the pressure of a spawn camp. So I think that would be a good choice by Sol. And they have the Rampage here still as well. Sound barrier to block out Diaz. Diaz under pressure. He's had to shout early.
But just trying to keep him honest. Things coming down. So, Easy Han trying to contest over on that high ground. Rampage through, only gets on a Smurf, and him going to be taken down. However, Becky able to find that kill. Stalker still doing some work, though. In the end, it's going to be a 2v3. Say in the end, we're still going. The knife not going to connect. Stalker makes his way out. The Dynamite just to try to buy some extra time. Here's Dia. Can't really push out around the corner. There's a little bit of extra damage down. 12 seconds remaining. They still have to finish the map if they want to try to take this to extra innings.
Smurf's coming. Big boy Smurf's coming with that big boy Rampage. Lynx is going to have to do a good job blocking that out. You need to survive long enough for Becky and Easy Hunt to get something done on their end as well. Their ultimate Stalker's catching up on the blade. In fact, he's going to get his blade first. Seoul Dynasty have all the win conditions available, ready to go. Green light to pull the trigger.
Okay, the Rampage goes through, manages to find 3. Legacy gets the beat out. Tries to keep them alive. The anti's still there, and Easy Hunt going to get cut down. Stalker with the blade, just slicing him right into his back. Finds the kills. Becky, now the last hope. He's still under heavy duress. The blade will expire. He and Langs are just trying desperately to buy some time, but it seems like it's just a matter of time before the cleanup comes through. So much pressure applied to the cart, they get zoned back away before they can retouch it, and the Dynasty will inevitably be able to win this one out. 2-0 lead now for them as they look for yet another 3-0.
And as mentioned as well, look, Valiant this time do play a little bit more competitively. They get some reasonable frags in there to win some fights. It's not entirely one-sided, although still quite one-sided for Seoul Dynasty. We end up going to the OT for the Seoul Dynasty to finish the map, but full confidence knowing that time bank's not going to matter here, because I don't expect both teams to finish. Seoul will get the finish line there, but the LA Valiant will only get as far as halfway through B at best. Seoul Dynasty with even a spawn camp that's not necessarily fully successful, but a measurement of a success is also bleeding down resources from the Valiant, getting the timer down as well. In that regard, they do get what they want out of the spawn camp and put the Valiant into a very tough situation in the final fight in OT, and buckling under the pressure. Seoul Dynasty have more ults to play through. Stalker's blade cuts down the Valiant. Becky tries his best, but it's not enough. Seoul on match point.
Yeah, I mean, some more signs of life, certainly, compared to what we saw on Nepal. So, clearly the Valiant, they can contend at times, but it's just so much pressure being applied here from the Dynasty. So many outplays, time and time again. that now they are in a position to reverse sweep. So I'll go ahead and do the Valiant fans a favor and move those goalposts for you. 3-2 Valiant easy in the chat. We'll see if they can start that run back when we come back, though, because it's going to be Circuit Royale once more for our escort map to see if this ends now or if the Valiant can extend this into a series. Don't go anywhere. We are back and maybe nearly done with this evening of matches because the Dynasty are currently leading 2-0 over the LA Valiant, who now need to pull off a reverse sweep, and it just doesn't seem possible this time around. You know, they have taken so many teams to map 5s in the past. They have made series competitive against teams that it felt like they had no business being competitive against. Right now, seems like not really possible. Seems like the Dynasty are just on a completely different plane of existence compared to them in some of these fights. There's some bright moments. Becky doing his damnedest to fight back and keep them in Hollywood, but it's just not enough at the end.
Some lights are on at home for the LA Valiant. I mean, like you sort of mentioned, Becky's trying his hardest here. Some of the blades are coming up, but notably the one important fight where Valiant are on the board as far as points goes, because they kept A, was due to Becky picking up those 4 kills as well. And if it wasn't for that, this could have been a full hold. Valiant would be at risk of losing with a 0-point lockout as well, which means they don't get a point on any map. At least Becky's trying to keep them alive here. You know, you also have Dia trying his best as well. He put in some damage there. He's able to get some reasonable kills. I believe he got that 3K on the first defense as well, something like that. Or,
yeah, he had a nice start.
There have been some moments, but not enough lights on at home. Certainly the alarm hasn't been turned on. There's no security because Seoul Dynasty's walked in, burgled everything, and walked on out. Fun fact, they are currently completely flawless in this qualifier for Summer Showdown. They have not dropped a single map in this is their 3rd series. They are 8-0 for maps, and probably by the end of the night might be 9-0 for maps. And then later this weekend they play against the Guangzhou Charge, and if Guangzhou don't step up, being that Guangzhou only barely beat the Valiant 3-2, Seoul might end this weekend 12-0 in maps, completely flawless after 4 series.
And I mean, like you know, we're talking about before we even got into this series, the map differential could be a big difference maker when you have the Shanghai Dragons nipping at your heels. Forward hold to start things off as we move into Circuit Royale, though. The Valiant going to look to try to pile this one, but cheeky little teleporter play coming through. Now Fit's going to swap back over to the Ash. And this is already, made the Valiant scramble a little bit. I mean, they're tucking away into the actual spawn. The card's been grabbed.
Yeah, they have to. Well, there's a crossfire now because as they compete for this payload, Fitz is in spawn shooting. Dia's already taken a ton of damage.
That he is. Under fire. It's going to be the first blood. Stalker able to clean up 2. Langza now taken down, and I mean, it's just a beautiful read, a beautiful call made here by the side of the Dynasty. There is the wipe. The push has begun. Fitz says, okay, my job here is done. Goes right back over to the Sojourn.
It just transfers his ult charge directly to the Sojourn, like he didn't even have to. It's like he almost didn't even play the Ash, right? He's still keeping up right on top of Stalker, doing all the damage required. And flawless on the opening. No players died there. Everyone's just pushing up. And at this stage, you know, this next neutral has to be pretty damn good for the Valiant. Otherwise, Seoul simply cap A.
Stalker playing a fairly dangerous game, and Langza, that's what I was talking about. You want to play around that ledge. All of a sudden, that boom, that whip shot comes in. You're going to go sailing off the side. It was Vinheim who suffers that fate. As the chase comes in, they look for this 5-man cleanup. Looks like Prophet will manage to shield bash his way back into the spawn, but a really great return here from the side of the Valiant. I think it's just playing a little too close to the sun.
What do you think? Surely one of the most embarrassing things that can happen to you as a player is a Lucio getting grouped off by another Lucio.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say
it's got to be up there.
Definitely not a good look, but they're looking to go right back on the offensive, seemingly pissed off a little bit now are the Dynasty. And Fitz will get on top of Langza, punishing him for his previous deeds of killing off Vinheim. They'll just go ahead and cut him down once more.
They gotta die quickly.
Becky is able to find one. Yeah, they need to go for this reset. Easy on cleaned up, but Stalker, man. Just identifying immediately where Becky's at, chases in, gets the melee hit. Prophet's already over there grabbing the card. This is so clean.
Even though you don't have Prophet playing the Genji, Seoul have not slowed down at all, because Stalker's Genji has been absolute fire. We've said this before, but I don't know how Arnold did it, but he's created and invented the world's first floating machine, and now they have 2 Prophets.
Yeah, it's amazing how much he's proved to be just a hyperflex. That's going to be blade for blade once more. The beat available for Vinheim, but he's going to drop it in. Prophet already dead, but it still seems like the fight is going to go the way of the Dynasty. Easy on sliding over to the side. The overclock still rolling for him. He's not finding really any torches here with these kills. Smurf dropped at the back end. Beat committed.
That's a desperate sound barrier.
He's going for the 2-man beat. They can actually turn this one around. It'll look genius, and that's a great headshot there from Easy Han. He shuts down Stalker, and they're actually going to be able to win the play.
Wow.
Oh this time it works out for Langza.
Easy Han. There it is. We saw the desperation 2-man beat on map number 1, I believe it was Nepal, and it was like, all right, well, that didn't work out for you. Probably wish you didn't do that. This time around, you get the head side of that coin, and it looks so good. Easy Han clutches through off the back of the extra green HP provided by Langza, and the A-point defense is still alive. But for how long? Because Smurf has Rampage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one problem, is now your big counter strat to that Rampage is gone. Pushes for something with the Dragon Blade, not going to find anything. Dash through, cuts down 2. Gets that anti out. Dia's the first to fall. Axe across. Lingset now dropped, so the cleanup will be there in the end. So they commit the beat, they buy some extra time, but now Vindheim has a nice little 22% lead toward his next sound barrier, and the cart pushes through towards B.
As we say for this team, it is a valiant effort. They do give it their all, they put in their best, and it's it's admirable. But at the end of the day, Seoul Dynasty, they will persevere. It does take a bit of time, you have to really, applaud the fact that Valiant have kind of led down this timer significantly. Only 2:30 remaining now for Seoul, which is the total amount of time you get for capping A. Yeah. Dia's turn now to go for the Rampage. Now, he did with the Rampage earlier this evening on Hollywood. He's got to land this one for sure, and it will be a fight winner as well if he lands it, or maybe Easy Hunt just does that.
I mean, it's just one of those ones where you feel time slows down. You're able to just go ahead and line that crosshair with relative ease. Snipe spits right out of the sky. Great little pick up there as Vindheim puts himself right into the middle of the fight. Survives for a hell of a lot longer than I would have anticipated, but eventually does get cleaned up. And Dynasty now are the ones that need to exit or reset fast.
They didn't have to spend any ultimates, just Easy Hunt finds a headshot defense. They'll push on forward, full comp. That's what you need to see out of Valiant. You've got to be confident versus the Seoul Dynasty, who, they are a monstrous team, look like the best in the region, and it's unlikely to beat them. But small fights, one after the other, you might have a chance to hold B now, which is great versus the Seoul Dynasty, and a very conservative fight where they didn't have to spend much, and that's exactly how Valiant can pull through a victory.
We saw their time-buying abilities there on Hollywood on that defense, so we know that they can drain the clock. It's all about getting that finisher in the end. Blade's going to be coming through from both sides again. The sound barrier is there. Trying to keep everybody alive. Stalker finding one. Becky able to answer back. Doesn't make it a 1-for-1 as far as those breaks are concerned. Becky finds a third. Hits will go down. Now the trade-up is there. Easy Hunt again. Just starts clicking heads. Rail after rail. 3 kills for him, I do believe, or maybe it was 2 on the back end. Hard to say. Either way, the fight is won. The Valiant, they hold firmly.
Yeah, it was 3. I think Becky got the other 2 as well. It was 3 ultimates burned, right? I think it was Becky, Easy Hunt, Dia. All 3 had to use ultimates, but you got to do what you got to do. Soul burned 2 as well, so not quite even, but you do what you got to do to win that fight. And now we have less than 1 minute remaining. Double support ultimates online for Soul. Can be matched by the 1 support ultimate and 2 for the Valiant.
Yep, Smurf taken down. Prophet kind of zoned into the side room away from him. It's just easy pickings here to the side of the Valiant. Again, the Dynasty are headed for the hills. They need to try to cut them off, and they're looking for the stagger. Spitz takes a nasty shot. Stalker down low, and the kills will come in. Now they're looking to spawn camp.
They can spawn camp now. And they should, because there's no time. Somebody from the Seoul Dynasty has to go for the touch. It probably has to be Vindheim. Stalker's got a triple blink on his spawn. He's lost his blade for this as well. I don't think he was that close, but they have to split their attention.
Okay, well, Fitz manages to open it, finds Easy Hunt, sets up rail shot there on the legs, and they get the kill. They'll get Sashin as well. The card in the meantime is being pushed forward by Stalker off screen as they look to just go ahead and close out this fight.
Reset.
Fitz slides away. Dia, they're just leaving him.
Dia, they staggered him.
Yeah. They're just leaving him to his own devices. They know that he's in such a poor position, and now they can go in for the killing blow. Fitz will get it. Now they're pushing for OT.
Oh,
maybe one last chance at a fight
for the Valiant.
It's not going to happen.
I don't know if the touch.
They can't.
Even if they do touch, they don't have their tank, so this is done. Oh my goodness. Valiant?
Gonna try to go for it. They push their way out. The sound barrier there from Langza. He pulls the trigger on it. They all get antied, but they're managing to win this one out. Smart! The 2-for-1 special though. Slashes the axe. Finds Biggie, finds Langza. Vindheim takes down Sashin. Now it's just Dia and Easy Hunt against the world. Can they actually win this one out? Smurf taking a beating. Dia still relatively healthy. The rail shot from Easy Hunt going to be able to take him out. The nade is there. It's just tickling away at Vindheim, who's trying to still keep this cart contested.
It's just Dia.
Right-click kill. He takes out Easy Hunt. Dia is eliminated. The rejoin comes in from Becky, swapping over to the Tracer. The Lucio there as well. Langza trying to keep it going. The recall going to be used. Sashin rotates back in. Smurf swaps over to the Wrecking Ball just to try to get there a little bit faster as this is down to the wire. And if they step away from this cart for just a moment, that OT is going to plummet so very rapidly. The pile driver not going to find any value. Dia, another Rampage, nearly online. It's 11% left to go as he looks to rejoin the fight. Continue to keep this one contested. Fitz is here on the Widowmaker as well. Sasha now taken out. Dia fights one. Fitz gone. The cleanup is there, and now it's just Stalker versus 4. And I don't think there's a damn thing that he can do. He kept it contested for a little bit longer, but the cleanup comes through. And the Valiant, they continue to make these rocky decisions, saying, you know what? We will 2-man beat. We will recontest without our tank. And twice now, it has come up with positive results for them. They get the hold right in front of B.
I can't believe it, but the Valiant have actually done it. They have held Seoul Dynasty in front of B, as you say, and it is a major sound barrier into a Becky Blade, and as the dust sort of settles here, Seoul Dynasty and Valiant trade very evenly in those kills, but it comes down to slightly closer respawns for the LA Valiant when the payload sits right outside of B. Valiant have the respawn advantage, not Seoul Dynasty. Seoul coming back with Ball, Smurf coming through to try and contest with the Wrecking Ball. Stalker's Tracer finds a pulse bomb, but it misses. Becky's Tracer at the end actually does some real work. EasyHan finds the overclock, and the Valiant start to come into ultimates, and later the fight goes. And I think Seoul actually, for the most part, played the overtime as well as they could have, because they staggered Dia, they made sure they had a 5 versus 4. So it's not like they made any serious mistakes here. I think Seoul put themselves into a very winning position, but the confidence from Valiant to say, we will go for this even as a 4v5 because we know D is respawning. He's going to come back. We have some ultimates to play through. And versus a team like Seoul, I agree. You have to just throw mud at the wall here. You have to see what sticks, because if you play too safe, you'll never beat Seoul. You got to take risks.
Risks, indeed, were taken. They benefit from it. Now, Dynasty going to be looking to just go ahead and pull off their own little spawn camp here from the outset. Like going to be burned. Dia, quite a bit of damage there. Pushed back away. Just keeping them locked over into this corner. Crossfire being set up. Dia pops the commanding shout. Just trying to keep everybody alive. Retreats back into the spawn room. Gets top back up. Stalker taking a bit of damage here from the dynamite. It's Prophet going to be the first one to fall. Becky able to find that kill. Fitz answers back rather quickly, however. Shutting down the enemy Genji. Dash up into the skybox. They're trying to get rid of Langton, but he's just wall riding like a maniac. Still going to be just safe. He manages to retreat, but the fight still widely is being won here by the Dynasty. The cart has not been touched.
Well, they do give up some positioning now. They need to regroup as 5 here. That will give a moment of reprieve for the Valiant to also themselves escape from the spawn, regroup. We're going to get head into the neutral on the actual streets itself. So it does continue. We do extend this one. Notably, Stalker is very far ahead in the ult charge for his Blade. Linkser is more than caught up to defend against it, though. So this is going to be Beat versus Blade in a hot minute. Stalker makes sure he stays alive, though. He wouldn't want, because he kind of snipes someone out.
Okay, they're not going to wait for an aggressive ult. They just want to take the fight aggressively. The beat out from Vinheim. They try to push forward. Stalker takes a nasty shot. He backs away, and yeah, it absolutely could, because they don't get any kills off of it. Just a slight little reset here. Dia's still down to about half HP, but Sedley is getting chipped back up, top back up here. Sasha tries to get that rally online. Blade now pulled by Stalker. They force the sound barrier from Langsa. Becky still 8% away, but he still finds a kill. Vinheim going to be taken out. Stalker now trying to back away, but he's got no cooldowns remaining, and Becky gets on top of him. 2 kills for him, looking for a little bit more, and now has the Blade at the ready.
It just seems like Seoul is trying too hard to press the issue here. Sometimes Valiant playing safely, they understand, you know, at what lengths they can make this progression happen. It's just survive against the Vinheim aggression from the sound barrier. Seoul trying to come on in, then come back in with your own, you know, sort of ultimates ready to counter the Blade with your own sound barrier from Langsa, and they don't even have to pull Becky's Blade. So now, again, back up, allow the Rana to come through. It's 2 out of 2 are killing us, where double support ultimates from Seoul Dynasty to aggressively tempo play into the LA Valiant. And LA Valiant's like, cool, use the ultimate, we will back on out, and now you don't have the ult.
I mean, it feels like they're starting to really download the tendencies here of the Dynasty. Blade now going to be pulled by Becky. Dashing in EasyHan as well, just committing with the overclock. Finds 1, Becky gets 2. Kind of messes up the wall climb a little bit, but still will get over the top in the end to find Prophet. And that's the cap.
Yeah, there's no shot at this. And by the way, look at the time. This is a winnable map now for the Valiant, because they're going to have like 5 minutes. No, not quite, like 4:30, 4:40 to try and finish this. My math is bad. Let's forget they get 2. In any case, look, it doesn't matter. It's okay. They have enough. It's enough. It is enough time to finish the map. If they don't, if they don't throw this, if they continue winning these fights,
it just feels like right now the Dynasty are trying to match the style of the Valiant, but they're not a team that needs to throw everything at the wall and see what's 6. They can continue to just kind of, you know, play this one out cautiously. 2 for 2, each side getting those antis out. Stalker narrowly staying alive to commanding shout. Keeps him in the fight for a little bit longer. Eventually, Becky does manage to find that kill. Now he's looking for Fitz, but Fitz says no. Shuts him down with a nice little headshot there, point blank. And finally, this will be a 1 fight. Some cart control established for the side of the Dynasty, but the Valiant, like you said, they still have plenty of time.
Well, this is where it does get dangerous, though, because, you know, we're back into the Seoul Dynasty vortex spin cycle of LA Valiant kind of just get reset after reset after reset. They've nobly run out of ultimates now as well, while Seoul Dynasty is starting to build. Vinheim's ahead of Langsa, and all you need to see is Seoul Dynasty not force those sort of tempo, sound barrier tempo rally plays and just play defensively versus the Valiant. and they can
Yeah.
probably commit this hold. I think it just came down to Soul getting a little bit too
Whoa.
aggro for their own good.
What the? How did Becky get there?
That's just Becky being an ninja.
He just teleported in behind Fitz and nothing personal. Kit cuts him down. Sound barrier is still going to be used as they look to take the 4v5 fight. Prophet will get on top of Sasha, taking him out, helping to build up towards that next rally here. Try to keep pace. Still going to be 1v2 as far as those support ults are concerned. Dia, so the last one to fall here. Fight gets won. They hold on to this. Becky, you cannot die now.
Oh, he's dead. Yeah, so two late deaths there, especially the one to Becky does hurt. So we talk about losing time. This is how you lose time, and now the spawn camp is in effect, and this is going to mean that Valiant actually they gave up the spawn camp. So Seoul Dynasty not even going to go for that. I think Seoul Dynasty can't afford to, because when you want to bleed down the timer versus a team like that, spawn camping is the way to go.
They're still going for a very aggressive push, and Dia just will get cut down moments before he could enter into that spawner door.
I don't know about the double ult though. They rally and blade. So what you're doing now is, because if you're if you're committing that many ultimates, Valiant can just sort of hold tight, build up their own ults, and as long as the payload distance is okay, they can still win. The payload is moving significantly backwards, so I think Seoul have kind of calculated this one correctly.
Okay, good push back. Keep Becky at arm's length. Axe, however, Dia somehow gets on top of Fitz, finds that kill. Smurf going low, gets cleaned up. Dia getting the elimination. Stalker will get Becky, but that's the only positive here for the side of Dynasty in the fight, as Dia cleans up, I believe, 4 kills in that whole thing. Maybe it was just 3. Hard to say. Either way, the cart now moving. 50 seconds remaining.
And I think there's a real shot now for the Valiant to make the comeback happen, because you have Rampage plus the Sound Barrier versus no support ultimates on the Seoul Dynasty. Again, they've been very aggressive with their support ultimates so far. Bob is available, but I think the Rampage is so much higher value. So if they kill the Vindate, they can seriously do this now.
Okay, Easy Hunt just finds one, pops the overclock, looks to go aggro. The mob does come through. They're looking to try to deal with that, but the Sound Barrier comes in from Langston. Just go ahead and mitigate the majority of this damage. Easy Hunt is committing the rest of that ult to go ahead and clean up the Bob. Stalker finds Dia. The card is moving forward again. They need Dia. The Stalker's going to be the one to move forward.
Without the Rampage, this is not as winnable for the LA Valiant, so 10 seconds remaining. They have to commit a touch while taxing the Dia in. And that's the thing as well, Vindame is close to the Sound Barrier.
He needs to survive. Easy Han was able to find that initial pick on him in that last little fight. Can he stay alive and not Ajax the beat? 6% left to go. The dash forward, he's only going to connect on the Smurf. Certainly not as big of an ult as he were looking for. They can still try to play out the rest of this one. The Sound Barrier, however, going to be dropped in. Now Sasha's going to be taken down. Dynasty, they have the upper hand. Stalker finds his second kill. He's looking for a third. Puts his sights on Easy Han there on the back. Takes a nasty shot of damage from the rail. The overtime is going to bleed away. Everyone gets scattered. And in the end, it was looking damn close and possible for the Valiant to make it happen. But the Dynasty will win it out in the very last seconds of the map. A 3-0 for them once more. But this is one, at least with the last 2 maps, that doesn't necessarily tell the story. This Circuit Royale looked like it was in the hands of Valiant. Dynasty were just narrowly able to snatch it out.
I think Dynasty, got a little bit frisky at the start of that defense, but towards the end they were not perturbed, even against, I think, definitely not overwhelming odds, but odds favoring the Valiant. Dynasty, they held strong. I think the most important thing they did there is, I know a lot of people will probably look at that and be like, oh, Dia must have whipped his Rampage, you only got 1. But that's not what happened. Seoul Dynasty spaced properly, because when you know the other team has a Rampage and that is their overall win condition, you're spreading your forces a little bit further out and not just stacking together as 5. You'll notice there were a bunch of Seoul Dynasty members scattered across an entire last set of defense, some within the actual C casino area, some more towards the garages towards the left side from Valiant's POV, and then Smurf holding the ground in the front. So when Dia goes for a Rampage, there's really no one to hit except for Smurf. So maybe the only thing that could have changed it was Valiant play the fight without using the Rampage immediately and wait to see if there's a better opportunity to have Seoul Dynasty group. But otherwise, Valiant, they did all they could. Seoul, they knew what they were up against. Good play by Seoul.
Yeah, down to the wire, and I think Seoul walking away from this one sweating a bit more than they probably had anticipated, especially given the first 2 maps. Granted, Hollywood at times was pretty close and down to the wire. I think that if he hadn't had as strong of a pop-off performance, we might have actually been able to make a very serious argument for giving Becky the player of the match in this loss. But somebody who popped basically just as hard throughout this one is our birthday boy. It's Stalker, who is able to come up with yet another player of the match for himself. He's just continuing to be impeccable on this Genji. So everybody go ahead and wish him a happy birthday in the chat.
I didn't even know. Is it today? Like today?
That's what I was just told.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, happy birthday to Stalker. Gets to win on his birthday. Gets to play the match again. I believe this is his third player of the match in a row as well. So all three games
he's picked them up
played
this
so
entire
far this
stage. Yeah.
He's picked them all up. And look, I know sometimes that does seem boring, but he has been the best player all 3 times. And maybe a special shout out to some of the other players like Smurf, who looked reasonable today as well. Fitz has had some good moments. The backline, Prophet and Vindame, good as ever. And Prophet, in fact, even had a number of final blows to his name as a Brigida player. But ultimately, when you look across the board, all 3 maps, man, just Stalker was unreal. He was leading the way for all the relevant statistics that you want, showing just how important Genji is in this meta and what it means to be a great Genji player in this meta, surprising everybody. And when it really comes down to it, you got to pick the best player from the performance shown, and it has been Stalker 3 times in a row.
Yeah, it's just been utterly impeccable. I'm kind of disappointed in production that we didn't quickly Photoshop a little birthday hat onto his image here. I think that would have been a nice little touch to go ahead and further celebrate his birthday. But I mean, what a performance!
Do that for Twitter
82
later.
final blows. I mean, 82 rather limbs here with almost 34k damage dealt in a 3-0. So really solid work here from Stalker, who's just pounding the whole way throughout.
Remember, the first map was a 200-0 start as well. It was like a super one-sided. So he got the least amount. He got the least amount of time to stat pad in the first map. Probably he had the most time in the third map here. Second map actually had some reasonable distance to it as well, given that they finished the entire map. So Seoul Dynasty, I mean, it's not without some bruises along the way. You'll see this as a 3-0. You'll be like, yeah, of course, Seoul 3-0 Valiant. But this last map in particular for Circuit Royale, have to commend Valiant for really giving it the all and making it super close and within extremely fine margins. I think you can't be too upset with that. They would have been the first team this stage so far to take a map off the Seoul Dynasty, which would have been unbelievable. But as it stands now, Seoul Dynasty still undefeated, haven't dropped a single map, 3-0 in matches, 9-0 in maps.
Yeah, a very scary run here for the side of the Dynasty, who continue to look like they're on top of the standings. And again, it seems like one of the only other teams that is going to be able to challenge them is the Shanghai Dragons, but that matchup doesn't happen until right near the end of the stage before the Summer Showdown. So we won't really know who is the top dog for a considerable amount of time, but the Dynasty continues to look scary. The Valiant, I think you put it the best, the lights are on. There's somebody home. They just aren't answering the door right now. They keep getting close, but then they say, I'll just let the doorbell ring, and they go ahead and they lay back down for another little nap. But clearly, I think that they're getting closer and closer to being able to put up some more consistent performances. They're consistently being competitive. It just hasn't netted them wins quite just yet. So we'll see how they fare moving forward throughout the rest of their matches here during the Summer Showdown qualifiers. But it is what it is. That does it from us here today. Another happy birthday, Sengal Chuka Hamida, over to Stalker. Great little win for him and the rest of the team on his birthday. Always love to see that. But that's going to do it from us here tonight. I'm out for a considerable amount of time, guys. I've got some vacation stuff to go. Well, not vacation, but I've got some work travel to be doing. So Avril will be holding down the APAC for alongside some appearances, of course, from Leg Day, Trid, Lemon Kiwi, and whatnot. So I will miss all of you, and I will see you when I get back. But otherwise, good night, and make sure you tune in tomorrow.
millions through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is happening? We got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Hi everybody, welcome to Watchpoint. I'm Danny, the host Lim, and of course with me on the desk today we have Jonathan Reinforced Larson, Scott Custer Kennedy. Yeah guys, are you guys ready for this? I don't know if I'm ready.
You got this, Danny. I believe in you.
Johnny, any tips before I move on?
You're gonna do great.
Oh, do great. I honestly don't worry, guys, because, you know, it's if I do a really, really bad job and worst comes to worst, Hex will kindly just tell me to move to my left to my original seat, and then Johnny will come here. Yeah. So if you guys see me back in my seat tomorrow, you guys all know what happened.
I want to analyze, Daddy. I don't want to analyze.
All right. Well, you know, we may be in different seats today, but we still have games to get into today. So let's jump right in. Last night or this morning, maybe, or this afternoon, depending where you are in this world, the eastern region of the Overwatch League started their third week of Summer Showdown Qualifier games. First up was two teams who have been, riding the struggle bus lately: the Chengdu Hunters and the Hangzhou Spark. Costa?
Yeah. Well, okay, here's the thing. Chengdu actually looks like a very competent team. So they're off of the struggle bus. While the Hangzhou Spark, they've decided to get Gushwei and also put him on the struggle bus as well. Alphagee's also gotten onto the struggle bus right here. Johnny, I don't want to say that your prediction that the Hangzhou Spark were going to be really good in this meta was wrong. But it's not right, I'll put it that way, because the Spark continue to struggle. As I said, Alphageee was finally back in the lineup after coming out of that quarantine. But interestingly enough, Bernard is out and Gushwei came in to play the Junker Queen. It was okay, honestly, but I think the Hangzhou Spark just could not deal with the firepower of the Chengdu Hunters DPS line. Jinmu and Leave going absolutely crazy. We always know Jinmu has the ability to play that Genji, that aggressive style, and Leave, anytime it felt like the Chengdu Hunters' backs were against the wall, Leave's like, don't worry about this, guys. This is why I'm the MVP, and just picking people off like crazy. So Chengdu Hunters get the win 3-1. It was a competitive series back and forth, so the Spark don't look like they're tragic in this meta, but they're just struggling to sort of coordinate these team fights, and maps seem to get out of their control very quickly. They're 0-3. It's going to be helping them to qualify for the win.
I have a question.
Okay.
I'm going to be honest. I haven't watched this match. Did Jinmu pull out his Pharaoh?
He did pull out the
Yes!
Pharaoh. Danny, I don't want to say you were right.
I'm right.
Okay, you were right. Okay, you were right. He did pull it out on Nepal in the situations that make sense. He pulled it out on Sanctum. He pulled it out on High Rise / Village on Nepal. So it does have that little niche. It seems like they have a good understanding of when they want to use it and when they want to play the Genji, which is the more staple of that comp.
I promise. I think it's the Pharaoh, man. I think teams got to use more Pharaoh.
Oh yeah, that's the solution.
Wow.
To the
That's
problem?
the solution.
The next matchup is going to be great. By the way, okay, you can't be too hard on the Hangzhou Spark. They played the three best teams in the region.
Oh my god,
They
both
played
of
the
them.
three best teams in the region.
give it
Shanghai,
Chengdu.
Seoul, and Chengdu, the three best teams in this meta in APAC. You can't be too hard on Hangzhou Spark.
The gladiators.
Four
Chengdu
teams
one of
make
the
it.
stronger teams.
4 teams make it. They just have to win out from here.
All right, well, next up was everyone's favorite underdog, the Los Angeles Valiant, who have been so close but thus far in the Summer Showdown Qualifiers. The Valiant last two matches have gone to map 5, but, they came empty in both. And last night, they went up against none other than Seoul Dynasty and Reinforced. Was it close?
No.
Yeah, there you have it. All right, let's move on.
Hey, Farah! We saw some Farah!
Farah.
Did we?
Yeah, we saw some Farah on Nepal. Village, Stalker pulled out the Farah. We're not seeing it here. Look, next time I'll make sure that we put some Farah highlights in the footage. Just for you, Danny. Just
Thank
for
you.
you. I'll make a special
you.
request. But yes, Farah was played, if only for a round. The rest of this match, though, very one-sided. Seoul just looks like, oh, here we are! What? They're not showing it! I promise it was Farah! I promise it was Farah!
I'm sure there was Barry, Johnny. Yeah, I'm sure
Are
there
you
was.
sure? Now I don't know if I should trust you.
Oh man!
I don't see it.
He swapped Genji, but it was Farah. He got like 1 kill. It was very heavily one-sided for Seoul Dynasty. They just looked like the better team in this meta. The way on Hollywood, where they like engage fight with the Ashe as well, like it felt like Valiant, they were always like on their back foot. They had to like back around corners and look for the re-engage all the time. And it was not only it was not until like Circuit Royale or very third map that Easyhan and Becky were able to find momentum. I think that Easyhan had some nice Sojourn plays on Circuit Royale here. Becky came out and he had some good blades finally after pretty much only like using his blades to get out Vindheim's sound barrier for the majority of this series. But still, at the end of the day, they actually held Seoul Dynasty on point B here on Circuit Royale. So it came down to last fight territory for the Seoul Dynasty to try to reclaim this map for themselves, and they ended up doing it. So Seoul Dynasty, they get out with a 3-0 win here against the LA Valiant. They look comfortable so far in this meta. Smurf is actually putting on some really good Jungle Queen performances, but it was all about Stalker in this matchup. Great sound barrier here from Vindheim in overtime to secure the very last fight. Stalker got player of the match, and it was a bit of a special occasion for him. So I'm sure we'll get to that. But the Seoul Dynasty, a very dominant 3-0 win against the Valiant for them.
Yeah, they're looking to be one of the better teams in the APAC region. We always know them to be good, bouncing back from the mid-season woes. So.
If Valiant only had 2 easy hands, it would be easy clap.
Hex, we need to
All
get
right,
Hex, I can't handle
with
this.
those 2 matches, now let's take a look to see where teams stand so far in the Summer Showdown qualifier standings for the Eastern region. Let's take a look. I mean, as you guys all know here, I'll break it down. This is my host analysis. You guys see that green line?
Yeah.
Above the green line, very good.
Okay.
Very pog crazy, go crazy. Below the green line, not so much. Maybe start panicking because we're getting really close to the Summer Showdown tournament.
Yeah, but so you're saying Philadelphia Fusion fans should feel really comfortable and safe right now?
Right now it's good. Yeah.
Above the green line.
Above the green line.
Hangzhou Spark are going to qualify
There is
for the
no
Summer
way.
Showdown.
They
They just
are
have to beat
0-3
Philadelphia,
-8, Johnny.
they have to beat Guangzhou Charge, and they have to beat the Los Angeles Valiant, and then they're in.
I think, okay, here's my take.
3-3.
The Hangzhou Spark will lose to the Los Angeles Valiant.
That's
No,
preposterous.
I think the
That
Hangzhou
is
Valiant.
preposterous.
You
I
kinda
kind
see-
of agree because they've been struggling this stage.
Yeah, I think Valiant actually has some redeeming qualities. Like
They've had an easy schedule.
yeah, but the Los Angeles Valiant, I think they actually are going to like string it all together, and I think they always have that one surprise match in my
I
opinion.
think they're going to string it together.
Yeah, I think Dia on that Junker Queen, Easyhan and Becky have actually been. No, don't say it again. they have actually looked like a competent DPS line. I think that the Hangzhou Spark, they're gonna have that. This is their stage. Every year they have a stage where they just go from being like, oh, they're pretty good, and then they just like fall off a cliff. This is that stage.
Is
for
that
them.
coming from experience or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was on an 0-7 Valiant. I get it.
Well, luckily, they only have to play 6 matches. They can't go in 7.
Yeah, see,
They can't do worse than you.
they're the lucky ones.
Well, I think bottom line, I think it is going to be a very interesting stage for the Eastern region. With that being said, Seoul Dynasty has looked good, as you guys could all see in the standings. They were in the top of the list, and a lot of it I do believe is because of their young damage talent, Stalker, who I believe just turned 19 today, right?
Happy birthday, Stalker!
Yeah, Stalker, 19!
Some of you might be thinking we gave him player of the match because it's his birthday. No, we did not. It is because he is actually crazy at the game. When he was first went into the Seoul Dynasty, me and you both saw him in contenders. We're really excited for him to join. And when he went to the Dynasty, we were all like, well, I'm a little worried that he's not going to play over Fitz or Profit. But he's found his moments in these metas over throughout the course of the year to really make his presence known. We saw his Echo a little bit earlier in the year, and it was absolutely incredible. And with Profit moving over to this Brig role, Stalker's been the one who has had to step up on the Genji, and he's done it flawlessly. And you have to start questioning, he could be one of those rookies we need to keep our eyes on in future years to become one of those role star DPS players.
Yeah, I mean, to put it very simply, I think there's been a few times in the league where we had like a young talent come into the league, and they look like very impressive on one hero. They're just like, wow, this player's a really good Tracer. Maybe they have a good career like playing Tracer in the Overwatch League. But Stalker coming in at the start of the year and be like, hey, I can pretty much play Sojourn at the same level as Fitz. You're like, whoa, that's pretty good. And then you're like, well, I can pretty much play Genji almost at the same level as Prophet. And you were like, wait, hold on. You can play both of those almost as good as Prophet and Fitz. That's a very good sign for Stalker. He's going to be in the league for a very long time.
And before that, he was playing Tracer as well. So he has Tracer in his pocket as well. He can literally do it all.
And also, he's very young. So
He's
he
like
has
mini Prophet.
Even more room to grow as well.
I don't think he wants to be called that. But
All right, well, it seems like Seoul is almost a lock for the playoff. What are some other teams we think are, can't miss, 100% right, no doubters. We'll take a look at our locks of the week right after this break. Welcome back to Watchpoint, everybody. As you know, every week at the end of the day, we make predictions. And sometimes we believe, sometimes we don't. Most of the times, I'm going to be honest, I just randomly take a guess. I flip a coin or I ask Hex which team I should pick, and he just tells me, and I just go with that. And sometimes it works. Anyways, but this time, we decided to look at all the upcoming matches and guarantee our picks with a new segment. And it's called Lock of the Week.
Good job. Wow.
Wow.
All right, starting off, Costa, who is your lock?
Okay, this might come as a surprise, guys, and I wanna just reinforce there is logic behind the madness. Okay, my lock of the week is the Washington Justice, and here's the thing: I've turned a new leaf. You know, I'm a new person. Yeah, I believe in the Washington Justice. They are my lock of the day, and I think that we have, obviously had a storied past, and I think the players have had to go through a lot with the turmoil of their most recent roster changes. Obviously, they've just offloaded Mag, Happy, and Vigilante to these other teams, so the other players on the bench have been having to be the one step up. This was the roster just in the last couple of stages, this was the roster that we were so excited about. This was supposed to be the team that was going to send us to the promised land. And that's why we were so frustrated when they had such middling performances consistently. But unfortunately, they've downsized. Here we go. We got Decay, Assassin, Kalios, Opener, and Krillin. These are the 5 players that they have to run with, and a lot of us were concerned about that moving forward because, you know, they don't have a lot of flexibility. But for this meta right now, they look very comfortable against the Florida Mayhem. This match was a dominant performance, and the coaches and the players all came out and said, we understand what we have to deal with and what we are overcoming, and it's about just staying in the right mindset. These are all very skilled players. Krillin and Opener, we were so high on those guys after, I guess, a questionable sort of understanding of what they were going to bring to this team. Kalios, we know, has had a pretty storied history in the league as a great off-tank. He's picked up that Junker Queen really well, and Decay and Assassin are no new faces for this roster. So I'm excited to see how much further they're going to be able to go because, yes, it's only the Florida Mayhem, which is a team that's struggling in this meta, but now they're going up against the Vancouver Titans, and this is a team that I think they can go toe-to-toe with. I think the Vancouver Titans are being overhyped off of their most recent results against weaker teams.
Whoa!
And look at this! The Justice in franchise history has never lost to the Vancouver Titans, and that's shocking considering they even beat them in 2019 4-0 when
That
the
Corey
Vancouver Titans
performance
were really good.
I remember that. Corey, he popped off on like Hanzo with
Yeah,
Stratus on the
I
May.
interviewed them.
Stratus
I
on the
remember
May as
I
well.
wore that sunglass.
See?
Yeah.
Washington Justice
They played
are the
Hanamura.
kryptonite of the Vancouver Titans. It's a lock, Danny. Lock it in.
Lock it in. All right. Well, Reinforce, I was watching you the whole time Costa was talking, and you were smiling throughout whatever you were saying.
Hey.
Are you on the same side as Costa or?
2.0, okay? First of all, I held my Assassin capital assets for so long, and they finally paid off. Assassin, I'm so glad you're doing well. That being said, Vancouver Titans, it's a
Whoa.
lock against the
No.
Washington Justice this time around. They're hamstrung, okay? The Washington Justice, they're hamstrung. Vancouver Titans, they are turning a new leaf. And the history of the Vancouver Titans, it's been 2 years of just like, we can't really like live up to 2.5 actually, like live up to the reputation of our 2019 roster. But they brought in Deepay at the start of this year. He's really changed up a few things. They picked up King, for example, who's looking good on the Genji as well. And there's one player in particular, Aspire. He's looking so damn
Let's go.
good. Look at his soldier
Oh my
stats
God.
in the summer Showdown qualifiers. First in hero damage, first in follow blows, first in regular kills, top 3 overclock, and top 3 dies the least in the league on soldier.
good.
He's cracked.
pretty good. So good. I mean, he is going to come into this game and demolish the Washington Justice.
Against Decay?
Yep. Aspire is going to have one heck of a game. All right, this is a lock for me. The Vancouver Titans. I am all on board for the Vancouver Titans to have a bit of a redemption arc here in the summer showdown. Now, I don't even know if it's possible for them to make the play-ins because they started out 0-13. But imagine if they did. Like, that would be sick. And as well, you know, the event is in Toronto. That's not your city, but it's your country. So, you know,
Canada
Vancouver
bomb.
popping off in Toronto, homestand. Look, come on, they gotta make it. Come on.
Like
We've
Matt
waited
says,
so
do it for
long.
West Canada. Do it for West Canada.
Yeah, we waited so long for Vancouver to be good. So, you know, Aspire, bring us to the promised land, aka your own land, Canada in Toronto.
Honestly, I think there is a chance because Vancouver they've been popping off the stage.
They went to map 5 last stage.
Right.
And Vancouver are a lot better since then.
That is true. Well, this segment was ambitious in that we were going to pick the lock of the week, but it turns out it's, lock of the day because I'm going with San Francisco Shock over New York Excelsior today. Yes, baby.
How is that is a lock by 99% of the fans.
Listen. The Shock have everything to play for, right? Today they could set the record for regular season match wins in a row.
Yeah.
Right now they're tied with the Vancouver Titans, 19-0. Vancouver Titans from the 2019 season. But if they beat New York Excelsior today, they go number 1, 20-0. And that is a milestone, right?
Yeah.
And of course, since I'm hosting today, I have to talk about San Francisco, and I learned from the best. So I'm going to talk about, you guessed it, Proper. Hi, Zoe. I'm doing you proud. All right. Look. All right. Listen. I know it's sort of a meme at this point, but seriously, what Proper is doing on the Genji, as we're seeing on the stats right here, it is pretty amazing. His stats, he has always just been a great player, and like whenever I see his game, sometimes I'm like, oh, he has to die here. but he just somehow managed to stay alive and gets kills and then just, dashes out.
Yeah.
And just. I
Are
don't
you
know, I
not
think
worried
he's
about
just-
Yaki though? Like Yaki on Nordic Excelsior? Yeah.
Yaki is a good Genji player, yes, I
Yeah.
do agree, but compared to Proper,
It's bait, Danny. He's baiting you. He's baiting you with the Yaki. What do we have to be afraid of? If you are the San Francisco Shock, why are you afraid of Yaki, Johnny?
I think he's pretty good at the game, first of all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and Proper is good too.
Yeah. So, I think it's going to be a pretty even battle. I don't know what Avast would say if he was in my position, but I'm trying to simulate that analysis, sort of. He's a very scary player, Yaki. Like, I think when you see Yaki in the server, you're pretty frightened. So there's definitely like a fear factor involved when you're playing Yaki. I think. So I think it could be even Stevens, You never know.
Even Stevens, I mean, yeah.
Let me counterpoint that. I actually don't think the fear is in Yaki. I actually think Flora is the problem. I actually think Flora has been going under the radar for the New York Excelsior, and I think Kilo is very solid and is that second in crime. But I think if Flora can start diffing Kilo, that is really the opening for New York Excelsior, because I think the Yaki beating Proper narrative, I don't know if you can sell that one to me, Avast.
Hey, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I just gotta highlight it. You gotta be fair to both teams. So I would do a disservice if I didn't bring up Yaki.
Interesting takes from, I think, both Costa and Reinforce. And with that being said, everybody, that is it. Those are our picks, our guarantees, our locks of the week, or locks of the day, I guess. And speaking of picks, everybody, you still have some time to make your own picks over at pick'em.overwatchleague.com. So everybody, use the app, use the website, use telekinesis, use your superpowers, use your dad's tablet, use your mom's phone, use your brother's gaming PC, whatever it takes. Just make sure you get those picks in today. All right. Yeah.
Can I mail them in? Like paper? Can I write down my picks on paper?
I don't think it works that way.
I just give mine to a bird.
You could try.
And it flies off with
You
them.
could try, maybe. All right. Well, some matches are harder to predict than others, and lately Atlanta has been a team that no one can really get a beat on. We'll attempt to break down the first match of the day, London versus Atlanta, right after this break. Welcome back to Watchpoint. The London Spitfire have had a resurgent season and are one of the few teams to throw some wrinkles into the meta. The Spitfire will face off against a confounding Atlanta Reign team who look like, two different teams in regular season matches versus playoff matches. But today, Costa, Atlanta has everything to play for.
Yeah, so the Atlanta Reign are going up against the London Spitfire. And honestly, the London Spitfire are the Atlanta Reign's kryptonite. Ever since the It's Not Coming Home incident that we don't talk about, the London Spitfire have not lost to the Atlanta Reign. And it feels like this is almost a rivalry brewing at this point because the players do like to go back and forth. But here's the Atlanta Reign schedule for the Summer Showdown right now, and this is why this match is so important. They are currently 1-2. They need about 3-3 to qualify for the LAN in Toronto. So they need to win 2 of their next 3 matches. They're going up against Houston Outlaws and the Los Angeles Gladiators. Both of those teams, you never know what to expect. So in my eyes, for the Atlanta Reign, this is a must-win match because they can't really rely that the Houston Outlaws and the Gladiators are going to stay at a downsize. And, Atlanta should be good in this meta. We just saw them go absolutely crazy with Kai on that Sojourn, but it's against a weak Paris Eternal.
Right.
So I really want to get a vibe check for how good are they in this meta right now because London Spitfire have been putting up some pretty consistent performances.
That is true. And talking about Atlanta, their jack of all tanks, or Jote, will have his hands full against another tank player with an equally cool, if not cooler, nickname in London's Chatty. Reinforced. Tank expert, tank extraordinaire. What's your take on this?
I think it's a very interesting tank battle between these two, if nothing else, because Hadi going into the year. I think if we made a poll, I think that people would say Hadi was like the worst player going into the Overwatch League this season.
People were surprised they resigned.
Very down on him.
Yeah.
He did not play good last season at all. But on Reinhardt, Hadi has been phenomenal this season. Winston has been pretty mediocre, like average, like definitely pulling his weight. And look at his Junker Queen stats. I mean, tied for final blows, more Jagged Blade kills than Hawk. And, he's tying Hawk pretty good here. Hawk, I think, is like one of the best tanks in the league.
I agree.
Considering like his versatility, reliability, he can play so many different kinds of tanks. Atlanta Reign, they have demonstrated the ability to play in both on off tanks like he's known for, like Diva for example, but also on Junker Queen or on Winston if need be on maps like Dorado in previous metas. So I think this is going to be a very interesting tank battle to see if Hadi is like finally getting promoted into like actually like great tanks in the Overwatch League and not just like a meme Reinhardt tank anymore. But also, if Hawk is like going to take his place to be considered like a top tank in the entire league. I'm talking like role star level performances here. Because if you're comparing Hawk to some of the other tanks around the league, yes, he doesn't have like as flashy of a Winston as like Fearless. Yeah, he doesn't have the best Reinhardt available. Hell, he's not, as good of a Zarya player as Hunbin. But the fact that Hawk can come out in any meta and just look like fantastic on so many different tanks, I think that's a really good like vote of confidence in him as like a great tank around the league. Now, I'm not saying he's fantastic yet. I'm not saying like he's one of our elite tanks across the league. But if he comes out here today and just like demolishes Hadi, that's going to be another sort of like fact to like back up Hawk and his reputation around the league. So I think Hawk could really build on this.
Yeah, I do want to hit on that as well. The craziest thing about me for Hawk is like his signature heroes, none of them have been meta this season, right? Yeah. Like he has been that tank player and he hasn't even played his comfort yet. So he's been very impressive across the board.
Well, it's going to be the Jote versus Chatty, Chatty versus the Jote. I think that tank battle, I personally am very excited for that. And with that, I think it's my turn. So I'm going to say I'm keeping my eye on the guy who clicks heads, the DPS. And this head-to-head between Kai and Sparker on the Sojourn is, I think it's one of the best damage matchup in the league. Kai's... Okay, where do we start? Kai's railgun accuracy has been ridiculous, and Sparker has also put on his, carry pants on that Sojourn all year round for the London Spitfire. I think both are really great. I mean, Kai, ever since, Sojourn has been meta, he's been just amazing people ever since last stage. And even Sparker too, he had really great moments, really great matches throughout the whole season as well. So I think this Sojourn matchup between these two teams are going to be definitely very interesting.
Yeah, I would like to add on top of that, I would even say that like Sparker has like grown into his role this year. Because I would say starting off the year, London Spitfire known for their Reinhardt compositions, like brawling all over the map, and Sparker, I don't think he had like true carry performances as much. But over time, I definitely feel like Sparker has improved over time and now like has established himself as like a really good Overwatch League player.
Yeah, and not only that, guys, another X factor for this matchup is that Atlanta is adding some talent named Speedly. He is now of playing age.
Woo!
Do you guys think we'll see his debut match today? And I've heard that today's his birthday as well, right?
Yeah, it's his birthday. It's a great day for a first Overwatch League matchup. I would expect him to play. He has been rising into this moment for for what feels like a couple of years. He's so mechanically talented. He is a great Genji. I would expect him to slot in for that role instead of Nero. I'm curious to see what he is going to be like in his first match, because we've seen some other top tier rookies come into the league and just make their presence known right from the bat.
Yeah, if you haven't really, followed like the detailed Overwatch history this past year, you might not know that much of Speedly, but yes. And part of that is also, of course, that he hasn't turned of age yet, so he hasn't been eligible to play. He hasn't really been part of the conversations here on the desk, because why would we talk about Speedly really? He hasn't been relevant until now. But don't let that distract you. Don't let that have you underrate him going into today's match. Because I would say that just basing on mechanical skill, talent, Speedly might be a top 3 rookie going into this year, which is insane. I'd say Proper is, number 1. I don't know who's number 2, but I think Speedly is in the conversation for top 3 rookies going into this year. That's how good, that's how talented Speedly is. So I'm very much looking forward to see his debut performance today, because he could be the difference maker that turns Atlanta Reign from a middling, great team in the Western region, top 3 at all these tournaments, into actually competing with the likes of the LA Gladiators, competing with the likes of the San Francisco Shock. Speedly could be the difference maker, so I want to see a good performance from him.
Gosh, I wish I knew this information before I did my Preds. I did my Preds before the Speedly information, and talking about Preds, guys, let's take a look at our predictions for today. Who do we got? Is it going to be something interesting? Any interesting picks from Costa Reinforced or Zoe?
Whoa!
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going with Atlanta.
Yo, Zoe!
Zoe's back on the Atlanta fan thing.
Yeah,
Yep.
and apparently it's a 60-40 in the last match. I'm really excited for that one. I think it could go either way. I think we don't know what to expect from either of those teams. And for me right now, I'm kind of banking that Speedily is nervous and that he doesn't have that many reps in Overwatch. That's what I'm banking my hopes on. Because
No, me too, because, Paris, with their new roster, they also sort of, they have, on their first match, they were struggling too. So I think I'm on the same side as Costa as well. You never know. Fingers crossed. But anyways, guys, that is it for the Watchpoint pre-show. And it's time for the matches and for all the action. Let's send things over to our casters, Jack Wright and Rosemary Kelly, or Jekra.
That's pretty good, actually.
Hi, Jekra.
That's actually pretty good.
Is it?
I've not heard of.
You guys like
I
No.
don't know. Maybe. No.
Maybe that'll grow
Thanks, guys.
on.
You guys are too nice.
Maybe.
they're just being nice to Danny because
I've
he knows
never
things.
used to
They're
be
just
called by
being
my
nice.
surname,
Come on.
I will say. I feel like I'm in trouble.
You guys have no idea how sweaty my palms are right now.
You're doing great, Danny. Don't
Yeah.
worry. You're already doing better than Johnny.
Thank
so
you.
that's something.
Hey!
What,
hey,
is that the tier
Jack,
list? We gotta
watch
rank
out,
them
you
as
and your
the
little
host?
box over there.
My box.
As
I
long
need
as
a
I'm not
box,
bottom.
sir, because I am at home casting. Luckily, I actually use a box when I cast with Scotland.
At least you won't need one with me. Hey.
That's true. That's true. Look, at the end of the day, who's London versus Atlanta Reign? You guys voted London. When Speedly might play today, we're going to see how it's going to go down and how wrong 3 of you are going to be. Well, I guess 3 of you with the pick'ems involved in that. We're going to jump to the game. Thank you guys. I appreciate all of you, and thank you for having me last week too. It was a good time. But yeah, Rose, look, London versus Spitfire, Atlanta Reign celebrating a birthday, and maybe the Atlanta Reign fans celebrating someone playing today. We'll have to wait and see. London Spitfire currently sitting in 6th place currently in the qualifiers, and Atlanta Reign sitting at 7th. So both teams pretty close.
Yeah, and this is the halfway point of the Summer Showdown qualifiers, and so you're looking at who is getting those 3 wins under their belt to still be a part of the conversation of whether or not they even get a chance to make it to the tournament. And so this match is huge for both of these teams. London Spitfire really want to try to secure themselves as a part of the conversation, and Atlanta Reign, they're struggling to kind of keep up right now, Jaws.
Yeah, they are 1 and 2, and London are 2 and 1, even though they do sit close to each other. But I think a lot of teams coming into this meta have struggled just a little bit. I mean, the Junker Queen, kind of like snowball, deathball kind of comp.
Right.
A little bit trickier than some might think, but you know, Atlanta Reign, they still can bounce back. You know, they got, I'm not going to say it, but I want to say it so bad. They got the talent, okay? They got the talent.
The talent is
It's
there.
very doable.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I
you're
mean, they
right.
already picked up on Kai versus Backbone. Kai versus Sparker. Sorry, in the head-to-head at the beginning of the show, and I think that's an important point to think about because Sojourns have been crazy impactful. Just getting those first initial picks is just devastating for any comp on the receiving end.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's a great point to talk about when you look at just the Junker Queen meta as a whole and what we expect to see from all of the teams that are competing in the qualifiers. You know, we're going to see the Junker Queen. Those DPS may change around a little bit, but it's usually the Genji and the Sojourn. And of course, to round that out, usually it's the Brigitte and the Lucio. But, you know, sometimes we see the Ashe, sometimes we see the Ana. You know, there's just some really nice niche picks that can be made in order to make that composition work for an individual team and play style. But it's not about the DPS popping off. It's also about the follow-up, and I think that's something that London Spitfire really does have in spades to back up the fact that they do have this 2-1 record right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. And it's been nice to see London also kind of mold the comp a little bit around what they like to play. I remember watching a Christopher interview, I believe, with Yiska. And just in general, it feels like London very much playing off what Krista was talking about and like playing your own kind of style of things. We saw that from London a lot earlier on with the Rush comp, and when a lot of people just weren't running Rush and London found like crazy success. I mean, they're 10-5 right now in the overall standings for regular season. Like, and seeing people like Backbone jump on the Mei when they can, I mean, it's been great. But Mei doesn't work everywhere. But when it does, London do really well.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you're going to see Backbone as a part of the starting lineup for London Spitfire today, alongside the regular faces that we have come to expect from the London Spitfire. Of course, Hadi leading the charge there with the Junker Queen. But I love that you brought up that Backbone does have that flexibility. Sometimes it is going to be that Mei. We've seen Sparker also, not just on the Sojourn, but sometimes on that Soldier 76, although a little less than late because of what this meta does require. But really, to me, Jaws, it's about Admiral and Landon in that backline who have just been a consistent synergistic force for London that have been so reliable for the team.
Yeah, that's what you need in this meta, along with a lot of other things, of course. So a good Sojourn, good Genji, good Junker Queen and stuff. But yeah, the backline is always something to kind of look at. Sometimes they're a little bit invisible in this comp. You know, they're not going crazy picking up a load of kills. Although Violet and I guess Funny Astro would have to say something about that. They're racking up a lot of kills as like Lucio players.
Yeah.
But the Brig dying is like the worst possible scenario for your team. And the Lucio's job is to kind of escort the Brig around, making sure she stays safe. You've got two forms of boop to get the DPS or the Junker Queen out of your face with the whip shot and the right click on the Lucio. So yeah, having a backline that is played for so long together is super important. Let's have a look at the Atlanta Reign though. Who is starting today? Is it going to be the legendary Speedly? Yes, of course it is. This is the day Atlanta Reign fans have been waiting for. The day Speedly is eligible to play, one of the most hype Western rookies to come in to the scene. And yeah, we might be, what, almost halfway through the year, but having Speedly come in and play something like the Genji, this is maybe what Atlanta Reign need to turn their qualifiers around.
Yeah, and I think this is a really important match here for Speedily to perform well in. So I hope that's not going to be too much pressure. But with the history between London Spitfire and Atlanta Reign for this season alone, Atlanta have yet to find a win against the London Spitfire. So maybe Speedily is the secret to their success here today. I mean, just look at the accolades that Speedily has acquired over his time in Contenders.
Yeah, and there should be a lot of familiar names there. Bobby Wasabi, American Tornado, even second win back in 2020, XL2 Academy back in 2019. Jeez.
Yeah.
That was a long time in ancient history at this point. But like, it shows the consistency from Speedly as well, right? Performing very well in 2019. We are now in 2022 over the last 3 years, literally building and waiting to join the league and then waiting to be eligible to play in the league. Like, it has been a long time coming.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how speedily is able to make his debut in the league. And also, you know, just how we continue to see Vigilante and OG working together in that backline. There's so many different pieces that we can look at for this particular match, but eyes are definitely on Speedily right now to see if he can, you know, live up to the hype, the expectations. But hopefully, again, it's not too much pressure. We have definitely seen rookie debut performances be successful. I think King on Vancouver Titans is one of those. Speedily, I'm sure, can follow that up.
Okay. Nepal, our first map, Midtown Junction Coliseum and Oasis if we really need it. Despite like the scoreline, that, like I mentioned before, they're quite close, 6th and 7th right now. And in fact, there's a lot of teams on 1 and 2 for the qualifiers, the Summer Showdown, which is a little bit insane. Of course, we'll start to see breakaways at this point. Actually, Rose, something we should probably mention. Vigilante is also starting for the Atlanta Reign alongside OG. So no Ultraviolet in for the Reign right now. Vigilante, look, he came over from the Washington Justice. And again, maybe another piece. Oh my god, of course. Of course! There's a pause. Why wouldn't there be when we're casting? You get back from your trip and then we jump into the first game. Yep. Let's casting this weekend. And
pauses and
here's a pause.
That's what we're all about, baby.
Seriously. Seriously. It is a little bit spooky at this point. I'm not sure why.
It's our fault.
I may have... Maybe Seth gave me the pause bug or something. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Seth was the pause king at one point.
It's true.
His surname is King too.
No, it's still his fault. It's always Seth's fault when we have a pause.
True.
Don't worry about it.
I blamed everything that has gone wrong in my life on Mr. Achilleos King. Yeah, okay, let's talk about Vigilante for a second then. We're not having Ultraviolet come in. Ultraviolet and OG came into the Atlanta Reign at the beginning of this year. Yep. Vigilante only just joining the team. But that's quite exciting because Vigilante's brig, it's been looking rather sharp. And the Washington Justice, before having this roster shuffle, I suppose, with their players and trimming down the roster, they looked pretty good. And Vigilante was one of those keys to success that they found.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it speaks a lot to the talent that was, you know, moved around from the Washington Justice roster, that most of them found homes immediately. You know, they were all trades to another team, and Vigilante for sure is one of those players that I think can slot into the Atlanta Reign roster really nicely. You know, the one thing that I do have a question about is we're looking at two pretty new pieces, at least in a debut sense, of Speedily and Vigilante. So, you know, is it gonna work? I knew this was coming. I saw this in the chat. Yeah. That's why I kept talking.
Man. Okay, it seems to be maybe a small problem on the Atlanta Reign side. Hawk calling for another pause, but hopefully they'll be ready to get in just a moment. Do apologize for the brief wait. Like I said, always does happen to us. Weirdly enough, but we did see the comps quickly roll out, Rose. Yeah. And London Spitfire, weirdly enough, they want to try and play their own version of this Junk Queen comp on maps that permit it. So they're running the May on Village.
And I'd love to talk about this a bit more because I think that London Spitfire is one of those teams that's never been afraid to play something that's a bit more in their comfort zone. I mean, the fact that they forced the rush and May is such a key piece of that. You got to look at that and go, can Atlanta Reign actually play around this enough? The desk talked about how London Spitfire seems to be Atlanta Reign's Achilles heel, and it has a lot to do with how London play around these different rush pieces to really change up the flavors of these comps. And May, I think, just adds that extra element of being able to play cohesively as a group that London Spitfire have been able to capitalize on really well this season so far.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. They've done super well with the May in previous metas, or like the rush that they were setting up with. We are just getting back into the game, or like should be in just a moment. I do apologize. It's nothing we can do, sadly. But as soon as all the problems are ironed out, should be good to go. Yeah. A part of me is like, man, I kind of wish it was Kai and Backbone in the same role, like the hit scan role. Because then it'd be two British boys facing off against each other, which would be kind of sweet. There's Backbone versus Speedly. Backbone's also been incredibly impressive on a lot of picks. His Mei, his Genji's been looking better.
Yeah.
I thought when the Junker Queen comp came out and we saw Backbone Genji, it did look kind of meh, but over the last couple of games,
rusty.
it's been looking. Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
And that's maybe because they've been playing the Mei and this Rush comp.
Yeah, that's kind of
alongside.
what I was thinking. Is Backbone actually is well known for the Genji. I mean, the Mei I think a bit more so because that's just a bit more comfortable and kind of necessary for the compositions and teams that Backbone has played on historically. But the Genji, you're right on the money there, Jack. I think that it has started to look way better. But Speedily is also known for the Genji, so that's another DPS versus DPS I'm really excited about.
Let's take a look at some of the best plays from last week, though. We are still in the pause. I'm gonna hopefully after this we'll be in game.
It's time for week 2 of the Summer Showdown qualifiers.
Everybody's been beating everybody. The upsets have been in full swing. You have to kind of bait to walk forward, though, because even if you want to Blade here, first of all, he's outpaced the supports, which is very nice, not just Becky here. Importantly, you have to get past the Rally and the Sound Barrier, but you need to make sure the Valley are committed in a way that you can chase them down.
Okay, this time he does not wait to pull the blade. He pulls it immediately, and it's 4 swift kills in the blink of an eye. Zest shutting him down. That's half the time bank now drained away as he nearly comes up
forward
with the team kill. And they're looking for some more.
Becky got
You're going to be able to take that one.
Forward.
Yep. He yoinks him right back out into the open.
Monk's gone. Zest being the one to take them out. There's Fury's Doomfist coming into the fight. Lee hiding at the back with the overclock. I don't think they're going to be able to do anything here.
Where's Gaga?
Going to have to expend that. Wait, Jinmu just took out Aim God. Jinmu again finds Fury. Jinmu's keeping the team alive. Zest takes out Leave. 20 seconds remaining. This is going to be one hell of an assault coming in from the Hunters. They got Gaga's Rampage. If Gaga goes down, this is going to be disastrous for them. They might not have time. Jinmu is back in this fight again. They cleaned it up. They didn't even have to use that pivotal ultimate, and they're back on the points.
I mean, goodness, Jinmu really clutched that fight.
Figured out how to break the meta even further. It turns out all you need is a profit on Brigitte. Blade now going to be pulled out. Nisha taken down by Binham. The bomb will even get involved. The coach gun to take out Jinmu, and it is such a swift cleanup.
Did you see a Sound Barrier? Because I didn't. I think that was an Ajax from Nisha, sadly.
I think he got Ajaxed.
Oh, here it is. Oh, what a boot!
And what the hell was that? Binham booping him further up into the air and then dragging down.
Just give him the trophy. Just.
They win. They win the season. It's over. We don't need to play out the rest of it.
I don't care anymore. Vindame is the Rookie of the Year.
Rally out from Irony. The ante from the Rampage only catching 2. Bernard under a little bit of pressure, but now can be healed. An Architect finds Fitz. Blade pulled out immediately. Gets in, finds Prophet, finds Smurf, and it seems like we are not done yet. Architect
huge,
picking up 4 eliminations with the Blade itself. Otherwise, I believe just completely aces the squad. And that is going to be the cap now on to point B.
When the Sigma comps were a thing, you would either take 2 fights, like fight on the first corner and then fight on the last, but a lot of teams just held on this last corner before this point. Oh, Victoria, 13 HP, someone pack him, please. Oh, no, that's so unlucky.
I feel like this,
dude,
this map...
Look at him go!
I mean...
Like, look at this guy go. Like, 5 kills, just like that in a blink of an eye, quick team kill. This guy's just, he's a freak on the sticks, man.
Take a look at Proper from his POV. 1 dash through 2. Yeah, I mean, this is just... that's just filthy stuff.
Yo, welcome back.
What's up?
Sorry for the pause. Like I said, we're just getting people back into the game by the looks of it. But yeah, it's good. It's good. Look, at the end of the day, think about this. We get all the pauses out the way now, and then we don't have to suffer any for the rest of the weekend. That's exactly how that works. There we go, we're in game. Woo!
Let's
I can stand
go.
up again. I was sitting down. I was lounging. Shouldn't be lounging anymore.
Oh, look at that. Atlanta Rain actually utilized that Symmetra teleporter to get them closer to the point, but I think that one of the things that Atlanta Rain cannot do here is allow London Spitfire to get control first because of the Mei being able to shut off those entry points.
Ooh, gotta be careful. Speedy almost got the kill on Landon, but yeah, London Spitfire playing this perfectly for their comp. just hiding in a small room, waiting for a wall to do something. Hawk ends up going down to Sparker. It's just the slow to chip away at the Rain health bars as London end up finding the first cap. You can imagine if Speedy did find that kill onto Landon, it would have been a different tale, but not to be.
Yeah, and now London Spitfire, the onus is really on them to kind of keep control of the point. You've got Backbone being able to set up these walls, so Atlanta Reign have to play really carefully to make sure that they don't get walled off or isolated.
Yep, and that's what happens. You just gotta walk into the Thunderdome, and unfortunately there's a wall behind you, so you can't leave. The London Spitfire. I mean, this is the kind of map they want, and this is the, I guess, the coin flip or the three-sided dice roll, I suppose, that you have to take when going onto a control map.
True.
That you hope it's a map that you can play the May on, and London are rewarded.
I think that honestly, any stage of Nepal, this May can really work well here, but the May, of course, on Village is one of the best. It's a signature hero of this map, and you're going to be able to see why. Kai gets some love.
2 HP. Now you got packs. Nice movement. But still, the London Spitfire playing their own game right now. Speedily goes down to Sparker. Kai's using that overclock, trying to find targets. He's now jumped in straight into London Spitfire. He's going to be good, though. Does take Sparker down with a railgun, but the London Spitfire, even with losing their Sojourn, they're going to be able to hold on. They've got so many ults for this last fight. The Atlanta Reign have just not had any time to poke away at the London Spitfire. London Spitfire just run out and wall them up and just kill them.
I mean, even when Kai popped the overclock, the way that London Spitfire just stayed out of the way of that line of fire was really impressive. And so London, they do have this full bank of ultimates. They might not even need it, but we'll see.
All right, show me what you got, Speedly. He's going to pull the blade. There's the beat. Deal with that. Hardy just trying to duel out against Vigilante on the side. Speedly does find one kill in Landon, and a rally is invested by the Atlanta Reign. All 4 support ultimates now off the board. Speedy's first blade in the Overwatch League, and his first kill, in fact, is going to be onto a support. Perfect stuff from Atlanta Reign. They do use a lot in that fight, but they got the Rampage to follow up. London Spitfire, they lose control of the point for the first time this series.
Yeah, that was super nice from Speedily as well, though. We've talked about at the top of the show how supports need to be a primary focus for being able to dismantle a team composition. And so, you know, when Speedily went after the backline, Admiral and Landon, their focus was turned towards Speedily and dealing with him rather than keeping the rest of the team alive. So great distraction, great follow-up, and now Atlanta, they can use this Rampage.
Rampage lined up pretty well. Hardy and Abril and Teed. Abril can scoot away. Hardy maybe not quite so lucky. Jumps right on the mega health pack. Does grab it for the Atlanta Reign with a double anti. Should be good after that. Hardy did save his ult though. So okay, Backbone Widowmaker, maybe just for a quick pick. Yep, okay, straight back to May. I mean, you could do that now, I suppose, because you retain some of that ult charge, so not the worst thing in the world. Quickly switch there.
Well, I mean, it would have been great, too, if Atlanta Reign had kind of stayed pushed up, and then maybe the Widowmaker gets a quick pick, and that just snowballs for the Spitfire here. But they're going to take this high ground approach, really force Atlanta Reign to play where they want. And oh my gosh.
How does that work? How do the Cheerios do that much damage? That must have been an assist somehow. There's the Rampage looking like a slaughterhouse right now. OG and Hawk, unfortunately, go down. The Atlanta Reign on 70%. Vigilante getting chased. Backbone finishes him off, and overtime is ticking through. Speedy is 5% towards that blade. Can he even touch? No, he cannot. Gets spooked away. And the London Spitfire, they get round 1.
What a huge opening pick for that fight. I mean, that just made it so much easier for London to just follow up on that, get the team wipe, and also just take this first point. I mean, even up to that point, Jaws, they had played so flawlessly that they got that 99% to 0, no problem, before Atlanta Reign ended up taking back control. But this sets themselves up really well. We'll see if they end up adjusting off of the May here, but I think it can work as long as London Spitfire get set up and Atlanta don't go with something that might be able to work around the wall. But you can see Speedily actually hovering over the Echo.
Okay, another... Well, we saw the little hype video, right?
Yeah.
Speedily playing a little bit of the Echo. This is sort of what we were seeing at the very start of this meta joining the Overwatch League. Whoa, Vigilante with a... You see him bee-hopping around there, back around long. That was kind of crazy. Yeah, the Echo is just so good at like poking people down. Also a Junker Queen copy. Like, think about how much utility you get as Junker Queen. It's kind of OP, but it's actually getting online first. There's the beam. Ooh! Sheesh! Okay, Backbone just picks him out of the sky with a nice little right click. Speedly almost had Sparker's number. Commanding shout from London, pushing Atlanta Rain off the point. They've still got a lot of damage in Kai, and there you go. Admiral goes down. London still managed to cap, but the Rain now in control of the fight. They just need to chase Hardy away and the rest of the supports, and they should be able to find the flip. Yeah, Hardy's super low. And Kai, okay, did disrupt his shot kill, sure. Not sure where Landon was, but he just died off screen.
I mean, hey, sometimes these disruptor shots, man, they can do some work to put you in a position where Kai can just continue to knock him down. So
he's just locked in. You see that? You see the camera we jumped over to?
Oh yeah, I mean,
sick of losing.
I think so. I think Atlanta Rain, they're really hungry for the win against the London Spitfire, and you're gonna see them really try to be in peak form today. Especially with the Echo too. Let's see how well this can kind of continue to work, especially when you can just get behind the walls that London Spitfire is setting up to poke him from behind.
Kai looking for another headshot. Don't peek him, Backbone. Oh, you see that block there? You saw Kai kind of shooting at him. Maybe predicting the right click, but Kai a little bit more patient on the trigger. Ideally, the Rain here just play it all the way back. They have to bait Backbone in. The London Spitfire's comp so good at kind of walking up to a team and then isolating someone with a wall. Much harder on this point just because the architecture. There's the ultimate from Kai, that railgun charged up. Backbone a little bit of trouble, already popped that ice block. Kai hit a collateral there, but it was only to the body, so it was only a little bit of damage rather than an instant kill. A beat from London, and now a rally maybe to follow up. Lander's going to activate it, but Backbone is already dead. He was 5% away from that Blizzard. That could have been the turning point. Speedy finds 2 kills on the Echo, and the Atlanta Rain are going to be able to run away with this fight. Look at that. A copy on the Junker Queen. Who knew? Oh, who knew? Double commanding shout was pretty good. And a free rampage to boot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you needed it at that point, but Sparker was just free for the pickings right there, trying to retreat to spawn, but now London Spitfire with those staggers, they are looking at last fight territory, and Backbone is gonna have to get something done with this Blizzard. But OG, I mean, he's such a good Lucio, he could just speed everybody away from it.
Yeah, speed, boot people away. Oh, block already used by Backbone. Blizzard goes down. Who's it catching? Not sure. Vigilante's going to be the target. He's going to be isolated from the rest of his team, but OG comes in with the with some boops to try and save him, but Vigilante don't need saving. He gets chased down, but just handles it quite easily. The London Spitfire now 2 people versus 5 on the point, and Hawk's even got an ultimate. But it doesn't look doable for London now. Overtime is ticking down, and the Atlanta Rain with 100 to 10% on the London Spitfire side. Complete opposite of what happened last round.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that was just how Speedily was able to play this Echo. Not only did we get a great example of how the duplicate onto the Junker Queen can be extra effective with being able to have so many wounds available, the adrenaline rush, and just on top of that, just making sure that you've got that anti-healing for the rest of the team, but also just, I mean, oh, the tracking from Speedily.
Oh, man. I mean, he just transforms into Junker Queen, hits the shout, hits a knife, hits the axe.
Yep.
Weirdly enough, here's a tip for all you Overwatch heads out there. If you hit your abilities, they do a lot of damage.
Ooh.
I know, crazy. Crazy stuff.
Gonna have to try that in my ranked games.
Yeah.
Thanks for the tip.
I should be a tutorial YouTuber. That's what I should be. Oh, Vigilante. Jesus Christ, okay. I'll shut up then, Sparker, shall I? No worries. I guess Speedly at least goes Backbone, but Sparker starting off like that. It's pretty good for London Spitfire.
Yeah, and I think this is where the Echo might struggle a little bit. You've got this open pit in Sanctum that can be a little difficult to play around. Sure, you have these pillars, but at the end of the day, you really are trying to weave in the focus beam close as possible to make sure you're chunking down these targets. That leaves that Echo very vulnerable.
The burst damage from the sticky bombs, though, so crazy. Uh-oh, yep, Speedy's now in a whole heap of trouble. He does receive a pack and a little bit of healing from the Lucio, but that's just about it. The rest of his team looking like they wanted to back off. Atlanta Reign still in a decent spot. They don't lose anybody else, and they still have a kind of a forward positioning outside of the doorway, Rose.
Oh, look at that too. I mean, Speedily just feels the pressure. Switched over to the Genji almost immediately here after recognizing the Echo wasn't going to find the value with just all this open space. And so I like to see the Speedily Genji once again and see how it's going to contend against Backbone. Backbone's got a bit of an advantage right now with the ult charge.
Yeah, 71% to 42. We'll see if Speedy can catch up. With that kill, he might just do so. Admiral still got that beat. In fact, they do manage to kill Hawk. Well, Spitfire might not need to invest anything else. Atlanta Reign were pressuring the point for just a moment, but after seeing that rally, they end up backing up as they don't have support ultimates for themselves. Speedily in trouble. Uses the Reflect, receives a pack and some more healing. But Vigilante got a boop off the map. Landon's off. Admiral now may have to use that beat. If London Spitfire want to try and fight this, there you go, they do decide to. Landon's coming back from spawn, but the Atlanta Reign are more than happy to just beat into the rest of the London Spitfire. Hadi is the main target right now and falls to Speedly as Kai just pumping out the damage from the side. The Atlanta Reign end up winning that fight. Vigilante with the perfect pick onto Landon.
Yeah, that boop, that environmental really did start things off super well. I think we're going to get a replay of it too. Oh, the flail! Right onto Landon. Nice. Yeah, that's got to feel so good, Vigilante being able to get that opening pick like that. But London, they're walking back into this one with a few ults.
Double blade. Backbone's got one, Speedly's got the other. Nice kill onto Landon from Speedly, but Backbone returns it in kind with a kill onto Hawk. London Spitfire went so deep, though. Jeez, straight onto that mega health pack. Was that Junker Queen screaming as she fell off the map?
I think that was that Genji or Junker Queen?
I don't know, sure. But that was a really elongated scream. It sounded kind of horror-esque.
That
was like playing Phasmophobia or something.
Listen, if you're falling off of wherever this is, like, look how high up you are in the mountain.
Yeah,
I think
that's true.
You could be screaming pretty long too.
Oh, nice boop. Hawk gets booped out of the way, so his Rampage hits nobody. On the reverse side, Hadi hits 3 with his. Speedy Kai and Vigilante long gone. The Atlanta Reign's tank ultimate there completely thwarted by Admiral, or maybe it was Landon. One of the supports did that. The London Spitfire find that fight with ease, and look, 85%. Reign can come back, they got one more fight in them.
They do, but Landon is going to be the first to approach one of these support ultimates, but whoa, okay. We saw the kind of maybe panic pick for Hawk to go over to the Doomfist really fast, but this is still buying time for Landon to get this rally online, and London just going to kick it off here.
Hawk's isolated, but he doesn't need backup. He's got his fists. Sparker dies, OT is here, so Atlanta Reign have to fight in this small corridor with a person down. They do actually find the flip. It was actually Speedly who got the cap. Vigilante is dead, but they are just buying time right now, and that's perfect if you're the Atlanta Reign. OG and Vigilante are dead, so no heals for the Reign, and London Spitfire do manage to mop up the fight, but Atlanta Reign have garnered a little bit of extra time to come back in. There's Hawk switching over to Doomfist, gets back to trigger overtime, but none of the team are there to back him up. The London Spitfire start off the series strong with a win.
Yeah, really clean from both sides. I mean, they both had their comfort zones, and we could see that when we kind of went from London Spitfire having a dominant performance on Village, and then Shrine going the way of the Atlanta Reign. But Sanctum, that was a tough battle for both of these teams. I think we're in for a good series, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. It's good to see Speedly making his debut. We'll have to see if he stays in. Same with Vigilante, to be fair. We're going on to Hybrid as our next map type. We'll see you in a bit. Midtown is our next map. No substitutions either. So Speedly and Vigilante staying in for the Atlanta Reign. A fairly close affair on Nepal there, Rose. One map was very London, one map was very Atlanta, then the last map, or last round I should say, I suppose, was quite close.
Yeah.
So we'll see how Midtown ends up panning out for us.
Yeah, especially when I feel like Midtown and just getting into the rest of the maps that are part of the map set this series, you can really play around with some of these more interesting picks that really do help to spice up the Junker Queen composition. Love to see if we get a chance for more Backbone May and maybe more Speedily Echo. Both of those picks just looked so good for either team.
Yeah, the Echo was kind of devastating. Yeah, like I said, who knew? 2 Junk Queens, pretty good. Pretty good. And I mean, the Atlanta Reign, look, this is definitely a good start for them. London have been quite the contender since this year started, honestly. Like, I think a lot of people had them quite low on their power rankings, but they've proven everybody otherwise. The Atlanta Reign have always been an exceptional team, up in like the top 4, top 5 kind of scenario.
Yeah.
But this qualifiers, they seem to be starting off kind of flat, but then, you know, when Reign get to tournaments, they go crazy. So
They do.
it's sometimes hard to gauge how well the Atlanta Reign are doing when these qualifier situations, but yeah, I always found that quite funny. I mean, who did they beat to get here? It was Paris, but they lost to Toronto, who right now is a top 3 team.
Yeah.
And they also lost to Boston at the hands of the Punker Queen. So it's been a little bit tough, yes, but honestly, the addition of Vigilante and Speedly, they're going to clutch into the tournament. I can see it right now. And like you mentioned, Rose, Speedly's ability to change to something like the Echo is fantastic. Like, super flexible DPS player that has been proven for the last like 3 years in contenders.
And that was just a kind of a trademark of his. Whenever it was either playing the Echo, playing the Genji, these are heroes that slot into this meta so well. We see the Echo choice a little bit actually in the Eastern region, and it really has been about duplicating the Junker Queen. We got a great example of how that works on Nepal, but we're seeing Speedily also come out of the attacking spawn with the Echo. And so I think there are some great buildings you can play around with this, but you do have to be careful.
Yeah, they're taking so much spam damage in that small corridor, in that train. Who part of that train there anyway? That's what I want to know. All right, okay, Speedly's going to the Genji now instead, so off the Echo completely.
Okay, I mean, that works too. I think that when Speedily is able to play either of these heroes, you're going to see a really nice fluid approach to which one feels better in the moment. But, you know, Speedily does get to keep some of that ultimate charge from the Echo, but I think this allows him to go in really fast and aggressive.
Wow, Huddy got kind of booped away. Nice reflect kill actually from Speedy onto Sparker, sending that railgun right the way back. I mean, the damage has really already been done. I mean, Speedy did his job. The Atlanta Reign now pushing on to the point after both Genjis end up dying. London Spitfire should be able to get a small recontest, even if it's just 4 people.
Yeah, I mean, look at Hottie and Landon. They're waiting for Admiral to go speed them in.
Nice boop. Admiral got booped super far away.
Yeah,
okay, Vigilante juggling the point with Hawk. Nice shot onto Admiral though, he's half HP, trying to get healed up, trying to heal himself. Landon didn't have any packs to spare by the looks of it. Backbone's now in, trying to contest. Only 10% to go really for the Atlanta Reign, they should be good. And Kai handles Landon with ease. And that should be good. Atlanta Reign, double support ultimate. In fact, almost a whole slate of ults coming into this next point.
Yeah, pacing the Rampage a little bit on Hottie's end of things, but I mean, that double support ultimate from Atlanta is going to be matched by that of London Spitfire. And so you're really looking at this point, who is going to feel confident enough to pop their DPS ultimates to be able to deal with the overhealth and the shields that either of these ultimates is going to provide. And really, you're looking at just finding as much value as possible. You don't want to use both support ultimates if you can help it.
Ooh. Man, the Surgeons have kind of been on one today already. Good stuff, good stuff.
I think we're going to see that a lot. I mean, it's Sparker and it's Kai.
Oh, backbone. That was kind of nasty, actually. Little blade pull as well into the spawn. Don't mind if I do. Hello, Speedly. Goodbye, Speedly.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, what's London right now? That's
what is happening?
By value.
What is happening here? Hawk is just bogged. Actually bogged by the Spitfire. That was the longest chase in the history of chases.
Oh, what? Where's OG?
Oh.
Where did Sparker? How did Sparker die? Where did they go? Why are they over here?
What is happening? What is happening? Okay, OG and Speedly are on the point. The Spitfire are going to have to get back. They're two of the most mobile heroes. Oh, OG got rolled by Terrain there. Couldn't get over the little green bit.
What is that?
But I mean, that's not bad. Atlanta Terrain get a lot of positioning back for that. We're in kind of the same situation. Speedly now going in with the blade. He already received the commanding shout, so his health bar a little bit healthier than one might expect, but nothing that Lannon can't handle. The rest of his team was kind of hodling around the payload there. There was no real backup over the top of this high ground. However, Hattie dying and Backbone dead, maybe that was the distraction they were after. 3 ultimates still alive for the Atlanta Reign. This is a good push.
I mean, the fact that they had the blade, it was a little bit of a wet noodle, unfortunately. Landon was able to neutralize that pretty quickly. But the rally, too, I mean, look at this. Jaws, they're already approaching the second objective, and Kai is going to kick things off.
It might end right here, right now. Oh, they're going to rally. They've already lost OG, and this is going to be Spitfire's final stand on the second point. There's only a meter to go before Atlanta Reign do manage to cap. The humongous ult from Hawk hits every single member of the London Spitfire. Admiral's coming back, just maybe can save it, but the Rampage from Hawk, way too good.
Oh, they capped under all of the chaos. London Spitfire were right there. But because of how aggressive Reign were playing, London didn't even get a chance to actually touch the cart. So good stuff from the Reign. They get to roll into this third objective, and Joss, it looks like they have plenty of time to do so. 3.5 minutes here, and they're just gonna have to start rotating through some ultimates, maybe take an eco push, but if they're lucky and they play their cards just right, they could just push this all the way in.
Gotta be careful, Backbone's blades up. No support almost for the Reign. Commanding shout might be all that they have. All the speed from OG's good though, and another big boop. Backbone doesn't really get too much. A little bit of damage onto Hawk, but he might be able to get healed up. Hawk and Landon do end up trading. It's whether the Atlanta Reign still want to go for this. It looks like they want to. Vigilante's going to pop that rally, and Kai, OG, and Vigilante, a 3-man wrecking crew, end up cleaning up the London Spitfire.
Wow, yeah. I mean, that blade looked good in the small room, but OG coming in to save the day? This is the eco push that Reign needed. They got a valuable ultimate out of the Spitfire. And so now they just have to deal with the beat from Admiral. And once they get that out of their system, then they can go in with Speedly's blade.
Okay, the beat's already come out for London. Speedy now looking towards a free blade potentially, but not before Backbone can end the fight rather quickly. The Atlanta Reign more than happy with that push though, Rose.
Yeah, again, they got another high value ultimate out of the Spitfire, and they still have to contend with the rally from Landon, but sometimes that can be slow to accumulate depending on whether or not that Brigitte is in a good position to be able to get the damage and also, of course, get that Inspire healing. And Reign, the rally might not even be enough with the firepower that they're boasting.
There's one boop, there's two boops, no boops left. Speedly goes in, a lot of damage with the blade. The rally from Landon's coming out rather late, though, in this fight. The Atlanta Reign, they did get some decent damage down, but London Spitfire's kiting potential is absolutely massive. Another nice dagger will end Hawk and help OG go down. London Spitfire shooing off a lot of that time bank.
all of a sudden, yeah, 2 minutes just completely gone, and the Lucio's just continuing to impress. The way that this positioning of these fights have been going, I'm looking at Admiral and OG to really set the pace of how these fights are going to go. And I mean, Jaws, OG has Sound Barrier. Having any support ultimate online right now could be a huge boon.
Look at how he's positioning. He set himself up for an ult, or at least trying to. Hawk went way sooner, and you see Speely's chasing after Sparker. A beat from the Atlanta Rain to survive Hardy's ultimate. And Atlanta now in a position to cap with time. It's not over a minute, but still, any time is valuable, especially on Midtown. Backbone's got the blade, lying in wait, got to pull it soon. His target is Hawk, he does get booped, but look at the health bars just racking up. Vigilante and OG keeping Hawk alive for as long as possible, and both support from Spitfire are already dead. Vigilante pops the rally, and they will be able to get that final point with 25 seconds in the time bank.
Feeling pretty good to capture all 3 points. I felt like Atlanta Rain had to really work for that, though. And this is what we expected out of two of some of the best teams in the Western region. And especially one that have such a storied rivalry, it feels like, for this season. I mean, Atlanta really just pulling out all the stops, and I think that rally from Vigilante coming online at the tail end of things just to secure the objective was exactly what Rain needed to really push themselves over the edge.
I mean, for a new addition in Vigilante, we knew his Brig was good, but that's 2 really nice rallies he's had already. That it wasn't quite a 1v3, but a 3v4, 3v5 almost for the Atlanta Rain. They come out on top with Kai, OG, and Vigilante staying alive. Like, yeah, Vigilante's already looking rather good.
Oh wait,
what is
OG.
this one? The Cheerios. Oh, was this the kill? Onto Sparker. Ooh,
oh no!
That aim though. That aim though. He's got him. He's gonna get him. Sparker running for his life. Oh yeah, that was a mega pack just in that other room.
Okay, that's where it happened. Because I was like, how did OG get a boop kill onto Sparker?
Yeah.
Like, what happened to be able to allow that to be a scenario we were looking at? It's just the chase down. I love these aggressive Lucios. It's so fun to watch.
Yeah, any Lucio that can play aggressive is all good in my books, that's for sure. Quickly starting out as the Ana. I always like kind of doing that, either a nade or a quick sleep if someone tries
on the
defense, tries to line up for some damage on the spawn doors. Could be a fight win sometimes. You can win the point off just that one pick.
And you know, London are looking at trying to complete and also have as much time in the bank as possible. This echo, though, from Speedily might make things a bit difficult to try to get to the point, though. You can lock down so much entry.
Yeah, super annoying on the defense. Just the spam and the high gun that you get for free, pretty much. London do escort themselves to point, holding each other's hands in the locker room. The Atlanta Rain with Speedly's like burst damage and Kai's burst damage too. It's just overwhelming at times. Backbone's already used the reflect. That laser beam will go straight through it. Focus and beam, not even needed as Vigilante finishes up that kill. Oh, Speedly going aggro, but both DPS are dead for Spitfire. It's done.
Oh, and at this point, just cleanup here, it feels like, for London. They're going to have to go back to spawn and reset. And at this point, too, look how quickly Speedily has accumulated ultimate charge. If London Spitfire aren't careful, that could really get out of hand with Speedily going to copy the Junker Queen and then Hawk. Like, that buys enough time for Hawk to get another Rampage online for himself.
Yeah, what is he? 72 to, what, 51 and 49? Or 50, we'll call it 50% for Sparker and Backbone.
It's a lot.
Yeah, he's getting it quite quickly. Oh, Backbone, hello. What's up? Oh, and wow, Speedy just dies to a headshot of Sparker. Okay, London Spitfire now going to push on to the point. Atlanta Rain do have both support ultimates coming up. Could use that to recontest. Vigilante just gets rally, and OG will come up with his beat in just a moment. There's the rally from the Rain. Sparker looking for another quick headshot, but without overhealth building up, it's going to be harder than it at first appears. Speedy back from spawn, already takes a body shot from Sparker. He's pushed both DPS from the Atlanta Rain all the way back, and now the beats are going to come out both from Admiral and OG. Admiral looked like his one got interrupted, or at least booped there for a second. No Ajax is here though. 1 minute and 44 seconds does remain as it's just a brawl on this point, and London Spitfire filling the kill feed with blue. They finally cut down the Atlanta Rain and cap point A.
Well, look at that. Speedily actually didn't even use the duplicate. I actually don't think that Speedily even got it online. So we'll see Speedily actually switch over to the Genji here to try to go for some of these more close quarters fights. But that was expensive. Both support ultimates used from both teams. While Atlanta has this high ground advantage, they now lack that pressure from that aerial unit of the Echo, so they've got to go in and get aggressive.
Oh, yeah, speaking of which, I think you just got your wish there. Piper going super low, does pull the blade. Has to be careful of Kai. Yep, because that will happen. Wasn't a headshot, but a body shot was enough. That will suffice for the time being.
Looking good. And pushing London back to their spot. This is what Atlanta want. They want to make sure that, you know, if that, I mean, worst case scenario, you know, you get to a second round, but you kind of don't want that. I mean, Atlanta could just kind of shut things down here with the Rampage.
Oh, yeah, the Rampage set up. Both Rampages come out. 3-person each side getting antied. Landon, a good target for Hawk. Vigilante ends up bleeding out, and it's actually a trade. Now just a 3-on-3. Admiral and OG. Lucio 1v1, maybe an honorable one, maybe not so much. Kai ends up going down, Sparker to follow. Now a 2-on-2, but London Spitfire spawn a little bit closer to this fight, so the Atlanta Reign will end up being bled dry at the very end of it.
Hey, respawn advantage feels pretty good. That card's rolled back quite a bit, though. And so now you're looking at London trying to get under this car wash before Atlanta Reign can come back and recontest. But you can see Kai already set up to try to get some straightaway damage. And then you also just need to try to take this high ground. But London's giving it up completely.
Yeah, they just want to fight on low. I mean, getting Sparker a good sightline is nice. Get range to drop, and then Sparker maybe goes height. Gets a nice little railgunner. Blade from Speedly. Gonna get matched with a beat from the Spitfire. A rally from Vigilante. I mean, decent. I mean, the Atlanta Reign are out to back off and then use their beat late. It's perfect. London Spitfire don't have the overhealth now, and Sparker has to just push himself all the way back, so his line of sight aren't that great. However, London don't lose anybody, so it's more of an equal trade. But all support ultimates now gone. It's just a neutral fight until maybe Backbone gets his blade online. And that's good for the Reign. They're burning so much time away.
A minute and a half now. That's already half of the time bank of second point completely gone. But yeah, we're looking at Backbone and Kai racing each other to these DPS ultimates. Especially when both the support ults for both teams are offline right now. Those aren't coming online anytime soon. And the Backbone gets low.
Oh.
That's a pick.
Yeah, Vigilante gets lower. Yeah, and Speedly ends up going down. Lone Spitfire, if they wipe the Atlanta Reign slightly slow here, that could be troublesome, as the Reign won't be able to go for another recontest. Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Nope, Vigilante is there, but nah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Vigilante and Kai were trying to make a quick getaway. They didn't have the support to be able to take a contest, and if they had, they would have been staggered. There's no way you win the 2v5 there. Even though, you know, we all believe in Kai's abilities, but it's just a little...
Happen, okay? It can happen. If you're Kai and you have an overclock,
Oh, maybe. Yeah, no, you're right, though. It's still risky, and that's too much of a risk for the reward you would get.
Speaking of Kai's overclock,
Kite it away.
Any angs? Any angs? No. No angs found. Unfortunate. However, Hawk's got his Rampage coming up. Oh, another nice reflect. This time from Backbone. Pulls the blade, jumps to the backline, gets it infinitely booped. CC out of control there. Controlling Backbone's positioning. Now the London Spitfire, they use their beat to push forward. The Atlanta Reign still have a Rampage to hold on to, and without that beat, it could be disastrous. Ali stepping up to the plate, but OG's already dead, and now a rally from Vigilante. Valentine, wrong team. Wrong character, wrong role as well. Hawk and Addy do end up going down. Here's the blade from Speedly. Vigilante with a counter poop on to Landon, both shield bashing into each other. But Speedly does end up saving the day, helping OG secure the kill onto Landon. With 60 seconds to go, the London Spitfire on their last legs.
They are, but they've got the ultimate economy. I mean, you just forced out so many ults from the Atlanta Reign just to keep London from capturing that third objective. And now Hottie can kick things off with a Rampage, a nice follow-up from Sparker to just get these railgun shots with the overclock active. You could definitely get this done, but this is going to be the final attempt for London, so it has to be done here.
Oh! Not sure what kind of damage followed that up. Sparker hit that ult, Rose.
Yeah, it's gone.
It gets reflected back, and Speedly with a nice kill. Now London have 20 seconds to go.
Oh my gosh, this actually just got way harder too. You don't have the overclock to follow up the rampage anymore, and OG could time this sound barrier perfectly to make sure that London Spitfire don't even have a chance to capture this third point.
Last push. He's trying to set up for a big rampage. He wants to corral the rain, but Huddy's already sent pretty low, and in fact, he has to use that commanding shout to save himself. Touching the payload is a priority for the London Spitfire. Can't get off as overtime is here, and the Atlanta Reign more than happy just to kind of let this fight stall out for a little bit. Maybe Kai gets his railgun online. Sparker's infinitely far away. Only 20% to Kai, 70 right now. And as much of the time goes on, the overtime will tick down increasingly quicker as soon as London get off that payload. Still, just stall. Are we going to see another 2-minute stall like in Coliseum? I don't think so, as overtime is here, but OG still waiting with that beat. London Spitfire now getting aggressive as Hawk ends up going down. Rampage comes out, hits 2 for the Rain, but that overshield doing so much. The London Spitfire used their beat in kind, though, and were able to just stall out for long enough to get both support ultimates online. Now Landon could just sit pretty with a rally, as now it's up to Rain to stop the push.
Gosh, and the overclock being used now too. Speedly's gonna have to be able to come back with the blade, but what legs do Rain have to stand on?
2% for Backbone's Blade. He can pull it out to end it right now. Commanding shout's good, and it's going to be Blade versus Blade. Speedly's got one as well. He gets Landon. One support dead. London Spitfire hanging on for dear life. But no, the Rain cut them short on point C, and they tie the series up.
There's your answer. It's Speedly's legs. Doing some heavy lifting right there at the end with the blade, really finding value. It looked close there for London to be able to get that. I mean, the patience that they executed for Hadi to wait till OG popped the sound barrier and then go in the rampage. They knew what they were playing for. They knew what the win condition was, but it just got shut down.
All right, close series. I think everybody expected it to be. The Death certainly did with the Preds. We'll see which way this series ends up taking us after this break.
2 shots, dead in the ground. We ain't the same, pull up. 3 rounds, bro, you done. We let it rain, head pop. So look out when we in the zone. Don't play around. I got a strap, put to your back. Tell you now, we laying it down. Yeah, bands up, trapped out. I bring the dogs, gang out. Look. Don't wanna fade and drop out, got no clout. Think smart, this crucial. We ain't no average usual. Nah, we let it rain, ain't seen a savage who you.
Yeah, it's 1-1 right now. London Spitfire and the Atlanta Reign. After Atlanta Reign managed to hold London just at the very end of Midtown there. We're looking at some stats in the break. Heads up. Shout out to Noah, our stats guy.
Yeah.
Talking about the Junker Queen stats from last map, Hattie versus Hawk.
It's pretty stark contrast. Like Hawk actually just tank diffed Hottie here. Especially when you look at the Jagged Blade accuracy, 30% to 16%. That's Hawk leading there with that 30. And then the Rampage kills as well. Hawk just finding better value with that 10 to 2.
Yeah, 5xing. 5xing Hardy's Rampage kills, which is kind of crazy. Those Rampages, an unbelievable ultimate. And, well, we've seen it, a couple of them. In once, like... Echo. More Echo, maybe? If we have a meta where if this meta evolves into like just Echoes instead of the Genjis, I think that would be rather funny. It would be very chaotic but rather funny to see 4 Rampages going off at the same time.
Gosh. That's just over.
Would be rather silly, but I know. It's okay. At the end of the day, what's more fun than just watching everybody's health bars just get deleted to 0 through a Rampage? I mean, because imagine that. It would just be the Echo surviving, right? Because double Rampage on either side, everybody's anti, no one can get healed, everybody ticking down at like a lightning speed, and then it's just the Echoes who come out of the copy, and then they're like, oh, it's just us. And then it's an honorable 1v1.
We're missing those, I feel like, in this meta. The honorable 1v1.
The honorable 1v1s?
Yeah.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. It's, no more like Lucio or like... Would you say a Widowmaker 1v1's like an admirable 1v1? Would you say that's?
I think so.
From across the map, I think.
Yeah, we've definitely seen that in like Circuit Royale. That's when it's fun, when you know that the Widows are hunting for maybe the grapple shots or just looking at those
looking for
areas.
clips.
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. They're just looking for highlight videos.
I don't blame
them. That's what I do every single time I play Overwatch.
Gotta
just look for Widow clips and then only post the best ones. With the one shot, the one like sick shot I hit out of like the hundreds that I go for. I'm like, yeah, I do this all the time.
Yeah, it's
difference is Arns and Kai and people that can actually aim hit those 3 out of 5 times.
Putting your best foot forward. It's okay. I won't tell anybody.
Okay, good. Okay, good. There's definitely not like tens of thousands of people watching right now.
No.
All good. All right, we are in Junkertown. Enough of that rambling. Same comps though. I'm surprised that London or maybe Atlanta Reign didn't want to go for kind of a Widowmaker, but kind of makes sense if you want to fight in the neutral like this. Ooh, not quite so neutral anymore. Well, now it is. Tell a lie. Both Briggs are dead, but no, Kai is locked in. He's online. He's hitting heads.
Yeah, and also those disruptor shots too, just really forcing London to have to split up. Hottie barely gets away with his life. Can't really chase that down, just knowing that Admiral and Landon are back online to make sure that Hottie can actually get that healing. But the aggression from the Reign have forced us into this position where London really only get 1 attempt to stop this cart before it gets that first checkpoint.
Yeah, it does very much feel like the nature of Junkertown. But at least you do get a second bit of defense here. Oh, look at that speed from the Atlanta Reign. Pace setting, trend setting right now. Very quick. First point cap. All right. 5 minutes per second. If they can get Kai set up on high ground and Speedy on a flank angle too, it would be quite nice.
Yeah, that would be super nice. And I think that, you know, when Kai is able to get that consistent damage with the Sojourn, it pairs really nicely with Hawk actually landing those Jagged Blades. I mean, that 30% accuracy is quite huge when you consider the fact that Jagged Blade allows you to wound an opponent that gets hit by it. And so that just compounds on the fact of having that explosive burst damage, as we're just going to see Atlanta Reign get set up here for what's to come.
They weren't quite able to take high ground that quickly, but Speely's built a quick blade. Backbone's not too far behind him, about 8% or so, but this is a perfect angle for maybe Speedly to go in. With commanding shout, jumps straight to the front line. One boom down already, he turns around, and a beat comes out from London. So Speedly keeping himself alive. Vigilante unable to do so, and Rain don't actually invest their own beat to keep Vigilante alive. So I think London gonna have to be wary. Still got a beat to use, but Rain still on the aggression on the stairs.
Yeah, I mean, Speedily didn't get any value from that blade, though, so I think Backbone is looking for an opportunity to pull his own, and that time might be coming up pretty soon, especially if they can get that beat or that rally out of the rain.
There's a rally from the Rain. Hawk's already pretty low, though. Overhealth ticking up. Hawk's super low still, somehow. Okay, there you go. He got triple packed by the looks of it, and Kai using that overclock. Everybody pretty scared, and I would be too. Backbone pulling the blade as Kai's still waiting. He's waiting for someone to peek. Rampage from Hawk. 3 people to anti the London Spitfire don't stand a chance in that small room. And Kai holding off Sparker that entire time, Rose. Sparker didn't really have a say in that fight at all, because Kai was just sitting on low ground like, okay, try and peek me. I'm going to headshot you.
Yeah, that was a great way to distract Sparker from being a part of that conversation. And I think also when you look at how Backbone got isolated in that room, man, Jaws, you can deflect so much with the Genji blade, but you can't deflect everything. I'm looking at Vigilante right now, probably having the time of his life in that small room with the rest of the Rain against Backbone.
They do be sawing it. Oh, speaking of swinging, axe cleaving the Backbone's head in 2. All right, Speedly and Hawk hit with that Rampage. Hardy with a nice long-range knife ball. Still trying to win these small fights on the side. Hawk's positioning has been exceptionally good. Like, you're stopping Hardy from really joining the rest of his team and getting any value there by just holding that corner, swinging the axe every time it comes off of cooldown. Hawk is really showing up in the series today already.
I think that's just everybody on the Rain. They've had such a good handle on their counterpart on the other team that it really has made it feel like it's kind of a 5v4 for a lot of these fights in the favor of the Rain.
There's the overclock. Deflects. Not going to shoot into it. Oh, maybe he did shoot into it. I'm not sure. Spilly might have been holding that deflect still because Sparker's health bar just disappeared. 3.5 minutes to go for the Rain, and they're on the final little stretch. Landon's dead. Speedly's got the blade still. Atlanta Rain setting an unreal pace. And who's behind them right now? It might be Sparker. No, Sparker's in the spawn. Someone is behind the Atlanta Rain. They're just ignoring them completely. Backbone's taken pretty low. Speedly's blade doing so much damage, and Vigilante putting his name on the board. What a speed run there from the Atlanta Rain on Junkertown.
Very decisive speed run too. You know, for a lot of this series, it's felt very back and forth, and obviously we have yet to see how London Spitfire do on their attack push, but the Rain made that very convincing. So many nice moments from them too. Josh, we were able to call out a few of those where, you know, Kai keeping Sparker busy, Hawk keeping Hottie busy. It's been great to see this look from the Rain. They've struggled a bit in the lead up to this match.
I didn't know that little bar area is called Wolf Woods. Shout out Wolf. That's pretty cool.
That
That's
either.
new every day. Yeah, there's those little small changes. Maybe it's always been there. I don't know. You don't normally look back at the spawn, to be fair. So maybe I just always miss that sign, I suppose. Not sure. What's this Hawk? Woo! Oh man! So, jeez. So that's what happened. Hawk hit a jagged blade onto Sparker, and Sparker just kind of got pulled in. Jeez, that was a fantastic way of shutting that down. That opened it up too for the final cap there.
Jagged blade accuracy. We're gonna see it really
good.
matter. Really are.
Yeah, any form of displacement is always super clean, and we don't really have big abilities to pull people towards you, you know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, hitting that can be kind of crazy. Oh, okay. Small difference from London. Going back to your face. Oh! I can't wait to see Backbone on May on Junkertown. It's going to be great. It just instantly dies to the headshot guy. Unlucky.
Oh, I didn't caster curse that, I swear. I swear, I wanted to see the May. We will see the May. Maybe.
maybe. A little bit of revenge from the other Sojourn and Sparker there. All right, nice, decent spawn hold from the Rain, but it should begin to unravel. Yeah, there you go.
Well, when you have the Mei and you're trying to contend against that at your spawn room doors, I don't think that's gonna really work too well there for the Rain, but that close hold is always so nice because now Rain really get 2 chances to contest this cart, whereas on the flip side of things on that first round, London got 1. So you really want to try to buy yourself as many opportunities as possible, so you'll see Rain come back into this one pretty quick.
This ends now.
Super early overclock. Don't think the Rain are really expecting this. They have to use that commanding shout to get in the faces of the London Spitfire right now. Jeez, yeah, Admiral picking up the counter Hawk. That was after a nice disruptor shot. Slowed Hawk's movement speed. Sparker, Speedy doesn't end up coming up with a kill, but Admiral, Lucio finding a lot of final blows right now for the London Spitfire. Nice jagged blade. Come to me, OG. That should be good. London Spitfire also making quite a clean first point push.
Yeah, that fight went a lot longer than I think Rain would have liked, so they don't actually get this second chance to contest. But you can see Hawk waiting in the wings there, but the call to just sit back and wait, try to take this high ground presence away from the Spitfire is definitely the right call when you know as well that Vigilante has the rally. Oh no!
Oh,
Speedily!
Oh, someone help him. Someone help him.
Can't help him.
Wow, what a whip shot from Landon there. That was super nice. You saw him leap onto the high ground almost there on those big cogs. You can shield bash and you get launched up into the sky. Always a scary sight seeing a flying brig.
Yep.
Always scary. Double rally from both teams. Sparker sent really low, and look how split up the Atlanta Rain are right now, but Hawk more than willing to fight in those small corridors with the knife and with the axe. Now Vigilante, the focus of attention for the London Spitfire, but with that beat from OG, that will seal it.
Questioning the sound barrier for just a little bit, but it makes a lot of sense knowing that it bought time for Speedily to come back into the fight. But at least London Spitfire didn't get trigger happy and use their sound barrier as well. That gives them such a nice answer to what the Rain have in store for them coming into this next team fight, which is going to be those DPS ultimates and of course the Rampage on either side.
Oh, nice pull.
Oh, look
really
at
nice
that.
jagged blade there from Hardy. Pulls Hawk down from the high ground. Blizzard from Backbone. Oh, there's no way Hawk survives that one. Yeah, wasn't even LOS of his healers there, unfortunately. Good Blizzard usage from London. OG going pretty low. Hardy's range quite ineffective when he's standing that far back, but Kai's not so much. He's got that overclock on the high ground, away from the London Spitfire, like sitting all the way at the back, but London, they're comp, they want to play together, they just want to push around these corners, and they're doing just that, but they're getting picked apart at the seams right now.
Ooh, well, a nice ice block there from Backbone. I think gets out of it a bit too early, maybe hoping to keep that player advantage alive here for the Spitfire, and at least now Spitfire can get a bit of momentum going forward, but Rain's respawns are still closer, so they have that advantage until Spitfire's reinforcements come back.
Missed the jagged blade. Hawk's got the Rampage, so it's Hardy. It's Junk Queen versus Junker Queen. You saw the stats earlier on. Hawk was very much in the lead. We'll see if Hardy can tip the scales in his favor. It's where London really want to go. Okay, so Backbone's also switched off of the Mei over to the Genji instead, saving a little bit of that ult charge. He's up to 40% on that blade, and now looks like London want to make their incision.
Wow, look at Backbone kind of splitting up too. Try to get another angle.
Maybe. Rally, Rampage in the small room. 4 people hit with the Rampage from Hawk. Yep, he's still right now just outgunning Hardy in the Junker Queen versus Junker Queen matchup. That's a Rain. Hope the London Spitfire get a team kill, burning that time bank down something good. Like, what, a minute and 40 seconds to go? London Spitfire, they've got very little in the bank, and in fact, they switch again. Backbone's back on the Mei.
Oh, I mean, okay, if Spitfire can rush into things, they can find value from this Mei, but it really does rely on them actually getting there without taking too much damage. And Rain, at this point, they're taking this forward positioning, they're trying to poke away. You need to play around this cart, though, if you're the Spitfire, and force Rain to come to you. Risky. So risky.
Don't really need that at all. There's the blade, there's the boop. Nice dash and a beat. That ice block didn't last long enough. Look at that damage. 3 people, 1 slash there from Speedly. Couple of resets will do him good, and the Atlanta Reign more so. 50 seconds to go. The Atlanta Reign come into that fight with ult advantage. You kind of expect them to win it, but now they put London on a clock. Quite literally, 40 seconds. A beat is all they have.
That could be enough. If Admiral is able to use the sound barrier a bit aggressively before Kai can get the overclock online, then you're not too worried about just getting chunked away at that massive amounts of damage. So Admiral looking to be in a position to use this beat, make sure it hits everybody to just rush at the Reign. Kai's working up to that overclock though, it's coming online fast.
There it is. He called it. He's going to use it. An instant headshot. I'm not sure who it was on. It didn't really matter as the beat came out just in time before it even goes down. Sparker pretty low. Has to dash to that mega health pack. And Kai still in a decent spot. Landon falls. A limited healing now for the London Spitfire. They have to end this fight now. Vigilante and OG also end up falling as overtime has arrived. Kai low. He's going to get killed off with a couple of Cheerios or just Sparker matching him on the high ground. London win that out with a beat. You called it, Rose. But only a minute and 26 seconds to go for this final point. Look at the gargantuan time by the Atlanta Reign have accumulated last round. A very, very up-until struggle now for the Spitfire.
I mean, that's just 2 team fights. That's really all that London Spitfire have in the tank. You're having to hope that they can rotate through these ultimates and well enough that they can mitigate this respawn advantage that Reign are going to have. The rally too from Vigilante, another answer here for the call that Spitfire are going to make. This Blizzard.
Speedly with a blade. Oh, he's going so low already. Receives so much healing. Look at his health bar just tick all the way up, but OG is unfortunately dead. The Atlanta Reign and Spitfire use that rally, and now it's about these isolation kills. Hawk gets separated with a wall, and London still trying to contend with Speedly. He has somehow not died. He eventually goes down. I mean, the target priority was good for Spitfire. Hawk dying, no front line, but they're still burning time off the bank. London Spitfire now have to be pretty much perfect with 20 seconds to go.
Well, they held on to basically everything, only using the rally in that last fight, so they've got 4 ultimates at their disposal.
Overclocks. Only one of them. Kai hasn't got his just yet. The wall to try and separate Speedly for the rest of his team. He used that deflect and the double jump to get over it. But now he's a little bit more vulnerable. OT is just about to arrive as the Atlanta Reign trying to make a stand. Sparker ends Speedly's life with a headshot, and now the Blizzard separating Hawk from the rest of his team. The London Spitfire with perfect ultimate economy on this final push do manage to push the payload all the way to point C. Kai up in the sky, tried to get a touch, didn't work out, and they do manage to complete. But look at the hill that they have to climb. 4 minutes in the time bank for the Reign to London's singular minute.
That's a pretty large disparity. And the way that these point A's have gone from either side, I expect that Reign can do a lot with the 4 minutes. They're gonna go far.
I mean, it also, what do London play here? It also depends on how they want to go for this attack. They had the Genji for a little bit, they had the Mei. Do they just run out with the Mei again and hope they can isolate Hawk or isolate Vigilante or OG or just anybody really?
I think you have to. Spitfire in this series have really looked the best when Backbone has been able to play the Mei.
Oh, man, that sucks for Hawk. He was so close to jumping out of that Blizzard and being unfrozen. Oh, nice little body shot on a G2 to end that. That was a, well, it's kind of an it's like an easy Blizzard to hit, right? Because you just put it on payload. That's all you really need to do. There's no like big interrupts unless you end up dying. No, like Brig Bash doesn't exist anymore. It does, but it doesn't stun. So yeah, it's a an easy one for Backbone to lay down, but it was props to London for saving a lot of their ultimates in that second to last fight. So they do end up running with the Mei. They do find Hawk. He ain't slipping though. I mean, he just gets out there with ease. Atlanta Reign just focusing one of those walls down, but they do focus him, go to the mega health pack room, and end up ending his life. Ooh! Don't see those every day. Back of the head headshot. All right, 30 seconds to go. as, of course it would happen. I promise you I'm not DDoSing Rose or anything, but it's just me. For the time being, I will take us through the end of the game. Don't worry. It's 10 seconds to go. The Atlanta Reign have 4 minutes in their time bank. If London can get this first point, it will be good for them. But it's about, you got to be thinking about the next round and having to defend against those 4 minutes. No ultimates on the board just yet, so more of a neutral fight. It's Sparker and Kai, it's up to them to try and find a pick, unless London want to just charge on forward with Backbone on the main to try and find an isolation onto Hawk or Vigilante. Now Sparker's on a flank, he sent Hawk pretty low, and in fact the Atlanta Reign just ignore Sparker completely. With the Lantern dead, the London Spitfire have to come up with something big. Commanding Shout to heal everybody back up, but it's only temporary. A nice reflect shot from Speedly sends that railgun right back in Sparker's direction, and the Atlanta Reign will end up holding London Spitfire just before point A. And now where do you go from here? London Spitfire, they got, what are you thinking? Like hold first with the Mei, maybe? Just try and juggle that aggro on the doors. Welcome back, Rose.
Thank you.
It's all good, you didn't miss much. They got held on.
Wait, we kind of expected that from first point, you know, how things had gone. Atlanta just have a really good understanding of how to play point A, and so whether they're going to be on the attack or the defense, you know, they've got this on lock. Now, yeah, London Spitfire against a 4-minute time bank. That's a lot. That's a tall ask, Jack. It's going to be a lot for London to deal with. Doesn't look like they're going for the close hold either. Backbone's on Genji.
Yeah, at least not a close hold with the Mei, I suppose. I mean, they could still hold close. It's just with the Mei, it can be kind of annoying to get people out of that small room. They're just holding this first quarter and they're just like pushing all the way up. Yeah. I mean, ideally, you just get as many fights out as possible, right? Maybe you get 2 or 3 before you really need to worry if you're the London Spitfire.
You still have to stop them at least once, and then maybe that one team fight win gives you the momentum to get those ultimates online first. But 4 minutes is a lot of time to contend with.
Not today. Just a body shot onto Backbone. I mean, if he gets a pick there, that's
it.
Really bad for London Spitfire. Oh, disruption shot hitting everybody from London right there. Look at Kai's ult charge already. Not bad, not bad, not bad. And then just stealing the payload too. Huddy, because there's no crazy burst stealing in these comps either, Huddy has to literally wait for his health to build up from a pack and from the AoE healing. And look at that. Nice little ghost dash there from Speedly. He was sent super low, so couldn't contest the payload. London Spitfire basically get wiped, Rose.
And this is not looking good for them at all. I mean, Landon is going to be the closest thing to an ultimate that the London Spitfire have so far, and Rain can really play this aggressive. They have so much time to work with, and that is a liberty that they will take full advantage of. I mean, look at this. Just, where's Speedily going?
Okay, this is their second fight. They used to make it worth it. Backbone used all of his abilities already. Double commanding shout already used. Apple pretty low. Now it's up to Speedly to try and find the kill. Backbone wasn't even looking at him. You probably should be, son. The Atlanta Reign now with an even fight-ish. They do end up losing Hawk, but Speedly just existing and being alive, doing damage like this, building himself up towards that blade. He's 99% already. He does get taken care of, but the Atlanta Reign, they're fine with that. You build up so many ults in that engagement, and you still have almost 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yep. That even if, you know, Rain have to keep trying and trying and trying, that is still maybe 4 team fights that you're looking at that the Rain can come back into this one with. But they've got double support ults, the blade. Kai gets really low though.
Oh yeah, Sparker tried to go for the execution kill. There's the blade, good boop onto Speedly. He hasn't got a dash, so he's trying to find some just damage of some kind. Sparker ends up falling. Both rallies now kind of fading. 3 members left from the Spitfire. Make that 2 as Hardy and Apple trying to make their final stand. But the Reign not losing a single person on that final push. They do take Junkertown and match point.
Ends up being a different story if the Reign didn't have over 4 minutes to work with. But London still put up a heck of a fight in that map, and every single one of these maps has been really close.
It really has. I mean, maybe this is the week the Reign end up bouncing back. They came in after a couple of losses to Toronto, to Boston. They beat Paris, but they were 1-2. Not a Reign we really thought we'd be seeing this far into a qualifiers. Maybe this is their ticket to the Toronto Lamb. We'll have to wait and find out. They are on match point. can London come back? We'll find out after this. The Overwatch League is coming to Toronto. Defiant are hosting Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament presented by Bell. It's going to be a good time. September 8th to the 11th.
and experience esports live. You know, look, we all love esports live, and what better place to do it in Toronto? Play Overwatch 2 and come join the party, and be sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. There'll be lots of different bits and pieces there as well. It's gonna be a good time. I'm looking forward to it.
Too.
It's gonna be the first time I've been to Toronto, so
Same.
yes, it's gonna be fantastic. Now, let's get back to the game at hand. One of these teams could be making it to Toronto. The Atlanta Reign and the London Spitfire are currently facing off, and if you've only just joined us, the Atlanta Reign are now 2-1 up in the series. They're on match point. Speedly and Vigilante playing for them today. It's been quite a close game so far, though, Rose.
It has, and I feel like it's been a while since we've seen a close game like this. I think when you look at just how a lot of teams have separated themselves from the pack, we've seen a lot of one-sided matches in both the East and the West. And so it is a breath of fresh air to see how heavy hitting this match has really been for both of these teams. And Atlanta specifically has been looking for revenge. This is the third time that both of these teams have played each other this season, and London Spitfire has played spoil to them twice. You know, once right before the kickoff clash, and then of course again in mid-season madness. So Atlanta just trying to turn around the script here.
And they seem to be doing a good job of that, rewriting the whole thing with some of their new players, like Speedly. The dude's been touted as one of the best Western rookies coming into the season, and today is his birthday, which means he can play. He is eligible. Happy birthday, Speedly, as well.
Happy birthday!
And is Genji not looking half bad? Maybe a little bit of a warm-up round on Nepal, but not looking bad whatsoever. Vigilante too, another new addition to the Atlanta Reign roster coming from Washington Justice, a team that was, to be fair, Washington Justice, we're doing pretty well with Vigilante on the team in recent history, but with Vigilante on the Atlanta Reign, maybe that's what they needed. Vigilante's also come up pretty big. You look at Midtown, where it was a 3v4-ish, and Vigilante just hits the rally and he's just going in, just ends up winning it out. Like a good asset for the Atlanta Reign to have this season.
It's just the timing. It's the timing of those ultimates as well that really has set Vigilante apart. But Speedily has put on an incredible debut so far. I mean, okay, Dragon Blade efficiency, maybe not the greatest here, but when you look at the hero damage overall on Junkertown, Speedily has really been one of the front runners in that department for this match.
Yeah, to be fair, it is hard to get Dragon Blade kills in this meta.
Oh, with the brig
like
too.
Boops and the brig and, you know, the rally and the sound barrier and stuff. And normally the blade's used to bait out one of those ultimates, because if you don't use the beat to counter the blade's just going to just destroy you, because you either have like the rally going on for yourself, or you have a commanding shout, so you're more survivable as the Genji.
Right.
And yeah, like, what was that, 16k damage done in Junkertown? So yeah, not looking too bad whatsoever so far for his debut game in the Overwatch League. Definitely a player that's going to have a lot of staying power, that is for sure.
Yeah, and there was another stat actually that Noah brought up. I'm not sure if we had actually talked about it yet, but Speedily started off Nepal with a solid 11 final blows to 5 deaths, despite the fact that Atlanta ended up losing that map. And so I love seeing that Speedily is continuing to back up the hype with the performance that he's been putting on today.
All right, let's jump on to Colosseo. I mean, this is a map, really, that it feels like a very London map.
It is.
Just when we had the Rhine rush from London with the May, like, it very much felt like this was London's map. Very different metas now, though. And we did see London, in fact, in week 1, I believe, try the Rhine rush again with the May. It just didn't end up working.
No, wasn't quite the right thing to use on Colosseo. I think we could still see London Spitfire stick to the Junker Queen with Backbone on the May. But yeah, I mean, London Spitfire were really taking some names on this map in sets previous. A lot of it also just off the back of Sparker being able to find those impressive angles on the Soldier 76. Sojourn in the Junker Queen composition has to play a little bit closer to the team, but you can still have some of those split pushes with Admiral, suppose, you know, for example, kind of on the Lucio, helping to taxi you around the map. But it is the May.
It is indeed. London always putting something fancy in their comps. Would you call May fancy? I'm not sure.
I think she's fancy. She's not what is it? She's not unexpected though from the Spitfire.
Yeah, that is pretty true. All right. So, okay. I was about to say how long until we get another kill, but no, it was 50 seconds that time. We should
not
count
2.5 minutes.
We see in Coliseum. Yeah, not 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Like that shot game. Oh, Vigilante. Very nice. Very nice break.
Now at Rain too, they have a lot of momentum that they can work with here. It really is going to be about getting that first checkpoint though, and Spitfire are gonna definitely make sure they dig their heels into the sand. It's gonna be a lot of just kind of making sure that they can play around this bridge too. The May should really help to bolster that effect by just getting in close and isolating.
Yep, Hawk is trapped. He's already used that shout. You saw OG kind of peek his head over. I mentioned in the last map that the amount of burst healing, well, there is no burst healing basically. I mean, you pack and then amp, I suppose, is the biggest amount of burst healing you're going to get. Nothing like an Arna nade or anything like that, so, or a BAP shift and then a right click. So once you are trapped by that wall, it can be rather devastating.
Yeah.
But now it's London's turn to push.
I mean, there's just only so much that you can do. Even if OG comes over to save you, that could just be a throw. And you don't want to lose too many members, give over too much ultimate charge.
Oh my god, what a shot from Kai. Landed, looked like, and he gets
the
triple, okay.
Oh, Speedily, come on now.
Alrighty. Speedily taking away the 5k, but yeah, Kai with a big old grin in his face. He's a newcomer, he's allowed just one, Kai going crazy there. You saw Landon just like holding his shield up just permanently, and it's like
couldn't do anything.
It must have been like 2 frames of his shield disappearing, and Kai hits him with a headshot. That was just a timing thing. That was crazy. Lanterrain have so many ultimates coming up too.
Yeah.
Oh, in fact, they're just going to use him now. I mean, you might as well. Overclocked already pulled out, and Hardy is just isolated from the rest of his team. Ends up going down to Hawk. A late beat from Admore. I guess perfectly timed if you want to counteract that blade, but look at Speedly. He's just raining over Sparker on that Sojourn. Sparker was kind of looking around, looking for him. Popping the block as Backbone, but yeah, that'll be it. The Atlanta Reign don't use their beat in that fight and still moving that barricade.
I think Backbone was really hoping that his stall would be enough to make sure that this push bot does not make it to that first checkpoint without London Spitfire getting a chance to have another recontest, especially when they have such nice tools to be able to do so. They got 3 ultimates out of the rain now, so they can go in with their own.
Best spot for the London Spitfire to be in though, these small corridors, big blizzard separating Vigilante from the rest of the team. That OG beat meant nothing to Vigilante. Oh, a big anti. Hawk goes in with a rampage, hits Huddy and hits Admiral. Spitfire in a 3v4 situation. Make that a 3v3 as Hawk ends up going down, focused by Backbone, but OG with a bit of revenge. Backbone, rather survivable still on the May, gets a double air shot onto OG as he sails down to his grave.
Now you have to look at if London Spitfire can match this meterage so far. We're about to approach the halfway point here, and so the fact that neither team has actually taken that first objective is pretty big. Atlanta Reign, though, of course, in the lead, but Spitfire only had to use the beat and the blizzard. They still have stuff to use.
Yeah, they're definitely feeling pretty good. Wanting to end this fight just off of this overclock. Rally from Landon use. Hattie's still sitting on his own ultimate. OG does die, Kai does trade for Sparker, but no to no avail for the Atlanta Reign. They just don't have ults here.
No, and Hadi still has one. You know, at least for the Reign, you know, they're looking at speedily being able to get that Dragon Blade online, knowing that there isn't a good response from the Spitfire to deal with that unless they're able to shut it down with CC and kiting. But Hadi with a lot of onus to be able to use this Rampage right away into this wall.
Right, big axe swing from Hardy. Rampage hits 2. OG and Hawk in trouble, but look, they've kited all the way back. In fact, they might not even need to now because London Spitfire's health bars are falling quite dramatically. Nice deflect there from Speedly, stopping that axe damage going through. 50 meters is all that London Spitfire gained there, so Reign still in the lead. Double DPS ult, rally coming up. London Spitfire have only got that beat to utilize.
maybe the fight goes on long enough with the sustain from the sound barrier and those support ultimates that Backbone can get the Blizzard, but speedily first.
Aggro. His tempo is looking good. Backbone's isolated. He's already used the wall. Maybe the block. Yeah, he goes down to Kai. This is definite butt scratch mode territory for the Atlanta Reign. And Vigilante's still sitting on that rally. London Spitfire have a beat to match if they really want to. With Backbone dead, it's only a 4-man beat for London, but Reign are going to utilize their rally, and the longer this fight goes on, the better it is for the Reign. That overhealth is just going to continually build, and look, Admiral's beat already faded, and his life to follow. 66 meters, butt scratch mode initiated for the Atlanta Reign. Vigilante just swinging. He is just going for it in this small corridor. And there's nothing left of the London Spitfire apart from the dead bodies.
Even with all the chaos happening in their room, Atlanta Reign were able to get that objective moving, and because of how long the fight took, it really felt like there wasn't a break in this progress either. Hawk now with the Rampage, OG with the sound barrier. I mean, Spitfire right now really need to just kind of like dig deep. They've got 4 minutes left to try to take it back.
I mean, that's a good start with a pick on Sakai. Oh, speedy. That was aggro to a whole new level. I mean, I guess if you're the Atlanta Reign there, you see Kai dying that quickly. You're like, okay, well, we have forward spawns.
Yeah. I think you just have to go for the reset here. And look at that. We're going to be back to the neutral start of this map. And we still didn't see any ultimates from the Reign. So they've got those at their disposal to engage with.
Rampage hits 2. Sparker landed in trouble. They receive the commanding shout, but it's not enough. Well, Hawk just chases down Sparker. That speed boost stacking with a commanding shout is actually disgusting stuff. Nice little knife and an axe to the back. And Hawk still just destroying with these rampages. It's just been such a thorn in the side, or an axe in the side, I suppose, if you're the Junker Queen for the London Spitfire.
Jagged Blades basically have thorns, right? That's how that works?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah.
But, I mean, this is a whole different look from the Reign. London Spitfire is still playing something that I would consider just like a off-the-cuff rush. And Reign taking it down super quickly.
Blizzard coming out. Speely dives in with that blade, goes deep once again. Vigilante with the rally, looking to give people a concussion on the London Spitfire. However, Hardy just chilling up here on the high ground. But Atlanta Reign do step up. He can hit the Rampage. He sees fit. Looks like the Reign are more than happy just fight around that bot. Nice axe swing. Hits 1. There's the wall. Now Hawk in trouble. Separated from the rest of his team. Not before Vigilante and OG get through that wall is Hawk already dead. Kai also falls, and the Atlanta Reign, it may be scrappy. It's double supports versus a tank. Oh, saying that, not a support, it's Speedly. Kai ends up falling, and it's just a slugfest.
Oh
Vigilante, no way! No way OG gets 2 boops there! Both Backbone and Hattie sent to the drink? What? What is with this corner? And just ridiculous plays, by the way. The Atlanta Reign, OG gets a double boop, an unbelievable amount of ult charge for that beat, plus extra meterage.
God, the swing of the tempo of that fight, like it was just a 3v3 standstill, and then all of a sudden OG opens everything up. Reign, they could just complete the map.
Kai's feeling himself, he pops that overclock. That Rampage was pretty good from London. Both beats utilized from both sides, but Speedly, look at that, already in the back. Sky goes deep and he goes hard, that is for sure. His first day in the Overwatch League looking mighty good, and a long legacy maybe to build for the young superstar. The Atlanta Reign with 150 meters plus, and London Spitfire with 50 seconds to go to keep them in this series.
What was Backbone doing? I mean, playing for a health pack, sure, but somebody on the Reign beat him to the punch, and now he's staggered. And so Reign, they get to go into this one with a player advantage until Backbone gets back.
There's a rally from Vigilante. Wise headshot onto OG.
The
bot's
right
close
there.
though. 0.9 meters. It's just Backbone and Speedly. Who is the 1v1? It's Backbone. And they do push the bot away. But Vigilante still surviving. Same with Kai and Hawk. Might be good. If they can get out, they might be in a decent spot. But Hawk takes down Backbone. Spawns are decent from the London Spitfire, but Hawk once again just used that Rampage and hits 3. Both supports and Hardy go down to the Rampage. And in the final few moments, the Atlanta Reign managed to full cap Colosseo. A 3-1 against the London Spitfire. The Reign, they were down in the dumps. They come into today with a 1-2 scoreline in the qualifiers. But you best believe they clutch up when it matters.
I mean, after the double boop 2 from OG, Man, I expected a bit more than a cheeky little smile from that player after making such a huge play. But that was just monumental to Atlanta Reign being able to take the full cap. But they've got to feel so good, too, that they finally got revenge onto the Spitfire.
Debut game is a win for Speedly. Must feel pretty damn good. You saw high fives in the camera. Let's have a look who our player of the match is, though, for this series. I think you can kind of already guess. Maybe some of you have guessed, maybe some of you haven't. It's going to be Hawk for this series. I mean, his rampages were just instrumental, Rose.
Yep.
We talked about the stat on Midtown. 10 rampage kills to Huddy's only 2. Like, Huddy couldn't really stand up to the king that is Hawk right now.
No, it was tough to, and I think that this is also, you know, commendations to Hawk, because Hawk has really improved a lot with the Junker Queen. I think a lot of where Atlanta Reign started to struggle was just being able to find a way to make all of these pieces cohesive, and Hawk leading the charge once again on this Junker Queen. Like, you can see everything coming together now for the Reign. That was a really clean Coliseo from them, and they just looked better and better as the series progressed.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They look better and better. It's all up from here from the Reign, it feels like. They end up clutching a win here. 2-1. I say clutch it. It was kind of dominant at the very end. 2-2, their record in the qualifiers. If they make it to the tournament, we know the damage the Atlanta Reign can do to those brackets. So they've not quite sealed the deal with a ticket to Toronto just yet, but they're in good stead to do so.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they needed. They needed a win to at least stay in the conversation of making it to that LAN. And now, you know, both teams are really looking like they're in a good spot. I think London Spitfire, they're not out of it yet. They can still get a couple more wins under their belt with the qualifiers that are left. But Atlanta definitely needed this one.
Yeah, they really did. Both teams now at 2-2 after that loss. The London Spitfire came in today at 2-1. We're going to jump to a quick break, but we've actually got an interview with Speedly coming up next, so we'll see you just in a sec.
On him. Lisa one. I found 3. Keep me up. Ulting. Lisa one. Okay.
I'm back.
Pick one. Fucking go, bro. Let's go.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Hello guys and welcome to the Watchpoint Game Break. I'm taking over from Danny's because he took the host role, and I'm joined here by Speedily from the Atlanta Reign. First of all, big happy birthday and congratulations on the win.
Thank you, thank you.
No worries. All right, so first match, obviously there's going to be a lot of nerves. How do you think you performed? How do you think the match went?
I think I played okay other than my blades, obviously, but other than that, I'm pretty happy with my performance.
Is there something that the London Spitfire were like doing to like hurt your blades? Was it like the Mei from Backbone, or is it just like some of the passiveness from them?
Yeah, they definitely play different compared to most teams. They play a lot more passive, try to like punish aggression, and kind of forcing my blades a little bit too much. That was it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it can always be hard going up against these kind of teams. And, you know, London Spitfire and the Atlanta Reign, you guys have a bit of a rivalry going on. There's a lot of beef going on Twitter right now. Were you guys confident heading into this match against them because you haven't beaten them so far this season?
Yeah, of course. We're definitely trying to be confident heading into every single match, even if it's like an opponent we've never beaten before.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess my final question is, you know, obviously you've just come of age, you've spent a majority of this season stuck on the bench. How have you, I guess, stayed warm for this match and for this moment? Because a lot of people expected you to come into the team as soon as you did come of age.
Well, I only had like 3 days of scrim practice on Overwatch 2, so mainly just played Overwatch 1 to try to stay warm.
Okay, having lots of fun on Overwatch 1, I'm sure, right now. Well, Speedily, happy birthday, congratulations on the first win, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of you in the league.
Thank you.
Perfect, thanks, man. All right, let's bring it back to the desk. Danny, take over.
All right, Scott, thank you so much, and of course, big happy birthday to Speedily as well. Great, you know, debut match for him, and I think, like he said, he had some really good answers, and I think one of the things was that, like, you know, London sort of forcing out his blades, and I think starting this match, London, I think it was going really great for them, and then Atlanta sort of started to figure them out as the series went on, right, guys?
Yeah, I think that's a great summary. Like, if London has, as he just said, a very unique way of playing the game, especially on the back of that Backbone Mei, it feels like they're waiting, sort of baiting the Atlanta Reign in and then dropping these walls. And it did sort of catch the Reign off, especially on Nepal. This is a map where the Mei does get a lot of value, especially on Village. But as time went on, we got to see some different looks. Speedily came out here on the Echo, made a case for why it could be played. It definitely has a place, but we haven't seen that many teams really picking it up. But from Midtown onwards, it really just started to see the Atlanta Reign gaining traction, and Speedily had, honestly, a great debut performance.
Yeah, he did. I mean, definitely took some time for him to figure out his playstyle, and I felt like that was the case for the entire Atlanta Reign. Overall, I think London Spitfire, they played more Mei than they usually do in these series, I find. And overall, I think it was a very competitive series, like back and forth. There were many times throughout the series where the teams traded ultimates, they respected each other. For example, here on Midtown to end up the series, Hadi had that rampage going into that fight, and it took like 30 seconds for the teams to figure out the fight conditions and wanting to engage. Junkertown was all Atlanta Reign. They looked really good. 3 minutes in the time bank here. They had lots of time remaining in the overtime to make sure they got the win here over the London Spitfire. Overall, I think it was a pretty good competitive battle between two good teams here going as we get closer to the stage playoffs. London Spitfire, they certainly look better this stage overall, but as you said, it was just a crucial matchup. Huge boop by OG here, by the way.
This boop.
I mean, that's a massive boop. That was hilarious. Well, if you get
Why
like
are they
full context.
standing on the edge of that? They're just OG's just there, and they both just stood on the ledge, and like, ooh, scary, and they just OG's like. Rip.
Yeah, and also, I mean, yeah, we just heard from Speedily, but Johnny, like, how did Atlanta Reign integrate Speedily into the team today?
Yeah, it was actually quite interesting. I kept my eyes on it throughout the series. How is Speedily going to adapt into this team? And it was interesting because he started out playing a lot of Echo to begin the series, which is a hero that we haven't seen a ton of so far this meta, primarily Ben Genji. And I speculate that the Echo pick actually has to do with the Mei that came out from Backbone. If you know that London Spitfire, they're going to utilize these Mei walls to sort of shut you down. Well, the Echo is going to allow you to, fly up in the air. You're not going to get run over. You're not going to get caught off by these Mei walls as much. And so I think it's a sort of a style of play that works for the Atlanta Reign. You sit back, you play around sort of like the structure. You can see here that on Spitfire, they go pretty much all out here onto this ledge. And the Atlanta Reign, they utilize that by kiting away and then re-engaging on top of the London Spitfire. Of course, Kai, as you pointed out, Costa, is a large part of that why. You want to extend these fights to make sure that Kai has room to actually get some of these frags. But here's a similar area. The London Spitfire, they push in aggressively into Atlanta Reign's sort of space here as well. Vigilante utilizes the rally in a very small corridor, and the Atlanta Reign, they're going to turn this fight around because they let London Spitfire engage, and then they collapsed on top of them. Speedily himself into this playstyle, I do think he struggled a bit with his Dragon Blades. He pointed it out himself. Because Atlanta Reign, as they like to sit back this much, as they like to re-engage this much, it's also a bit harder to just like, well, okay, Speedily, now you have to engage forward. You have to push forward with a blade, and the team wasn't always there to back him up. So as Speedily grows into this role for the Atlanta Reign, it's going to be interesting. Like here, for example, if Speedily can tone down the aggression where he's alone, like right here, and then play more with his team, or if the team is going to back him up further and be like, hey, Speedily, you're blading, and we're going to help you out as much as possible. We're going to, armor packs, we're going to speed in with OG Lucio speed boost. That is really going to round out this Atlanta Reign squad and take it from a good performance against the Atlanta Spitfire to a great performance against the greats around the league. So that's that key strategical development that I'm looking out to watch for the Atlanta Reign throughout the stage.
Speedily, great debut performance from him, and Atlanta Reign, the need for Speedily was there. I don't think that worked. I don't know. I just thanks, guys.
You didn't stick the landing on that one, Danny. It's okay.
It's okay.
Thank you. There you go. All right,
We're family.
Let's move on. I mean, Atlanta Reign, great win for them. Now let's move on to our next match. We got the New York Excelsior going up against the San Francisco Shock. I talked about it in the pre-show. This San Francisco Shock, if they win this, they're gonna set a new record with 20 wins, with 20 win streak, right? 20 wins, 0 losses, and that is huge.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Danny, you made this your lock of the day, and I don't think that is particularly a hot take at all. San Francisco Shock, this is not one of the harder matches of the 20 wins they're gonna win in a row. New York Excelsior have been struggling, especially in their match last week. Just did not look very good. So for me, this is just Shock, show up, take care of business. And, they don't even have to change anything up. They should be comfortable.
Yeah, I don't know why you're
Johnny,
being so rude
Yaki?
to Danny. Yeah, Yaki as well. I mean,
What do you mean being rude? Okay, you defend New York Excelsior then, okay?
No, I'm saying like for lock of the day, Danny made a strategical move to lock in the Shock against New York Excelsior. Shock are massively favored. It's a lock. See, he's playing the game correctly. Just like Yaki sometimes play the game correctly for New York Excelsior. Not as often as proper, of course, but Yaki, top 3 Genji, question mark? I'm not saying it. I never said Yaki's top 3 Genji, but others do in the community of the Overwatch. So
here's a question for you, Johnny. What can the New York Excelsior do in order to stop the San Francisco Shock's win streak today? What should they do?
Oof. Wow. I said I wanted to go back to analyzing for a bit. I didn't mean like this. I mean, I really do think that a lot of it comes down to like individual performances. We can see how much, just having like great rampages from a Jungle Queen. I think that Kellan has stepped up for New York Excelsior this stage as well. But it is going to come down to like the Dragon Blades from Yaki, for example. It's going to come down to getting picks from Flora on the New York Excelsior. So as much as you want to be like, oh, New York Excelsior, like, hey, try to outsmart the San Francisco Shock, just like, with ultimate traits and all that stuff. It's going to come down to getting value with the rampages and getting individual picks from your hitscan player and having good Dragon Blades that you can engage on the back of. And, it sounds simplistic, but really that's what it comes down to, like fundamentally, because you can't just like out-strategize the San Francisco Shock. They're 19-0 for a reason, or 16-0 this season for a reason.
Well, and I want to legitimize a vast point and, the Yaki thing. Yaki does have top tier DPS performances every now and then. It's sporadic and it can be random, but if he comes out with that level of performance today, if he can outpace proper of all things, then it can work for the New York Excelsior. It's just, we haven't seen it consistently at this stage.
New York, you heard that, right? Well, I'm hoping to see that in that game. And with that being said, let's jump right in to the game. And for all the action, we have Uber and Mr. X. Hello, guys. Mr. Leslie and
Hello.
Mr. Morello.
Hello, Danny. I don't know why I thought...
How are you guys doing today?
I don't know why I thought... Yeah, thank you. Danny's saying my, Mr. X was really weird. I don't know why. That, but
it literally, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's kind of the long version, right? It's usually just Mr. X. You know what I mean?
I know. I love to make things like awkward, and Danny made me awkward there to the point where I didn't know what to do.
That's actually how you beat Matt, by the way. You just have to kind of out cringe him somehow. So you've done excellent, Danny. You're kind of dominating in the host role.
It's tough. Yeah, I love you as the host, Danny. Keep throwing those hard questions at Johnny. Think about all those weeks he kept throwing you those hard questions.
Yeah,
Don't
right?
let him off easy.
Exactly. I'm having my revenge right now. I'm getting my revenge.
Also, we're just going to
Get him where it hurts, Danny.
We're just going to let that go past. He's not wearing a hood.
No, I usually say something. I wanted someone else to do it. I wanted someone else to bring it up.
Yeah, Matt.
Because I'm an easy target right now, too.
Yeah. It's a 2022 release from the Mitchell Leslie collection. $7.99.
What? $799. $700.
No, $7.99.
That's not true. No. That would never. Whoever's selling that's well below MSRP. All right, and I'll get the retail ombudsman on them. All right.
It just takes like nice clothing and just chucks buckets of paint on them, and then it's like, oh yeah, that's about right.
Okay, bro. Whatever. Can we just get on with the game? For Christ's sake, this is ridiculous. By the way, you can check out my merch store, ubermerch.gg, if you guys fancy some of it. Some nice.
You actually have merch.
I do have merch. Let's talk about the game, though. All right, what's up? I'm Mitchell Leslie here with Matt Morello, or as he is also known, Matt, Mr. X, Matthew Morello, Easy Mac, Mac Sauce. Good to have you back here, Matt. See?
Yeah, Easy Mac. That's a throwback there. That's one that we haven't heard in a while.
That was like your talent takedown nickname. You know what I mean? Matt Easy Mac Morello.
When all you guys tried to take me down, but I was too good in those matches. Undefeated. Well, New York, San Francisco. San Francisco currently undefeated, just like me in talent takedowns. They are what I think is really impressive. So obviously they're going for their streak today. If they win today, they'll break the streak of the Vancouver Titans, like most consecutive regular season wins. What's really impressive, I think, about the Shock here, especially with like kind of going towards the streak, is like last year they had like a completely different team, right? I mean, this is like you kind of like went through like a pretty large rebuild, like probably like the largest rebuild in like their franchise that they've done, right, since their inception, and it just continues like the success. I think it just kind of really goes to show like how strong this organization is.
It does help when you sort of bring in O2 Blast as your official academy team. That's usually a pretty good move. I mean, this is an organization.
Other people could have done it.
They could. Well, yes, other people may not have as much money, but that's a whole nother story. But look, okay, segue for you, because their opponents, the New York Excelsior, in theory, I should have had the same level of prospects. This is also a team that scouts very heavily from South Korean Overwatch, especially contenders there, right? Think of like the prospect of Yaki when he came into the Overwatch League. He came in on a Mayhem that was heavily scouted from that region. Flora was really highly touted name. Kellen, of course, came in as a champion of contenders, of course, O2 Blast there. So this is a team with really high expectations on them when they came to the league. I feel like we rehash this story every time we bring them up. But to get to present day, this is a team that just got walloped by the Vancouver Titans last week. They are absolutely reeling after that loss.
Well, you think it almost can get worse than that, right? I actually really like this lineup and roster coming into the season. Myungbong early on, now in Sunjae, but I really thought this team was going to perform well. I thought, coming to play in the West with this type of roster, with some success we've seen from these players in the past, I really thought this was going to be a team that, maybe not in the upper echelon of the West, but I thought definitely in your, 5 through 8 range, right? Like, I thought definitely going to be able to take some games, and it just has not worked this year for whatever reason. There's still maybe an outside shot of, squeaking into, the play-ins, right? It'd be pretty difficult. You have to, make this tournament, get some points, then kind of go on a run, but...
I mean, no, they're 2 and 13. So, right. I think they're in deep trouble. This is a team, obviously, that takes the very best of, the Florida Mayhem and tries to make it work. They haven't quite found their stride yet. Can we talk about their opponents, though? There might be just a little bit more material to work with here as we head across the aisle. And talk about the San Francisco Shock. Obviously, look, their win against the Gladiators pretty convincing, although I would suggest that, this Gladiators roster they went up against last week, definitely struggling to find their footing in this kind of metagame. Still put some pressure on the Shock, though. Still took that map away. But there's obviously a couple of players that are really starting to shine. Proper gets all the talk, but Kilo Sojourn has been astonishing over the last couple of weeks, and it's been so key in a metagame like this, where your Sojourns are a huge part of tipping the scales in player advantage early in fights.
And Finn and Violet seem to be able to pick up any support combination that's thrown at them, right? First match of the stage, I believe Danny did an interview with Violet, mentioned kind of like, hey, this is a little bit new for both of us in terms of the roles that we're playing, and we're still able to, you know, power through, and we think we can get better, and they have. And then you look, I mean, Proper is just kind of going for every award this season, right? I mean, he is looking for MVP, Rookie of the Year, a Role Star, like he is just trying to collect. And they've been lights out. Look, I think I said on Plot Chat, like, I think there's like one more game on their schedule. Like, I think it's against Dallas Fuel that like I'm a little bit worried about. And like, I think this team could have an undefeated year. Like, I really do think they can go undefeated throughout the regular season.
But again, after a certain point, these regular season wins become a little superfluous, right? I mean, this team has already locked up really solid seeding if we think about the postseason. Their issue is obviously winning the matches that really matter, right? The matches that have the league points attached to them.
New York in Season 1, right? Remember how good they were? But, like, in those biggest moments, like, what, they get upset by, I think, like, Philly Fusion, like, early on, and then I think in the playoffs as well. Like,
you know,
I mean, New York in Season 1 was unreal. Like, they were so strong. And it just, they can never get over the line in terms of tournaments. It's, like, odd, because, yeah, you'd be, like, thrilled if the Shock, right? If you're like, hey, you know, we won to the Mid-Season Madness Finals, and, you know, we played really well throughout the regular season. I almost feel like you need to win at this tournament or, you know, win the entire thing, right, to really cement it.
I mean, 4 out of 5 of these players just weren't on this team last season. So, just to circle back to your point about the rebuild and how successful they've been, that is actually, you know, pretty incredible feat here. New York are going to be up against it, ladies and gentlemen. There's no way of sugarcoating it. They're going to be looking to have a strong start here in this first round. Of course, compositions are what you'd expect right now. No sight of Ash, neither of these teams going for it too heavily. Sometimes New York sort of works it in, so keep an eye on that for later on, especially like a double flex support potential setup for New York to kind of copy or take some leaves out of the Mayhem's book at times.
And how does New York go about trying to win this series? I think you need like tremendous play from Kellen, and I also think you need to see Yaki really turn up. No, I think when the desk talks about Yaki and just his individual play, I think if you looked at him just as like mechanical skill, like just kind of take things out of everything else kind of like out of the equation, like I think he's one of the most mechanically talented players in the league.
I would suggest, Matt, if you take winning out of the equation, New York's a good team.
Fair. But I think though Yaki, like, if he like has, you know, a game where they kind of keep him in line and like good decision making, good ultimate usage, like that could be a scary thing for the San Francisco Shock. He's difficult to stop for just about anybody.
I like you bring up Kellen as well. This is a metagame where, you know, you're really empowered as that sort of tank player to have a big impact over the game. Something Kellen is often someone who played Winston or Wrecking Ball maybe didn't have the chance to do nearly as much. This is a great opener here in this fight with Collusion, Finn falling first. So yeah, look, New York slow start. Unseen J gets picked off by Proper, which is something you just have to deal with sometimes. Good on him to crack back at this point here, and looking over towards this sort of alt charge, Gangnam Jin has a reasonable lead over Finn as New York were playing from behind, doing more healing early.
Yeah, I was going to say, although you did lose some players early, you're able to come back in with another fight and take it if you're New York. So let's see if the Shock
he's low,
breaking this setup. Yeah.
He used his shot as well. Dangerous!
Really low. How do they keep him alive? Okay.
Well, you get repair pack, this amount of healing down, the rally's got to come out, eventually he falls, though, but the Shock have lost Proper. So Sound Barrier is employed, but they'd love to have the Genji getting up close and personal to benefit from that extra durability. That's off the table right now is his Proper's Dragon Blade. Yaki, though, whatever chance to pull his. The Cheerios again strike true as Yaki is down. The Shock looking to retake control here, and Proper waits no time getting back to the fight with a quick brace of 3.
Yes, New York takes the lead, but it won't be for long, right? You have Proper come in, pick up a few kills, and now the Shock are loaded with ults coming into this next fight. You'll be able to rally with your Blade. It's probably going to get a Sound Barrier reaction on the other side. You are worried about Yaki's Blade, though, right? If you rally and you don't have it kind of for the Blade that comes through from Yaki, you could be in some trouble.
Here's the rally. Makes the Blade a little more dull as Yaki's looking for a way in here, coming up with absolutely nothing, and he's shut down. Oh, it was a deflected overclock into Yaki. Flora ends up killing his teammate. Kilo goes for the overclock as well. And again, it's the egg on the face of Yaki, ironically, if you know the translation in Japanese.
They're going to try
Kilo
and fight
backing up.
this. That's going to be a rampage. Yeah, underneath there from Kellen, and it connects with 3 players. They're going to get proper. Are they going to be able to come back and fight this off spawn? It looks like Asunjae's going to come back. You're going to have 4 players here. This could be a turn for New York.
Astonishing that they actually managed to turn this fight around. They're 3 players down at one point there. Obviously, having the Lucio able to bring them back in is huge, but it's also to do with the fact that these Lucios are out of sort of phase with those sound barriers. So they're coming at vastly different times, never in the same fight as one another. Thank God, because they're observers. Don't have to
I tell you what, though,
clients.
if you're able to win this fight, if you're New York, you have a really good chance to win this first point. Like, the ultimates will be kind of in your favor for that final fight.
I think you're scared of the rampage here. Kalush has been holding on to this, but Proper goes down. Kellen finds him with the bigger knife. Carnage from Kalush, bit of a swing, but he can't do too much here. It's a bit of poke as the Shock keep control over to New York now, and they want to pressure the advantage, but it's going to be 5 players here with the rampage. Is this going to be enough follow-up? Kellen trying to back away, but Kalush comes in like a whirlwind. Flora down to the axe swing, and the tank from San Francisco lays waste to New York.
Yeah, and they try and advance New York with their rally, and they run right in to the rampage. That's going to have Flora go over to the Tracer here, probably just to try and get a touch, and you're going to have nothing to work with now.
Ansunjae in position to touch if required. Risky business as it is. Kalush wants to try and hold forward here as Violet's up on the wall, peeking over. There goes Flora,
They get
dives
aggressive with this rally from Finn.
Proper pressures the recall there. None available now. Finn's rally is up. Matthew and Kilo's getting close to an overclock himself. Here we go. Commanding Shark comes out from the San Francisco Shock. They want to group up and play towards its left-hand room. It's Gangnam's in very, very low. And Kilo's charged up with that overclock now. Looking for Ansoon Jay. Takes a big hit. Forced to back up for now. It's Gangnam's going to fall first. Kilo finally finds a target here with that Surge and Ultimate. And the Blade is coming a little too late in the day.
I feel like if you're New York and you want to win this series, those are the types of rounds you need to put away in your favor. When you have an advantage there towards the end, that you're getting close to actually securing that round, and you kind of like, the Shock didn't play like their best, I would say, during that individual round there. You need to win those if you're going to be able to take maps against teams like this.
Here's the Rampage, I dare say. Oh, the angle. How's that for an Aang Jack? Beautiful Carnage as well, so Kalush is healing so much under that overshield.
Yeah, I mean, right, he's got the commanding shout overhealth going.
I mean, yeah, he's tick healing for tons. The shout, obviously, I think there was probably a sound barrier involved there, so it's just so much. He's not dying. He's just not dying.
No.
All right, here we go.
Essentially invincible for a small period of time.
All right. So the high ground is where most of the initial consternation is. Kellen and Kalush, respectively, take a fair bit of damage here. Kilo also goes a little dangerously low as Yaki's hoping to try and flank, but Proper's keeping tabs on him here. Quite a star-studded Genji matchup.
Do you feel like, though, Yaki, it's really low there. Both teams playing for the high ground, like, the Shock just bullied them out of it. Like, they both kind of went up there at the start, and then everybody from New York just ran away, like, as the Shock just kind of, like, took control of that area. Now, look at this, though. When New York takes the fight to them, they're able to get that first pick.
The Shock take a ton of damage to maintain that high ground. They just don't return enough of it. The whole purpose of being up there, Matt, is you have better sightlines, but in that case, they just don't. Lose out on damage. They willingly drop down. They have the cap here, of course, but Flora's starting to surge ahead. Finn taken down by the railgun. San Francisco are happy enough to maintain a skeleton crew here as they look to regroup after 25% is accrued.
You also have to wonder how much pressure is on the Shock coming into this game, right? Knowing that streak is on the line. Sometimes it becomes a little bit of like a burden.
And they'll never tell you.
Kind of keep, yeah, no, and you'll never say it until like it's over, right? But to kind of keep that going, the amount of pressure, whether it's from fans, organization, just themselves, right, to keep that win streak going. There's got to be a lot of pressure, especially going against a team like New York, who is Flora picks up that first kill. Like, New York's at the bottom of the standings, right? So like a loss here to not get the streak is like a way worse, right? It's almost like a more pressure scenario than like if you were playing like the Gladiators or Toronto in this type of situation, because like you can understand a loss there, right?
But here, I guess it's a little bit more egregious, which makes it all the more.
Just adds more pressure to it, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, remember, let's think back. I mean, maybe not the best comparison, but Shanghai obviously being 0-40. There are so many teams that were mortified of sort of being the first team to fall. Even when Shanghai were a good team and everyone acknowledged, okay, they're actually a good team now, even if they're not winning these games.
People were nervous playing against them, yeah.
Absolutely terrified. Great whip shot on Yaki. 1 HP and proper. Comes in with a swift strike. My goodness, what a great response from Finn there to shut down the Genji right at the beginning of the fight. It was a sound barrier and a rally though here, so it's a must win for the Shock. But it looks like that investment is going to pay off in a big way.
It was 100% a must-win fight there for San Francisco. You see 81% for New York. Just how fast they got rid of Yaki there. Like, he has the Dragon Blade. It's a beautiful whip shot, but he also has the effects of, like, the rally at that point, too. And they just... The focus fire is just unreal there from the Shock. Able to take him out before he even gets a swing of the Dragon Blade. No, he's pretty healthy going into
like
that
running,
as well.
Running into a doorway covered in, like, the clear tape. You know what I mean?
I never run into a doorway covered in clear tape.
Would you like to try it sometime?
No.
Just
doesn't sound very great.
I mean, just because it hasn't ever happened doesn't mean you can't use your imagination. Come on.
Sure.
We're watching basically Pixar characters run around trying to kill each other, man. Like, just work with me here a little bit, would you?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm sure loads of people in the chat can relate to running into doors of tape.
What about this? Running at your enemies with an axe akimbo. 4 players here with the rampage there. Never done that, Matt? Oh, I'll get you on the next one. By getting rid of Yakido again, shut down by a support. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 for the time being. Violet just staves off New York here as San Francisco now pull into the lead. This is getting scary for New York, who've spent those support ultimates, who've spent those big abilities and have nothing to show for it right now. The Shock is maybe looking to give up control, or at least some control to regroup.
I think they have enough to just kind of keep this rolling to contest, as you see everybody coming back, especially with having Violet alive on the Lucio.
Monsoon J. Dangerous there, dealing with the railgun, but I think Killer walks head first into that one. Flora happily obliges. San Francisco here might have overdone it. Now, Violet, here's the big question. Do you beat for 3 or hold it? Looks like the latter's going to be the case here. San Francisco may be accepting that this fight is all but done, even with the stall there from Violet. They are going to pull out for now.
I mean, I think they would have beat it if they could have actually given the benefits of it over to Kaluj, as Kaluj looks like he's maybe just kind of getting his charge back. Now he's going to come out and they're going to sound barrier.
Oh, there it is. Flora taken down, and that's Kilo finding the railgun elimination on Kellen. Your 2 most important players here, at least in the neutral, are taken down. Not good for New York. How do they hold on? Rally, Blade from Yaki. He has got to save this for his team, but he can't get close enough. Kalush keeps him away. Yaki forced to dash in the opposite direction. Discretion the better part of Valor, I guess, for the time being for New York, but that Blade gets nothing. Now it's up to Flora. Railgun has to be pristine, but he's taken down by Proper. There's no chance for New York to get onto the point. Yaki has no deflate left. He will be downed as well. And a competitive first map, but a Shock win all the same. And the Ajax call in chat, as is custom.
That's a really good first map from New York. Although it is a losing effort and the Shock take a 1-0 lead in the series, New York played quite well there. Had an opportunity there towards the end to steal this, but I thought Violet being able to hold on to that beat. Kaluj, I think that where New York messed up was not just kind of chasing and just burning down Kaluj. They let him actually just go down by their spawn, reset his commanding shout, and then come around the corner, collapse from both sides with the shout and the sound barrier.
Good look for San Francisco. They're making a smart disengage in order to win the round. And so the first map goes their way. Again, it's a first to 3, everybody. Could go either way as the Shock chase the longest match win record in Overwatch League history. Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco Shots.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied. Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Vital's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalu says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Man, does it miss those? Holy cow!
Sam straight the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch. Yeah, okay, bold claims by yours truly. The greatest team in Overwatch definitely was, true at the time. But look, I mean, this year definitely still a couple of check boxes that need to be ticked. We're thinking about sort of our tournament performance. This team incredible in qualifiers. Again, they're just going to tighten up how they look when they get to those live events. But hey, Matt, they're getting plenty of bloody practice at least.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of practice, but like you mentioned, gotta be able to kind of secure those tournament wins, right? We know how dominant they are in the regular season, not just this season, like all time. Outside of season 1, no, maybe we forget about that one, but outside of there, they were really good in pretty much every season we've had in the Overwatch League. Can they get it done at events? I think you will see this. Like, I would be stunned if this team didn't win like one of our last like 2 big events, right? I just think they're too consistently good to not break through. And when we're talking about breaking through, it's not like this team got like 8 of these events, right? Like they're like, a series or 2 away from.
Yeah, it's like top 4, top 2 kind of.
Right.
Vibes,
like
yeah.
you're knocking on the door, right? Eventually you're gonna break through, regardless of if that door is covered in tape or whatever you were just talking about.
Just think about it, all right? Tape, sticky side towards you, you run headlong into it. Just think about it. Or when they put like the cling wrap across the doorway, that's a funny joke. You know what I mean? It's like a TikTok prank, to be honest.
No, I don't have TikToks. I don't get it.
Oh, man, come on, bro. I'm like 30 and I know that, man. Come on, bro.
I mean, I know what it is. I just don't have it.
No.
It's not like I just woke up and I'm like, oh man, what is this? Like,
we should check it out. Little indie app.
Yeah. I'll check it out for sure. What? You don't think the Shock probably just play the same thing on offense, right? I don't think maybe you see like a biotic grenade at the start here, trying to get into that doorway.
Yeah. Standard Widow,
seems kind of
Ana, and then they just. It's in case Genji is like trying to poke or do something obnoxious, right? You have a chance to.
Well, yeah, that doorway doesn't have any shielding, right? So if you can get like a biotic grenade and then maybe a sniper shot or 2, like you can maybe get like sneak an early pick, but I don't think we've seen it work out.
Yeah.
I don't think we've seen anybody get it.
Well, I like that. It's due diligence. It's like sonicking the rail cart on attack on Route 66. It's just a whole part of the procedure coming out of the gates. Yaki living dangerously. Proper draws a bead on him. Trading in the neutral here. Chaotic as it looks. There is a method to the madness though right now as Kellen's getting pressured. Danger! He's able to get away and only just Kilo needs to not overextend here, and he actually gets Yaki with the disruptor shot, so it's a trade. Favoring the attackers though. Proper's still healthy. Now there's even less in place to keep tabs on him because there's no Genji mobility for New York until he returns, so Proper will pressure the point, and Ansujay is down to Kaluj. That's 2 for the Junker Queen.
And that's going to be both supports down, and I was going to say, I know Yaki does end up falling first. I thought Yaki did a great job in map number 1 though, like not trying to, you know, make the hero play or be the hero in certain situations, right? Playing way more around his team. And you actually saw they were actually able to get Proper a few times out first in a lot of their fights. I thought that was the key for New York, keeping it close. This time though, you end up losing both supports after, you know, an initial trade of kills, and then it goes to the shot.
I mean, you don't want to trade. I think if you're defending, you want to trade up at the very least, and I think your Genji for their Sojourn doesn't necessarily represent that. So New York, tough sometimes as well, just responding to who's getting pressured the most. Flora playing pretty far forward, and some of the rest of the Excelsior here, they really want to get up in the face of the shock, but there's a rally in the way, so a lot of this poke damage now just gets shrugged off. And New York find themselves in a position now, their back's up against the wall, they can't really escape comfortably, and so they decide to stand and fight. Kaluj is taken down, he's the commanding shout. There should be a huge lead for New York, and okay, beat there from Violet. Question marks in the chat.
Yeah, you're going to see a beat from, well, the beat comes from both sides, so maybe you think that now you give Proper a good opportunity with the Blade, but that is a beat where you only have 3 players alive for the shock, and I think everybody at that point was up for New York.
Yeah, it was like a 5v3, I want to say.
Yeah, not great value.
Who's more at fault then? You know, the player that's sort of beating in a 3v5? We'll get to it later. You know where I'm going with this. Rampage Yaki can't be healed, ticking down as well. Kaluj got him on the way through. That tick damage is a killer when you're low HP. Flora eventually able to riddle Kaluj with these railgun shots, but it's not going to be enough here. San Francisco in a position now to reassume position on the cart and get some progress around the corner here. Now we head towards the car wash.
And Kellen will have a Rampage coming into the next fight, but man, Kaluj with a really good use of the Rampage while Yaki's blading. So Yaki, you saw from his point of view, wasn't able to get any healing, ends up just kind of ticking out, just kind of bleeding over time to death. And now you come back, you have your own overclock and your own blade.
Here it is, Rampage for 3. That'll be enough. More than enough.
Man, it is so strong. I mean, think about how strong Honest Biotic Grenade is, right? Just when it connects with like 1 or 2 players, and being able to just kind of like shoot yourself out of a cannon, it seems like, and just deliver that to multiple targets in an AoE. Like the Rampage is insanely impactful.
Sorry? I have no idea how Kilo found that kill.
Flick.
All right, a lot of damage there as well on Gangnam Jin. It makes it pretty easy for Finn to finish the job. So New York pushing deep, very far forward, as often as they possibly can here, trying to set up some sort of spawn camp scenario, but the shock of 3 players, so that's full speed on the cart to get it through one of the more treacherous parts of the attacker's side. And
New York
so
will be able to
now
fight again, though.
Yep, they fight outside here. I think they prefer to have the cart, obviously, you know, in that underpass to a degree, but this is acceptable as well. Kilo has that high ground. Keep an eye on that. Finn's rally. He's going to send the shock forward now. The blade is drawn. Gangnam Jin trying to shield bash away. Oh dear. The rally's going to help keep him healed up, and Violet's been taken down by Kellen here. Proper can't get close enough right now. Kaluj almost gets the card home, but looks like Fire's going to have to wait a little longer to get put out.
I mean, that is a fight that Gangnam Jin wins there for the NYXL. Rally keeps everybody like, you know, topped up a little bit as Finn's coming in with the rally and the aggression from the shock. And then the blade is popped. He actually uses his bash to get away. And then when they try and chase him down, he's also got a brig in his face. He's got Finn in his face as well as Proper chasing with a blade. And he's able to whip shot Proper through that, knock him back, allow the rest of his team to, you know, handle business on the cart. And he doesn't get taken out during that blade. Just a sick play there from Gangnam Jin.
Very, very hard for Proper to have an impact in the fight. Crucially shutting him down. So sound barriers for both sides here, and a lot coming up for New York in general. Will this fight be slow enough? Probably, to allow them to get towards those key abilities. Yaki's Blade, definitely consideration here. Neither team wants to go for the support ultimates, and now they do. Ansunjay, yes, the classic. Double beat comes out here. No casualties as of yet, but Yaki's Blade eventually finds its mark. It's Kilo falling first. A lot of damage on Violet there as Finn, Kaluge, and the aforementioned now having to hot-footed away. 43 seconds left in the round. This is excellent defensive work from New York.
It's been about a 2-minute plus hold at this location of the map, and coming into the next fight, you got your Rampage, which we talked about how impactful that is, and then Gangnam Jin yet again. I mean, after that play with Proper, able to build up a considerable more ultimate charge when you think about it, when the rallies were both popped at about the same time versus Finn. So you think he may have that one big key support ult that may put you over the top.
Yaki currently has deadlift status for New York here. 10 final blows in one half for the man, and that's a lovely lineup there. Fantastic stuff. It had to be a Rampage come out here for Kaluge. He's going to get 4 at least with the ticking damage. Anyone's gained here. Kellen, looking towards the backside right now. A lot of pressure on Vale as he tried to get the card home. Proper now needs to try and push them back, but Yaki got up to the high ground and got rid of Kilo. That's a round-winning play right there. Getting rid of the Sojourn, meaning the Shock don't have the advantage in a more drawn-out engagement. It's going to have to be a rally here from Finn, but there may not be enough in play for the San Francisco Shock right now. Kilo's only just respawned and has so far to walk back. And now with that rally having expired, Finn is going to succumb. Gangnam Jin's going to be taken down here. The Doom Fist makes an appearance for Kaluge. Anything that keeps this round going is something the Shock are valuing right now. Kaluge somehow being topped up for the moment. Violet is very low, but he's avoiding Fora for the most part. Eventually, he has to give up as well, and that will be the Shock forced off of the card. Just the one checkpoint, Matt, here on Midtown. That's very impressive from New York, showing that they might have some of the K9 internally as well.
Think about is too, when the Shock take point A, it's basically like instantly, right? Like there's not really like a long lingering fight. There's not like a defensive stand from New York. It pretty much is the Shock walk to the point, they get it. And then after that, New York's defense was fantastic. So we'll see if New York, how they play on offense. Can they kind of break this first initial setup? I think if you see them actually have like a successful offense, kind of like the Shock, maybe in the same fashion of time, I actually think this is a map that New York can definitely take.
Great start for them there. And again, Yaki having an 11-3 round. Yaki's curse is often that he has his best games when his team get crushed. Flora had a similar game like that last week against Vancouver, but this one is looking really good. Now Yaki's performance is actively translating to advantages for New York in this map. They just have to tighten up this offense. San Francisco, a Shocker, a team, if you give them an inch, if you give them a moment to sort of solidify, especially on defense, they will punish you. But the diff was real in the Genji department. Proper only was 3 final blows, 4 deaths last round.
And I don't think anybody should be surprised that Yaki can have this type of performance against a team like the San Francisco Shock. Knowing how just skilled he is on numerous heroes, especially the Genji. It's just, can you turn... I mean, I think that's kind of almost been like his career now so far, is like, you know, you put up these amazing stats and you see these like tremendous individual performances, but like, can you translate that into team success? Where some of it may be in your hands, and then honestly, a lot of it's like out of your hands, right? If anyone's played Overwatch, they can tell you that like, it's not exactly the game where you can like solo hard carry, right? You couldn't really need everybody to pull their amount of weight, and maybe it's just been a kind of like a little bit of a unfortunate product to some of the teams that I know he's had in past years. Is 2 kills go in favor of the Shock early on. It'll be a trade though.
No, you can't be serious. Yaki almost had another one there. Kilo was so low. This is actually a messy fight. I mean, really, you think the Killer gets a literal free kill as Flora just stands still for a little too long. And yet San Francisco almost get sort of cut down to sort of 2 players there after Yaki has a moment.
And you see they really wanted to maybe even see if they can finish Kilo off and at least have him coming back from spawn, as everybody was just pretty much running at him in a straight line there.
Flora this time doubly aware of Kilo, as they both sort of played a long corridor on either side of the fire engine. Flora take a couple hits there, even some Cheerios in the mix from Vile, who's uncannily accurate at times. Flora slowly making his way forward here. Okay, keeps Kaluge in the corner for the time being with that disruptor shot. A little bit annoying, actually. Takes about half the HP of the Junker Queen. That's not insignificant with this kind of healing setup for San Francisco. Still, a long
New York. Yeah, but New York, you didn't want to push into this left building here, right? And try and fight from that, you get kind of collapsed on from both sides. They just maybe want to play one player from there, and oh yeah, they want to try and back out here to the fire truck.
Teams are traded Sojourn, speed for Sunjae. Oh, he's kept alive, but Gangnam Jim, I think, in a position where he couldn't have been line of sight for that sound barrier anyway. He's going for the blade, the madman. Okay, sound barrier here for the shock. They've got to use it. Yaki able to find some sort of value, and Sunjae goes for the later beat. This is real good, actually, for New York. San Francisco back away. Finn might be encouraged to go for a rally if things go even further awry. But Yaki falling here is not ideal. The New York Excelsior take their foot off the gas.
You don't get anything for that blade, right? I mean, that's what really hurts. Is
you get the beat.
Yeah. No, you're going to have like rally, and you're also going to have a rampage and a blade, though. Like, it's not like you kind of gave yourself a huge advantage going into the next fight by trading the blade for the sound barrier.
60 seconds
Blade for proper, and rampage up for both of these Junker Queens right now, which will be interesting given that Rally's the only ultimate. Obviously, normally sound barrier can inoculate you from that anti-heal, but Rally cannot.
A lot of close quarters that New York has to like traverse here as well, which like allows like potentially Kaluj to get a huge rampage.
Kaluj goes for the commanding shout bearer as he fell to half HP. Rampage, Kaluj is hit with it here, so we won't heal from any tick bleed damage. Yaki's down to Proper's blade. Flora has to connect. He must hit someone with this. Fortunately, he comes out with very little, and Proper takes him down. Yeah, Flora really upset about that one, because that is the round, and the map potentially slipping through the hands of New York now. The Rampage is still up the sleeve of Collusion. That is really going to hurt now. He gets to play aggressively. He's going to finally decide to use it. Kellen and the Arky, they drip dry. Going to be a commanding shout for Kellen to keep himself alive, Matt, but this is all but done. 2 seconds left. It's going to have to be Flora making a mad dash for it, but he pulls up short.
I feel like if you were to look at New York and like what's kind of gone wrong with their season, I almost feel like this map is just a great example of it. Like, you know, their defense, they actually play quite well, right? They prevent the shock from even taking the second checkpoint. Their offense, though, it's just riddled by ultimates that just get them absolutely nothing. I mean, the Yaki blade, you traded it for sound barrier, great, but like you left yourself in a situation where, okay, you have a few ultimates to get something with. Flora doesn't connect into anything with the overclock. Your Rampage only gets one. It's the opposing tank, and they got, you know, some ultimates rolling as well. And you just don't really give yourself a chance on the offensive side of things.
Yeah, tough one there. Yaki may have just been trying to make the play, but New York Excelsior, again, they're not up against your garden variety opponent, the San Francisco Shocker. Weaker attacking side, but their defense is sublime. They'll head into the break. 2-0 in the lead, and it is going to be match point. Not unlike the uninsulated garage from which I cast, the fan art gallery is heating up. Don't miss your chance to have your art features on broadcast. Share your art celebrating summertime and the Overwatch League at the same time. Now, I know we don't always venture into the outside world, but you can bring the outside world in with your depictions, of course, of Summer meets Overwatch League. Fantastic one here of X2 Santa. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? I'm sure that, you know, Carl would wear a lei if one was offered to him, Matt, wouldn't you say? What's going on? You like the guy who illustrated Hunter x Hunter, man. It took him years to get to finish the series. It's only just started again. People, here's what you do. You keep people wanting, right? But eventually, Matt, you've got to come through. You've got to deliver. Okay, looks like we're not hearing Matt on broadcast right now. So I just had a really scintillated discussion with myself. Matt, can you summarize?
Oh. Yeah, I've been off my art game a bit.
Yeah. Okay.
I gotta get back out there. You know, I gotta get the creative art flowing.
Yeah, you probably need to go and sit in front of some waterfalls and just get some inspiration. I'm inspired by San Francisco Shock's drubbing. It's water. Just get in the water then. Just have a swim around, Matt. Get some sun. San Francisco Shock, inspiring though. Generally, move me to the point of tears where I'm almost inspired to create an art depiction of what they're doing right now, but it might be a little bit brutal. You know what I mean? Might not be for a bit macabre, perhaps. Because
it hasn't been that brutal.
Well, New
York's been alright.
In fairness, New York, yeah, their attacking round though, it was kind of crushing to see some of those fights go against them, especially when they started some of them relatively well. But the Shock are just too experienced to fall apart like that.
Their Oasis rounds were both close. They did a pretty good job on defense, New York. Their offense on New York, was not great. But I think overall, like, going up against the Shock and with how dominant they've been in the regular season and like how good they are at this meta, specifically right now, it's been considering like where we saw New York last, right, against the Titans, this has been a really good showing, I think.
New York, again, would love to be in the position to put this streak to. I mean, can you imagine? You're like, oh yeah, we're the ones that shut down San Francisco Shock's potential streak. I think at this point, this is probably a franchise that's looking to boost some spirits here and just remind themselves that they actually are of the kind of caliber that can really dance with a team like the Shock.
So it'll be the Shock on offense first. Potentially just the TP to this high ground, and then maybe like a Widow shot or two. Oh man, for a second there I thought like he was gonna be able to take Yaki out, but Yaki gets to safety, so now you'll see the mirror matchup.
All right. Again, from the high ground, we'll just poke politely. You notice that New York here no longer trying for the sort of Zenyatta Ana in this position. They've attempted that before. Middling results from that style. Definitely falling in line with the rest of the league. Proper had a poke. Realized they didn't really need to commit right now as the Shock are being allowed to progress unfettered. For the time being, eventually there's going to be a drop down, and I feel like it's coming, Matt.
I also think it's important for New York to get off to a pretty good start on this map. We caught a little bit of a glimpse of it, right? But like, remember when Flora got taken out and like just kind of like, you know, head down? Like, it just seems really frustrating for New York right now. They got to get something going in the right direction, give themselves a little bit of momentum, a little bit of confidence here.
Proper just deflecting all that poke damage. Proper was doing the poking for
really
the Shock there.
Odd how we've kind of flipped sides. All right.
Right.
Is Flora getting that first pick?
Yeah, he maintains the high ground, so they give up a lot of that cart progress so that obviously Flora can play from that spot, gets a kill.
A lot of the progress is basically already at point A.
Right, but again, that's totally fine. We've seen, well, I mean, oh god, was it 2020, I want to say? Like San Francisco versus Seoul on this map. Really exciting around this part, right? And where both teams were letting the cart get almost towards that first checkpoint and sort of managing to fight their way back. Crucially, I mean, Flora just wants to keep that perch. He's able to turn that into elimination when that player advantage sort of snowballs for New York. So good looks for them here. A little risky to play it that way, sure, but it worked out that time. Will it work twice, though? We'll see.
Looks like the Shock trying to slide across and get this type of positioning and play almost from the defensive side of things. Force New York out into the open, because New York can't afford to back up into that server room, right? They'd be too far away.
Oh man, that's brutal. Kellen gets caught up there inside the carnage, and Yaki, yeah, ends up falling there. Proper starting to do proper things, ladies and gentlemen. Commanding Shout comes out here, but it's probably just banter from Kaluj as NYXL get crumped.
On a few players spawn up front here. So, you're gonna lose Kellen. It looks like Yaki as well, so you're gonna get some free payload progress here for the San Francisco Shock. You're also gonna have Proper with a blade here, but they're gonna have Sound Barrier on the other side of things. So I think barring Asunjae getting taken out while he's dropping it, or maybe even before, right? Maybe it's Kilo lands a really nice shot onto him, doesn't have an opportunity to react. You're gonna have something to counter this blade.
All right, you heard it. Yaki's coming for him. Kilo gonna be the first to fall here, and Yaki uses his very expensive piece of weaponry, mostly to send the damage back the Shock's way.
I like that, though. They see that one player is pushing the cart and decide to just like circumvent the high ground and just go straight for the player on the cart. Maybe you didn't exactly need the blade to do it, but still, being able to stop that cart from just rolling on in.
I like that awareness actually from Kellen there. Some pseudo burst healing from the commanding Shout to keep Flora alive after he takes a big hit. Unfortunately, it's not enough, and even the Sound Barrier, it's allowed to expire, but the effect, the tick, obviously the tick damage and the anti-heal from Rampage is still in effect, so New York spend an expansive support ultimate and come out with very little. Now, I mean, they're struggling. There's not much they can do about this one. They're going to have to hold on to the Rampage for later.
Yeah, and Flora was the victim of Proper's blade, didn't get the effects of the Sound Barrier, and then, yeah, like you mentioned, even worse, right? Kaluj with a sick Rampage. I feel like he's landed a few of those throughout this series. Really big Rampages that have resulted in fight wins. Let's see, it's going to be Kellen going in. He's going to connect with 2.
Commanding Shout came out in response, but it's really not enough, especially with Violet suffering all the scrutiny there. Kilo wants to play up a little bit closer. I like that. Throws down the disruptor shot to make it harder for Kellen to close the gap on him here. And San Francisco have been put in some really weird, chaotic scenarios here as attackers with some place switching with the defenders, but they're taking it all in stride right now, and stride they will, straight up the damn hill, because New York again sent packing.
Yeah, as New York, they invest the Rampage there. Nothing major even online for the Shock to use at that moment, so they'll be able to get this payload around the corner, and then you're looking at this rally. They've been consistently getting really aggressive behind Finn's rallies when he's had them throughout the series, so look to see if they can get a fight on the ground and to use that rally and follow it up.
New York here, looking at a 3-0-3 currently, so not ideal for defenders. This is definitely where they need to make up most of that time if they can. But again, getting Kilo out of this position when Proper's running interference for Yaki, very, very difficult to do. But Kilo also struggling to find the railgun charge to put real pressure down. As New York are contesting, but they're keeping their heads down. It's going to force the Shock to dig a little bit deeper, maybe overextend now as Yaki's found his way into the back line, but the Sound Barrier is going to cause him to want to play more peel-oriented for the time being. Blade, whatever the Blade catches, he's going to be happy with for the time being, but Kaluj is kept alive by the rally. The slow drip feed healing is enough to keep the Shock vital, and Kilo sends one of the Dome of Gangnam's in. He's taken down. Kellen down to half HP as he tries to contest here. Yaki wanted to dash through Proper, but Proper was ready for it. Sound Barrier only for 3 plays, and the Rampage is enough. 2:16 on the clock for San Francisco. Very respectable timing as New York. Only 7 final blows across the whole team there. Yaki much quieter. He's 1-5. Struggle to get anything going on defense.
And you saw from his POV when he pulled the blade out, the Sound Barrier was already rolling. The rally a little bit right after he had the blade active, and he was able to get like nothing with it. Just swung a few times, got some players weak, but if he falls so weak, it kind of pushes him into that back corner. And I don't know, man. I feel like New York, like, are you like at that point for them? Are you just kind of like allowing the cart to push up, contesting it, and like really late, and then just trying to go all in on those ultimates? Because you've done that a few times where you've given out lots of payload progress and kind of gone for that type of strategy, and it has not worked out.
A lot of, I mean, decent aggression from New York, but they are waiting. They're sort of, it looks like they're trying to to set up to put themselves in advantageous positions and sort of start the fight from there. But quite often there's a transaction involved. On the first point it was, hey, we're going to give up some more of that cart progress to play this high ground more effectively.
You can also play that way. Like, okay, think about back when they started to play near the spawn, right? And Kellen used that rampage. Like, if he would have forced some ultimates out there, and you really had a great idea that you had a large ultimate advantage, or if you were going to have, if you can just stall out for a little bit, you can play like that. But there was nothing used by the Shock, so you have to have at least an idea, like, hey, 4 to 5 players are getting their ultimates online, right? And you may want to try and fight a little bit earlier to give yourself a chance.
Thinking more about ultimate economy and less about that positioning, or maybe a better mix of both of them, right? Because it seems like they just run into fights where there's like an extra sound barrier they've got to deal with or something.
We also saw New York get spawn killed here, right?
Yes.
So, I mean, hopefully it's just not like lingering effects, right? Like, oh man, not again, right? We'll see if they can make it out.
Again, they've got to break this though. Finn's doing a pretty good job of staying proximate to Kilo, but again, Yak lacks in that mobility. Once Yaki gets a taste of that blood, he goes straight for the jugular. So nice work by New York. They disentangle themselves from what was an attempted spawn camp from San Francisco. That monkey shaken squarely off their shoulders. How does one, I guess, do that from here? So the Shock, similarly, right, give a fair bit of ground here. I guess we want to know where Kilo is positioned. Looks like on the Shock's side of the map here. Okay, server room. Not a bad spot considering right now where New York are playing from. That really gives a lot of space, but look at this speed boost. Into the server room, dangerous for Kilo. Oh dear, how's he going to get away with this one? He just doesn't. Yaki chases him down. Great little burst of impetus there from New York, and that's going to give them the fight win, Matt. I like that.
Hello. Hey. Hello.
All right. 4 minutes, 36 on the clock to be working with here. There's a rally up for Gangnam Jin. Pings everywhere. Everyone's saying, okay, here's where the Lucio is. Keep an eye on that one. It's really about Yaki maybe building towards that blade, and taking Violet out of the picture early on is going to be a huge part of that. Dynamite for Kilo, he really being kept on his toes so far in this round, often being forced to play reactively, and again, it gives the NYXL a bit of a North Star to pursue in terms of starting these fights and finding the weak spot of San Francisco. Here's the dive. This time San Francisco take things in their own hands. Kellen very, very low here. Picked off as Kalush dives down. And crucially, San Francisco don't have to use any ultimates. Gangnam Team also went for the rally. And this is what we were talking about earlier, when Matt was actually on the cast. Again, ultimate economy, something that maybe New York not thinking about nearly as much as they are, their positional game. And I've got to say, the calling's been decent in terms of how New York start fights on the attacking side, but really hard to start fights the way you want to when you're moving to the shuttle phase where the enemy team could just drop down on you. And now, yeah, you better believe it, ladies and gentlemen, we're back into a spawn camp. And there's so much online. Bobby's huge, something we haven't talked about during this series just because it's been less relevant, but with the limited amount of healing that you have and in the absence of sound barrier, Bob's really got to be hurting. Kilo lets him go straight away. Yaki, unsure about where to go. It's going to be Bob taken down. So New York having to burn that key ultimate away. But San Francisco get what they wanted. They stall out New York, make them slower. 3 minutes and 7 on the clock, rather, as Florian's forced to play back as far as he can. He does have the overclock, and he gets the sound barrier. Now he can actually do it proper. He takes him down with the railgun, and it's up to the higher ground we go. Not much to be seeing from up here, as most of San Francisco have already been brought down, but think about the valuable moments bought by the San Francisco Shock. They still have a couple of key ultimates for this next fight, and that's one in which Proper won't have to contest with the sound barrier. Looking for an opportunity to get maximum blade value if possible. But for support ultimates, San Francisco don't have too much left, so they do not want to be reactive here. It's about setting the pace for San Francisco. Kalush tries to do so, but he takes so much damage that it has to be an early commanding shout that only affects him. Rampage got to catch on to 2 from Kellen, but Proper is there! Oh my! I don't know how he gets Flora. Severs the Achilles from below, and that's 4 for Proper. Fantastic blade! Kellen's really a footnote at this point. He can't achieve anything on his own. And San Francisco convert a losing fight in a spawn camp scenario into a huge win. And Kalush, I can't believe I'm saying this, didn't have to use Rampage at all. So Shock still maintains some form of alt economy, something that will very effectively shut down that rally if that comes into the next fight. Again, if they can... No, we've basically not gone anywhere. Welcome back, though.
I didn't miss that much, I guess.
Shock down. You missed the 4K from your boy Proper, Matt, so it's all right.
I mean, you see that every game from Proper, though. I mean, almost every map, so...
That's true.
It's all right.
Here we go, though. New York pushing up with the cart here. Expect to see this Rampage soon. Kaluj catches two. Okay, crucially, both DPS are hit with that anti-heal. Yaki and Flora, though, still okay. Remember that overshield. Really going to be important here. Bob deployed to the left-hand quarter, I think, so it really makes it hard for New York to retreat back there, and so they go to the right instead, making them pretty susceptible to the dynamite. Gungjin, shield getting brought low by Bob, but Flora gets rid of Kilo. That's a huge turnaround. Rally out here for Finn. Yaki probably won't be able to find too much for the time being here. It's just about that pressure. Sound barrier now for Violet. San Francisco have used both their support ultimates map, but we're inside 1 minute remaining. But Flora again strikes. Finn is down. Yaki will just keep poking from mid-range, and there's a chance here for New York.
Well, it looked like potentially a big dynamite, though, that came out. It's going to get a few players on New York low as Proper and Violet still here. Somebody's going to have to keep the car contested, though.
All right. Here we go. Commanding Shout comes out. A close one here, but New York decide to throw in the towel. The spawners were coming in close enough, but they realized they need to try and sort of coalesce around the rally. Around the Rampage, the Blade, and the Overclock here. No support ultimates on deck for San Francisco.
How do you break this? If you're New York, I guess you're reliant on a big Yaki Blade with no support ultimates on the other side. Somebody's got to touch. Via Sunjae and Yaki coming in from the side.
Yaki Blade as well. Can he find Kilo, though? Yes, eventually he does. Probably going to get taken down by this Overclock here. Flora finds another headshot on Yaki. He's got two now on the trot with that Blade. Finn is able to bring Flora down, but in the meantime, the cart gets home. It's a 90-second extension for New York, but San Francisco was still marching towards that map streak record.
And you think this is where the Ashe could probably be the most effective, like on your first point, if you can keep that kind of distance, although it is a little bit harder. Second point, if you can keep ship control at the top. But here, right, with this long sightline towards the end, you feel like that's where the range of the Ashe can come into play. With only 60 seconds on the clock, you know, a pig or two from Kilo, or even just a big dynamite to stall some time, puts the Shock in a great spot.
Kilo out of the picture already. New York seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and at the end of the map here. Realize they're pretty close to at least being able to force a run back for San Francisco.
Hello.
And again, getting that little time extension, a chance to go one more time is a big difference maker on Gibraltar, especially with how easy it is to hold people off that first point. So the Shock split themselves up as they make their way towards the card here. Proper takes a little bit of poke damage and wants to keep his head down, but Yaki's already worked his way into the back just to keep that constant pressure on. Proper doesn't want to deal with it though. Shield batch comes in. Sound barrier now for Sunjae. It's going to be a rally for Finn. Card inches closer. Finn trying to play around collusion. There's a Rampage on Kellen. Getting rid of him will be huge. And look at the Junker Queen burn. Lit up like a Christmas tree is Kellen. And now the NYXL don't have anyone to lead from the front. They're going to be forced away, and that is going to be that. The San Francisco Shock across the 2021 and 22 seasons have achieved the top match win streak of all time in the Overwatch League. 20 wins in a row. An incredible feat. And what a way to do it.
And they don't look to be slowing down anytime soon. I said it in our pre-match setup. I think there's like 1 or 2 matches you're really scared about for them coming up in the regular season on their schedule still. But man, you could be looking to not just right now you break the streak and you own it. The streak is still active. No, you look to build towards that streak here in the regular season, where I think potentially the Shock, they could have an undefeated regular season here this year.
We've got so many franchises, Matt, racking their brains. How do we even come close to what the San Francisco Shock are able to do across multiple seasons, multiple looks of their roster, maintaining this level of dominance? And all San Francisco are really looking for now is a world championship to be the kings of the Overwatch League once more. It's definitely on the table here, and they're paving the way in a big way through these qualifiers. But like we've always said, Matt, it's about the big games. It's about the loud games in front of the crowd, exposed, laid bare. That's where you want to see San Francisco really rise. And so far, they've just missed out on that last 5%.
Once you have success, like the Shock, like the Gladiators, like the Dragons, right? That's what your success is going to be based off of. Like, we know you can be great, during regular seasons and stages and whatnot. It's just how many tournament wins can you rack up? How many events can you leave and becoming the champion, right? I think that's kind of what you look at. Specifically, I think with those three teams, I think the Shock obviously have just kind of like launched themselves into another level with this streak and then just kind of what they've done in their franchise history. But we'll see, man. I think they got to be the heavy favorite going into the Summer Showdown.
Yep, the fact that they're showing that it doesn't really matter what the metagame looks like, they're able to find success there, that is a huge plus, and that really lends credibility to the idea that this is the best team, at least in the West right now. Let's talk about our player of the match, Matthew. A lot of candidates here. Again, in sort of less competitive matches, it can be hard to sort of find a clear frontrunner. Obviously, Proper was great in this series, as usual, by Kaluj. I mean, he was fantastic, especially in that first map. That's where we saw most of the bite come in from New York, right? Where they really tried to hit the ground running. Kaluj was huge in sort of shutting that momentum down. And, really great performance as well on Midtown, leading his team to victory. San Francisco, well-oiled machine right now. And this guy, he's got his hands on the steering wheel.
Yeah, I thought today, if you were to look at both of these teams, I thought the Junker Queen difference was probably the biggest one across the board. Because we even talked about it, like Proper didn't play amazing the entire time, right? He had moments where struggling a little bit, but Kaluj just getting
very quiet.
Yeah, he's just getting so much better value out of the Rampage. Like every time we saw a Rampage from Kaluj, it was extremely impactful. We just did not really see it on the other side of things. I think his play today really put the Shock over in a dominant fashion.
Yeah, impressive stuff here from Kaluj. Again, rookie player, really showing that label doesn't mean a whole lot in the Overwatch League now, with so many of those reaching for the stars. Stick around, everybody. We still got another match in store for today. But first, of course, we'll head over to the truck and see what our Brains Trust has to say on the 3-0 for the San Francisco Shock.
Get on. Point, touch point. I can kill Buri. Buri on main. 무시하고 딴 거 보자. 겐지? 소절랩.
나이스.
뭐야, 씨발 끝났어?
T9. 나 밀었어.
끝난 거 아니야? 3대0?
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by a very special guest. As you guys could all see, we got head coach Krusty from San Francisco Shock for the post-match interview. Krusty, big win, big congratulations for the team. Now, I mean, I gotta say, because this is a very big moment for the San Francisco Shock and the Overwatch League in general as well. I mean, with this win, you guys clinched a spot in the Summer Showdown tournament. Not only that, of course, and you guys set a new record for the longest win streak. So I just want to hear your thoughts on it first. 자, 일단 오늘 승리 너무나 축하드리면서 오늘 이 승리가 굉장히 대단한 업적을 이루게 된 승리가 아닌가 생각을 합니다. 뭐 당연히 연승 기록을 세운 것도 있지만 또 오늘 승리로 인해서 센쇼이 벌써 이번 서머 쇼다운 토너먼트에 입성을 하게 됐는데요. 감독님에 대한 소감 일단 한 말씀 짧게 듣고 시작을 할게요.
네. First, I'm so happy that we make like really good league court like this because whatever like the league court shows up like how how the season goes and how the team goes. I feel like all the players and the staff and the org made this and like. Yeah, I mean, it's really good, like, reward for me, yeah, or for me, yeah, so I'm pretty happy for that.
Yeah, I mean, before we continue, I just want to say your English improved even more, so I think I'm just gonna
Thank you.
Not translate in Korean, and we're just gonna do it all in English, so I could buy more time to ask you more questions, because I have a lot of questions for you, Coach. So,
yeah.
Moving on, second question, I also want to ask you, I feel like San Francisco Shock is a team that has been just consistently dominant throughout the years of Overwatch League. Whether it's a new meta, whether it's a new stage, whether you guys put in a new player and make a new team, you guys as a franchise have always been a dominant force. Like I guess my basic question is like, how is San Francisco Shock so consistently good all the time?
Well, I think like consistency is the hardest thing because like after like you make a two-time champion and like keep getting motivated, and also I feel like for doing that I feel like the players did a really great job, and also I feel like all the staff we have a great staff, 9K and the Castellus, and also I feel like the org they also like listen to me a lot and they really support us. I feel like that makes us like being us a consistency. I mean that is like really hard for being a perfect triangle, but I feel like we made that, so that's why we are here.
Yeah, you guys are here, and that is why you guys have this amazing result. Now, I mean, you just right now mentioned about becoming the two-time champion. So my last question is about that. Two-time champion, you guys now have the longest win streak in the Overwatch League. Like, how do you stay motivated? Because when you guys have so much wins and when you guys are so dominant, I guess sometimes it could be easy to get complacent, but it doesn't seem like that's the case for San Francisco Shock. So what's the secret?
Well, like I feel like the biggest reason is we just hate losing. I mean, yeah, I want to win, but I just hate losing. So I feel like all of our players are also at the same page. Like they really hate losing, and even like we always think like we're gonna lose. I mean, like because like we are dominating for sure, but like we are facing a match, we always think like it's like 50 and 50. It's a 0 game. So I always say like, hey, just don't lose to them. Let's just kick their ass. That's what our mindset is, and like I feel like that's why.
Okay. All right, I mean, you are a special guest here, so I'm gonna squeeze in one last question. Even talking about matches and winning, you guys do. I mean, this whole season, you guys unfortunately couldn't win the kickoff clash and the mid-season tournament, but you guys are in the Summer Showdown. Head coach Krusty, what can the San Francisco Shock do in order to win the Summer Showdown tournament?
To be honest, like last stage was our meta and we should have won that, but we couldn't. I mean, as a fact, this stage, maybe not ours, but we're gonna make that, ours.
All right, Coach Krusty, thank you so much for your time. That ends the interview. Again, big congratulations on this big achievement for the San Francisco Shock. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you have it, guys. That's the secret sauce for San Francisco Shock. You got to go in with the mentality of, we're going to kick some butt.
Dude, that was an incredible interview.
That was
a really
Krusty
special interview. That was really well done. Like, across the years, a 2-time champion. He has put on this record of a 20-win streak in the regular season, and you can see it. First of all, his English is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
But you can see the mentality that he has, what he invokes into these players, and that's why they get results like this, where they are breaking records time and time again across multiple roles.
Yeah, he's the greatest coach of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's indisputable. Not only is he a 2-time champion, like these win streaks that they go on, and like the consistency in the regular season, it matters. Like, I don't think people fully understand. Like, they just look at the playoffs all the time and they're like, hey, this team won, that means they are the best. But there's another kind of thing to appreciate in consistently like showing your dominance and that you're superior to your opponent. If not for that, like all the other elite teams, they would also just be on like ridiculous win streaks all the time. They would never lose to the bad teams. They would never lose to like the mid-table teams because they're supposed to be the better team of them. But that's not the case. There are so many cases of like upsets happening, or maybe like an elite team is like underperforming because whatever reason. Like the Shock being on this massive 20-0 regular season win streak. As a former professional, like I have massive amount of respect for that because I acknowledge like how difficult it is to turn up for every match and be motivated and come in and like play your best game. So why are you laughing, Costa?
Yeah,
you're not undermining my point, are you?
No, I just realized I forgot to put my mic on, and that's why nobody probably heard anything that
really?
I said. But, yeah. And Hex was just making fun of me. But yeah, no, like Johnny is actually hitting the point perfectly on the head. The ability to have that consistency and to have that sort of like motivation, because like we've all been in situations when things are going well, it's so easy to just coast. And the fact that they don't do that is the incredible thing. So sorry, Johnny, I didn't want to throw you under the...
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you backed me up. Glad you backed me up, though.
Yeah, no. But, you know, this was actually a really good match. Like, going to this specific match, I think the New York Excelsior, they looked to show a little bit more confidence, and they gave me a little bit more, you know, emphasis that they have the skill to be able to do this. I said going into that match, if Yaki is having a good game, anything is possible, and he showed glimpses of that on some of those matches. So you can't be too unhappy with the New York Excelsior, but the Shock are the team to beat right now in the West.
Right. I mean, yeah, Excelsior definitely, I think, put up a good fight, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah.
To stop the San Francisco Shock, and yes, they are still winning. Let's see if they could continue this win streak. When their next match is, I don't know when, but if they win that one, it's going to be 21-0. I just want them to keep winning until it goes up to like 30.
Matt said they could go all the regular season undefeated, like with the schedule they have ahead of them. I think it's unlikely because at some point,
Johnny's a hater. It's likely.
You're a hater.
It's ridiculous. Come on.
Well, here's the thing. Their last match, I think, of this stage is the Dallas Fuel. That they're going to say, and these are the two best teams right now. So that next, I believe that's next week. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, that is definitely a match to watch. All right, so that is it for that game. We're going to move on to our last game of the day. It is the moment, everybody. Vancouver Titans versus the Washington Justice. What are you guys looking out for?
Here's the thing.
5 maps.
Honestly, this has to go to 5 maps. I don't care what's happening. This has to go to 5 maps. The Washington Justice, I believe in them, which is surprising to even me right now. But I think they've been playing really well. And personally, I think the Vancouver Titans have made enormous strides to becoming a very good team. But I think they're being massively overhyped right now. But I would love for them to prove me wrong in this match.
Yeah, I think this is an incredibly exciting matchup because I feel like both teams have like a very interesting story right now. It's the Washington Justice, the underdogs. They only have 5 players on their roster. Can they sort of like use this opportunity to really like take fate into their own hands and like make something good out of this? This is the players' reputation on the line. They're trying to, you know, earn their spot in the league and make sure they return next year. Similarly for the Vancouver Titans, they started off 0-13 this year, horrible losing streak, down so bad, and then they win 2 matches, and now we're like on this positive momentum, and like can Vancouver Titans similarly sort of like restore their reputation and get like some good momentum behind them? Can they make this like a positive arc somehow for their players? And I think for both of these teams, there's so much on the line just for the players themselves that I'm interested to see like who comes out on top today.
And qualifying for the LAN. They have not been to a LAN tournament so far. If they can get to Toronto, that's a massive confidence, and you start to buy into the system, right? And you start to buy into the Vancouver Titans.
See, I think it's like mixed results predictions for this matchup, as we're seeing. You know, we have it's mixed with Costa and we got Zoe on the Washington side and everyone else. Vancouver. I'm hearing from Hex that for the fans it was 60-40 in favor of Vancouver.
So pretty close.
Pretty close. Not 50-50, but pretty close. But let's hear what our casters think. we have Uber and Mr. X for this, but of course it's Matt. West
Matt
Canada.
guaranteed it. Matt guaranteed it.
Matt,
He did not
Matt
guarantee this
60-40, right? That's what the fans think.
That's
I
too
mean,
low.
Matt, I'll be surprised if you take Washington.
It's too low. 70-30.
All right, I mean, to be fair, the Vancouver Titans are, what didn't you just say, Matt? Undefeated since August 14th.
It's true.
Is that true? Can I get that fact check?
Yeah, according to Custa Stats,
it
it's
is.
true. That's our new stats philosopy is Custa Stats. It's just,
We don't even need the stats lab for that. We're just wow.
You just make up stats at this point, and honestly, you just run.
Yeah,
with it.
there's
So,
a 70% chance they're undefeated.
Are we forgetting? Are we forgetting that the Titan? Sorry, rather the Justice look pretty decent, right? With 5 players and Evan from marketing on their roster, they actually look like they might be able to do some damage right now.
We talked a little bit about it on Plotchat this
Evan.
week, and I actually thought that by them going down in terms of roster size and like you're only with these players, the players may end up feeling more comfortable, and they may end up playing a bit better. So that'll be interesting to me to see. It's very rare, you would say, like, if the Justice can get by a real test in the Vancouver Titans. It's not something I think I expected to say coming into something like this, but it is.
I'm so appreciative of Matt Morello's psychology analysis right here. It's really spot on. It's very insightful. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
But you hear Krusty, that's how he's coached the Shock. He's like, hey, just go out there and beat them. It seems to be working there.
He said, go out there and kick their ass, is what he said. You know, that's what I want to see, a bit of that bloody hunger. You know what I'm saying? These guys have got it. This is what happens when you don't feed someone for a while to get hungry. I mean, Vancouver Titans been subsisting on breadsticks and D-Pays for lunch money for how long? Let's make it happen. I'm ready to see the Vancouver Titans take this away personally, guys. And now, I like the idea of a streamlined Washington Justice roster, guys. Let's see
why are you doing that with your hands?
Because it's streamlined.
I'm in it. No, keep going.
Look at how many players you can fit inside this baby. Only 5 apparently. Yeah, and then a team staff member. But still, it's about the quality. All right, we'll catch you guys later. We're gonna jump into this one because again, everyone is split on their expectation. You know, what team looks stronger? 60-40 from the fans. Huge surprise. It's very meta right now to be very excited about the Vancouver Titans. But in fairness, right, King comes into this team as sort of this newest addition. Looks really good. Look, Aspire's sojourn, after last week's play,
he's been sick.
Statistically, Matt, I mean, signs are saying that he's the best in the league, at least in his output right now. That might be, there are a lot of reasons for that. Could be also because they absolutely farmed New York last week. But there's no, just the eye test for Aspire is really, really quite compelling as well. This team's come a long way, really started to take shape. Is this their time? Is West Canada about to rise up?
I honestly really like this team with the way they're playing right now. Obviously, been a very long time since I've been a very talented gamer, but I remember when we first got our hands on Overwatch 2 and able to play with some of the content creators and the pros. I have never been just dominated by somebody like Aspire on Sojourn in my entire life. So seeing him, obviously, it takes a little bit, right? And I think how we just talked about Yaki, right? You need the team to really start playing well to see how some of these players really perform. You see things start to click now, and you see how good he is. To think a team like Toronto, didn't bring him back, and kind of, it's almost like a gift to the Titans, right? That he's able to come over and play for this team.
Yeah,
they've looked really good thus far. I think this team. Now, how would they do outside of this meta? I don't know. In this current meta, with the players they have and the skill sets they have, I like this team.
Yeah, a lot to be excited for. I think, if we cast our eyes towards the other side of the aisle, there's a lot going on, with the Justice, right? Especially this change that they've had. I think there are a lot of people that were really not expecting them to be able to do a whole lot, right? But, a familiar face maybe unexpectedly comes in and puts on a really strong performance in Assassin last week. Fantastic Genji play from this guy. This guy, 12 final blows per 10 minutes on the Genji. And getting a Dragon Blade, once every minute 52 seconds, so 0.5 AKMs. This guy, really, really strong showing. Great to see him refreshed coming off the bench and now in a position to make his mark. I mean, he's got no competition now, Matt. See if that's a good or bad thing.
So I'm not going to say these two teams are in the same realm, but remember back to Season 1 when London had like so much talent across their board and they kept doing all these subs and like players were, you know, like you had Bird Ring sitting out games and like Prophet was like letting like, you know, other people play, people in tank and whatnot. And their season was like up and down all over the place until they basically just went down to like a 7-player roster and said, these are our players, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if there's some of that here with the Justice of, you know, you're no longer looking over your shoulder if you're Kalios or Krillin or Opener, right? Or like, there is no other alternative. Like, we either figure it out as a team, as 5, or we're just going to get dunked on every game, right? You have to figure it out. I also think it's a little bit of a sigh of like, not really a sigh of relief, but you feel a little bit more relief when you know your spot is solid. You can work on, you know, the role that you're going to be playing. You don't have to worry about splitting time with other players and whatnot. And maybe you see better performances out of some of these players. I think it kind of goes under the radar a lot. And honestly, probably why a lot of teams, you know, have struggles in the Overwatch League. It's like, you can have tremendous players like Aspire, like Yaki and whatnot, but like if you're not putting them in the right position to succeed, you're not going to see them succeed. Where I feel like, you know, maybe now you're putting these players in a better chance as these 5 individuals to play better.
And maybe in light of what we'll sort of call a mild personnel shuffle, you know, amidst the organization of the Justice itself, there might be some more self-governance from this roster, right? An opportunity at least for more of the identity of these 5 Justice players to be infused, you know, with their play style. Which again can be a real difference maker. Some rosters really thrive under those conditions. Some prefer to be in a more structured setup.
I'm really interested for this match. Because the Justice win last week, I don't think anybody expected that. And it's like, well, is that just like a kind of like flash in the pan moment? Like, you know, just came in, played tremendous, and Italy, Florida just kind of like played terribly. Like, what is this team made out of? And I think they'll get an actual real test here against the Titans. And at least so far, the Titans come out and get 2 early picks.
Now, Vancouver are 2-1 with a +5 map differential. Currently, they are tied for 4th place in the Summer Showdown qualifiers with the Washington Justice.
This team, I think we got into a massive, like, not a massive argument, but we got a little bit back and forth when we were talking about power rankings. Like, this team is 1 map away from beating the Defiant, potentially being like 3-0 in the stage this far, with like a really good map count. Like there's a real chance. I think that this Titans team could end up with like a top 4 seed going into the Summer Showdown.
They'd be 3-0 at like +6, +7. Like that's just incredible. So very close to that. And so
we know how good
have this under control,
and we know how good the Defiant are, right? Because we've just seen them beat the Gladiators, right? And the Gladiators, although not the best record in this stage, I still think is a pretty good team. Yeah, I still think they're a pretty good team, though. Like,
well, their strength of schedule was disgusting.
Brutal, right?
Fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they played all those teams relatively close. Yeah.
Yep. So, like, normally an 0-4 team, you expect to, like, -12, maybe, like, up there. Like, no, only -6. So, again, that's, you know, like, what, 1.5 maps behind per series or whatever.
I was just going to say, they just got to get something going here early, right? But, man...
Space King? Yeah, he's about to get in there, you know what I mean? That's his, I'm about to feast on these full space. Yeah, this is very comfortable for the Vancouver Titans now at 69% and counting.
I mean, you can just tell how dominant these fights have been by just looking at the ultimate charge across the board. Boss is 90% to a beat, and you have, you know, Opener at 70, and then even for Assassin, right? You know, 40% ult charge behind for his Blade.
Yeah, I'll give you this one. Vancouver are, Justice are 1-12 kills to...
I'm more interested in, like, damage. Like, how much, like, actual, like, have they done as Assassin there? That's actually a big pick getting mirrors. So this may be the Titans actually just giving the point up.
Yeah, Titans have about 30% more damage right now. It's about 6.5 to 5k as it stands. The Justice will be able to move in onto the point here, and crucially, it's they're starting to crest the hill into some of these key ultimates. So this might be a little bit of a longer round than you might first expect.
That fight starts to even things up a little bit because the Titans, for whatever reason, didn't end up using anything. And the Justice are able to win it in a dry fight and do it pretty convincingly and build up all of their ultimates. So just like how you're kind of talking about how one-sided it is, you win this fight, or 2 fights in a row with some of these ultimates, you're in a spot where the Justice could potentially steal this, where it looked unwinnable.
There's the shout, Assassin. Yeah, great pressure on Mirror. Sound barrier came in just a little too late to keep him alive. Just the 1 kill may well be enough here. King, again, looking to try and find something with his own blade, but the Justice burned through both their support ultimates here, and if King can find value after the fact, then more bully for him. Aspire, though, will be sent packing, and so do the Justice send the Titans wholesale back to spawn here.
I'm surprised they invested the rally there, the Titans. You had lost your Jungle Queen and ended up deciding to rally after losing, I think, even another player. So you end up getting Krillin's rally out, but you're gonna have to see a big rampage here and Aspire potentially pop off, because just like that, the Justice are gonna get above 70%.
Yeah, it doesn't take much.
No.
Especially on these control rounds. Like to see what Vancouver can work with in terms of their Sojourn play. See if Aspire can actually get set up here. They're going to be forced to filter in, so it leaves Kalios pretty close and able to drop down and start to pressure them here. Rampage coming in from a flanking angle. It's Masa and Aspire both here with that. Aspire needs to get some value before he goes down. And eventually, the bleed will claim him. 2 for 1 so far now as Kalios looks to try and pick King off there. Pulls him on in with Gracie. There's the Carnage. Mirror forced to give a little bit of ground now. 96 and counting here. The Titans have to make a bit of a play, but the Justice are at full strength still. And we're into overtime. Masa keeps the round going, but the Vancouver Titans haven't had any success since they were first pushed off the point, and it looks like the Justice, Matt, are finally warmed up.
This meta is so, like, ultimate defiant at times, like, where the Titans are absolutely rolling them. 1 fight, they have an ultimate advantage, they didn't use anything. The Justice come in, they even the odds, and then they just roll them the rest of the game. So the Justice bounced back in a big way the second half of that point. I think really probably stunned the Titans a bit.
Well, it's an extension of the conversation we had in the last series on Gibraltar. Like there's an emphasis on positioning, which is really important, but ultimate economy is a little bit more relevant here than it was in previous, more scrappy, more DPS-oriented metas. You pointed out that Aztec goes for a rally there in a losing fight for the Titans when they're already sort of lost Mirror. And you wonder maybe if they hold on to that, they can actually give themselves an opportunity to fight back into the round before the Justice get to 99. So Vancouver looking a bit sheepish after that round. They really had the Justice dead to rights, and they lost in a tri-fight of all things. So the Justice got control of the point and didn't have to spend anything for it. That is just, cannot allow that to happen.
Decay gets first blood here on Aspire. I mean, you talk about players, in the same vein as like a Yaki or an Aspire, right, who we know have the skill and have just maybe been on a team that's just kind of not clicking or whatnot, right? Where Decay, I think sometimes, like when we talk about like the best DPS players in the league, like he gets forgot about so often, but when his teams are like clicking and you kind of have everybody playing up to par, let's say, you can allow him to kind of play what he is good at, which is just about everything. There are not as many players in the league as like dynamic as Decay, I think. It's just, can you also keep him focused, right?
Yeah, it's meta dependent as well to some degree. Like in a Cassidy meta, Decay really gets the shine. I think that's like one of the better metas for him, and also Tracer. But Tracer's more powerful and less of just like an annoying Hornet that is eventually dealt with. A long fight here, but the Titans are up by a couple players now, and Assassin going down. So this really should be Vancouver moving into residence after a summary eviction. And they will. The Justice able to get themselves about 45% before having to cede control.
I was going to say, it almost didn't really feel like they had built up that much, but getting the point early and kind of these long nature of the fights, yeah, it allows them to get to 45%, where 45%, no ultimates built up on either side. So, the Justice, how do you attack this going in? You have to have a good idea that King is getting close or potentially has that blade already. Are you thinking of just trying to, you're going to be able to get that sound barrier off. It's going to connect with everybody too.
Yeah, it looks like King's happy enough with that now. He can actually peel with this Dragon Blade. Didn't need to. Apparently, though, with Spire's able to deal with Assassin all on his own. Assassin did not have a Dragon Blade available there, so I was really just trying to pressure the backline with the sound barrier, with the durability, meant he could stay longer. So the Titans happy enough with the blade use. Forces sound barrier, and they win the fight. It's thumbs up for the Titans.
Yeah, now you have the big advantage in terms of support ult. So Krillin ends up using the rally. They're going to try and use this to just close the gap and get everybody healthy, but you're going to have just a commanding shout response for the Titans. Now a sound barrier, and they are really ready to go.
Spy needs good advantage to get Valley out of that overclock. He actually, Matt, he power slides forward with that overclock active and makes it pretty easy for Assassin to access him on the low ground. Eventually that sound barrier expires on Aspire, and so does he.
That is an impressive fight win for the Justice to win as well. They have the rally at the start of it, but they end up winning that with the Titans end up investing both support ultimates there, and they come out on top. That is so difficult to do, especially in this type of meta where there's so much survivability, whether personal or team. And when the other team has that more survivability, you still come out on top. I mean, this could actually swing things in favor of the Justice to the point where they end up winning this map, right? You got a Rampage, you got that overclock, and you're probably gonna see another beat here from Opener.
Keep an eye on where Aztac is positioned relative to Aspire, because that's where a lot of the pressure comes. That's where Assassin went with that blade here. If Aztac could stop it, it's a huge fight win. The Vancouver Titans, though, with both teams trading those Rampages. Decay going to go down in a mirror. Managing to connect on an enemy Sojourn with Rampage is almost always going to yield that kill. Just impossible to heal through that, literally. And that's pretty solid here for the Titans now. 75 and counting. Justice come back here with a sound barrier to use. Maybe King wants to force that early if possible.
They need to get a good use to the sound barrier, because if they don't, this should be the Titans' point to take. So you're going to have to see Opener land this, whether it's on everybody when the blade comes through, or just use it aggressively, as this will be the overclock here, overcharge for Decay.
Some value there. Mustard goes low. King's Blade now through the sound barrier. Hard to find purchase, and Opener's able to get away in time. And King is going to fall. Opener gets in the way finally with that boop, sends him packing here in the Justice. What a convincing fight win. Vancouver, look, fairness, didn't have those support ultimates to work with. We're hoping to maybe force Opener to use one sub optimally. That didn't work, so now they're in trouble.
Can you get a touch?
Well, Doomfist is the switch for Mira. A great pick for him in a good meta for Doomfist, which this is not. Not having a slow is pretty bad for him. Still, triggers overtime. That's what they were looking for. Mira stays alive. Pretty hard to get through Doomfist at the best of times. It is the blade of the backline. Aztac, rally. Not going to be enough to stop Assassin, who's had a fantastic Genji round here, Mac. You continuing the trend of being dominant and really building blades quickly. And that's all the Justice need to get the job done here. King all on his own eventually will be brought down, and the Justice, all said and done, Matt. Slow start, but convincing finish for Washington.
First 2 or 3 fights of this map were all Titans. After that, the Justice were fantastic throughout. Man, that is I did not, after seeing the first 3 or 4 fights, I did not expect this map 1 to turn out that way. It looked like it was going to be all Titans. I'm really excited to see what happens next, as we may be seeing a very impressive new look Justice.
Yeah, absolutely. We get to have some good conversations in this series, I think, because these two teams are on a similar level fundamentally. So we get to do a deeper dive into some of the minutiae about this meta and about that ultimate economy. So we'll keep that discussion going after these messages as the Washington Justice head into the first map break in the league. Yeah, obviously a little bit sleepy there in DC, but the Justice wake up pretty quickly in that first map and end up running away with it, Matt. Look, a matchup that's got to be highlighted is that Genji head-to-head newcomer King versus the prodigal son Assassin to the Washington Justice. Assassin who goes 14 and 5 in that map rather, with 5 Dragonblade kills. That's 1.67 kills per Dragonblade. King has no Dragonblade kills. He's not actually able to find any value with that Genji ultimate, despite building them just as fast as Assassin did.
Yeah, it was just really good support ultimate usage from the Justice. Opener able to get those sound barriers down whenever King going in with the blade, and it feels like this Justice resurrection maybe a little bit more legit than even I had imagined. Where we'll see them go into map number 2. What happens here, but we know how the Titans have been so far throughout this tournament. Very competitive, looking better. But the Justice, I mean, this would be such a really kind of out of nowhere story, right? Like, I think everybody kind of almost wrote them off. It's just like, well, this seemed like this is it for the year. Like, they'll just kind of be what they are, right? Where, man, seeing them kind of pick themselves up off the ground, have these great performances. If they can keep this going back to back, that's so impressive.
I mean, this is probably one of the most definitive matchups, I can't believe I'm saying this, of this qualifier. These two teams are tied at 4th place, right? 2 wins, 1 loss, +5. To me, they are the benchmark, of successful teams in the Summer Showdown qualifiers. So, to sort of see if we can actually separate these two teams empirically by, seeing how this match plays out is going to be really interesting, and it's going to inform our understanding of the rest of this qualifier, and the tournament itself might look, but it's been Genji's that have been the story of the first map. Less likely that that'll be the case here, but if you think back to our previous series, we definitely saw one of the Genjis perform pretty well. It was Flora, or rather Yaki, excuse me. So keep an eye on them, see how they play, but Assassin so far has got the better of King.
I think we'll also learn a little bit about the Titans, is how do you bounce back from adversity, right? Like, they win it, everybody's hopes are high. You lose map number 1. Do you just kind of revert back to your losing ways, right? Or can you just battle back a bit and come back in the series?
Kalio's dove in there, looked for a pretty big carnage, and a lot of chip damage on the Vancouver Titans early as they try and take some space. Assassin forced to take a breather here, and Kalio's getting chased down. Master gonna be able to find him. Not often you see the Junker Queen picked off first here, but Kalio's not able to get away. Now Spire still positioning fairly safely, knows there's a myriad of things that could spell his doom, but with King getting rid of both Assassin and Decay, that'll be enough.
Man, this is so weird. This is kind of how Ilio started, right? Where the Titans just ran over them early on, and then as the map progressed, the Justice just came alive. But man, that is a fast point A take there. Above 5 minutes on the clock. Almost like the maximum amount of time you can probably have. So we'll see how the Justice decide to play this. So it looks like at the start they don't want to play on this high ground around that first corner. They want to play really close.
Tough to fight through these chokes as attackers, especially after their door shuts behind the fire engine, which will be happening momentarily. And Decay's got pretty decent long sight lines outside of the cart moving into his way, but Aspire's able to find that first pick on Assassin, and King dives! That's huge! Both DPS down for the Washington Justice, and Kalio seems to be faring no better. absolutely blown to smithereens, and Aspire, he's the one that breaks through the dam.
What a job, though, by Aztec and Masa, able to keep players away from Aspire and able to keep him upright and putting down that damage as yet another fight kicks off with a kill from Aspire, and he's got the high ground here, just trying to get another angle as Assassin has to be careful.
It's like the whole point of playing that small count was so you don't give the enemy Sojourn space to line you up and find these free kills, and yeah, well, that's what the Titans got. Rally here for Krillin, Blade for King. Boot back initially, so now needs to walk. 2 legs and a heartbeat to get back into the fight, but that's enough time for Opener to bust out the sound barrier. So, what can Rampage get done? Aztec's forced to back away. Aspire will probably want to back away anyway, even without that Junker Queen ultimate on him, but he is caught inside the subway. Decay knows he doesn't need to use that ultimate here. And while the Justice look like they've come out on top here, they need to get back to the cart.
Yeah,
and that's moving away from him.
Yeah. So Masa's able to get a little bit more cart progress. Blade and the overclock here for the Justice, but I think what's really important is the Rampage. Like, Mirror has a opportunity here to really solidify his team getting that second checkpoint.
Rampage came out from Mirror just as the Blade was drawn by Assassin. Decay gets brought down, so it's a 1-for-1 trade for the time being. King able to make better on here for the Vancouver Titans, and Assassin needs to return to the cart and try and even the odds somewhat. But I think the speed boost there from Opener to get him out, it kind of signals the intent here for the Justice. They're trying to back away. Assassin stalls for a brief moment here. King's able to remove him though. And that'll be that, 2 checkpoints in 4:22 on the clock for Vancouver.
Yeah, worried how they would bounce back from a little bit of an adversity there early on in this series, as at least thus far the Titans have came to play here on Midtown. Is the Rampage wasn't massive, right? From Mirror, only connects with 2, but gets Decay out of the fight, allows his team to secure that second checkpoint. How do you play around this? Are you gonna let them come around the corner here? No high ground for the Justice taken.
Decay content to play low here, maybe concerned about King. Okay, big poke damage on him and Assassin. It's a little bit scary for the Justice. They need to wait, and yeah, Assassin couldn't be healed up in time. Sometimes, man, just good poke damage can win you a fight on its own. King will chase, get brought down by Decay, though has found 2 kills here. Okay, what's the King to a god, this man, turning up in a key moment. I mean, they really should have lost that fight, I'll be honest. The Justice started very poorly, but Decay brings it back.
And I wonder if King actually thought that they had the sound barrier, because it seems like when he's going in with the Blade, it's not as aggressive as we see other Genjis. It's almost like his intent is to get the support ultimates out and just be willing with that trade, because he goes in, uses the deflect straight away, and then when there's no support ult, then he's looking for kills.
Spire wants to line someone up here, but the Justice are canny. They're wise to the fact that overclock was popped, and now they know it's been expired. Krillin can't escape though, the sound barrier just a couple of seconds too late to keep the Brig alive. Now the Titans surge forward with 5 players and a sound barrier to boot with Aztec's rally up their sleeve. Decay at least is able to get rid of Masa. He strips Masa from the composition. There's still a player advantage here for the Titans.
Kalio's like kind of over here on his own. If you lose the Junker Queen here, that could be tough.
He's stalling well. Trying to stay out of line of sight. Rally going to be thrown up now. Blade from Assassin is going to have to fight through the rally, and so he does. Aspire goes down in pieces, and King's able to deal with Assassin, but that's all the Titans get. So with Kalio's playing so riskily, Assassin comes to the rescue, bails him out, wins the fight for the Justice here. It's 2:08 on the clock.
Yeah, when they couldn't kill him pretty quick, it allows the players in the Justice to come off spawn and just kind of collapse on the Titans. I think if the Titans realized he was back there and had a little bit more to be able to get right in his face and burn him down, they would have taken the opportunity. They just were not able to capitalize on it fast enough, which allows the Justice to get a hold.
Kalios may have been positioning earlier for the Rampage, and that's paid off because he has it now. Couple of close quarter shots there though from Mirror means that he'll need to wait, get topped up once more, but that buys time for Decay. Picks off Master at range. It looks like it might be time to go. Kalios gets the bleed from the blade being drawn through King, but doesn't yank the Genji out of position. So just the 1 kill for the Justice, but they'll buy some time.
So what are you going to look for here? I mean, you have the rampages for both sides, but the Justice have burnt a lot of clock here.
Rampage on 2. It's Aztec and Aspire. Decent targets to hit. If you can get the enemy Sojourn, I feel like that's your target most of the time. Mira's able to find Assassin. Gracie yields that elimination, but Decay wants to keep going aggressive. The Titans don't have much fighting. King want to go for it. He actually wants to go for this. This is insane. Krillin not in position to get value out of the rally or just doesn't want to use it. Either way, King goes down after just the one blade kill. Another, I would suggest, unsuccessful sortie for King on the Genji here, Matt.
Maybe thought that it would actually just get the Justice to rally. And you can kind of get the rally out, and then he would have given your team a big advantage, but good on Krillin. Does not panic and pop that rally. They know that they have a big advantage at that time. Now we're down to 28 seconds. I mean, this was at like, what, about 4 minutes at one point? This has been a tremendous hole towards the end for the Justice.
It's 4 minutes 22. It's unreal how much that is bled down now. Here's a rally from Krillin. He held it for the last fight, but Mira's able to catch Decay with a wayward swing of the old battle axe. Still, the Justice have the numbers though now, and they'll be able to finish the job here. For the Titans, it was a great start. Blistering pace as they made their way through the map, but the Justice again slam on the brakes. And it'll be an overtime where there won't be much to say about it at all as the Justice finish the hole.
No, really, it's point A and point B. Complete dominance there from the Titans. And then the Justice just slammed the door here at the end. A little bit of like shades of Ilios, where slow start for a bit for the Justice, and then just a flip switches, right? And you're just dominating the game from the Justice's point of view. Is can they kind of bring that to the offensive side, right? Can they use that aggression and be successful? Because if they can, I mean, they're gonna find themselves up pretty 2-0 pretty fast.
Much better round here for Decay. Crucial in some of these kills, especially in short-handed scenarios as well. Getting him online at the Sojourn. Even though it was really Aspire that surprised us early, right? Think back to the Titans, you know, getting pushed on by the Justice and still able to find that first Sojourn pick. So there's going to be a lot of volatility in this kind of matchup around Sojourn's ability to find those first picks here. That's obviously what Decay is going to be looking for. And Aspire, one kill from the Sojourn on defense will shut that attacker down, most likely.
So we'll see if the Justice
Something must be going on in
scrims,
man, that teams are doing this.
For what?
You'll be clowning there in the
it's just for this. They try and get that grenade through that doorway and with the shot. I guess eventually what's going to happen is somebody's going to get caught, and then nobody's ever going to play out that close on defense again. Also, like, it's actually pretty far that even if you got a kill there, depending on the character, they're probably back for a fight on the point. It may not be like that massive of an advantage.
Decay able to get to the high ground here with a bit of decent charge. He's going to hope to maintain, but a little bit of damage, that's all right. It's enough. Decay able to alt tab and bring up a little dialogue box at the same time because his brain is just that big. Oh, Aspire! Damn, he got dominated. We call that 50 Shades of Decay. Absolutely brutal. Savage stuff there, and that's that first pick, that volatility from the Sojourns, Matt. Big difference maker.
Yeah, so it'll be the Titans who are able to just kind of clean up this fight. You know, inside the building when they come through the choke to the left. We've seen it, especially in the last series, we were a little bit worried about it, right? Like, can you push through there? Like, especially with the Rampage, right? When we were talking about the Shock in New York trying to get through that way. It's just very difficult because you can get collapsed on by a team that wants to play aggressive on the defensive side so fast.
Sure. All right, again, positioning so key. Keeping an awareness of just how much charge the enemy Sojourn has is probably also a big part of it. Which is impossible, so forget about it. It's just a little bit of randomness thrown in there. Disrupt the shot here from Decay. Here's the blade from King. What's he looking for now? Gets eyes on Krillin, wants to chase him down. He's able to get rid of him. Turns to the Destructo, disc on his master, makes a clean slice. And the Titans again find that key defensive pick.
Yeah, they get another early pick. We're down like 2 fights here. This next one may actually determine whether the Justice actually successfully takes this point or not, because you're at like a minute and 50 on the clock, and you're gonna have like both support ultimates coming into this next fight, which if you end up kind of burning through all of these, there's a chance you don't get them back.
You need to get value from those right now if you're the Justice. So away we go. Blade being held by Assassin, but Masa had the beat. Ready to let it go, and Assassin barely kept alive by that sound barrier. He's going to come out of it with about 100 HP, and it's going to have to be enough. But no kills here from the Justice. The flurry of ultimates comes through, the smoke clears, the Titans still stand, albeit only just in King's case. But Aztac bonks Krillin, sends him to a jail that he's not going to get out of for free. And that was a nice rampage, absolutely nasty stuff. Kalios just comes a little bit too late.
Yeah, and I was gonna say I'm surprised they end up investing it, but with how much time is left on the clock, maybe they feel like they have to do something and have a turn here. As things have fallen apart for the Justice on offense, as the Titans, as soon as they see the Justice move in, they know where they can go and pounce and collapse on them, and they're taking advantage of that.
37 seconds, frustration surely starting to mount if you're the Justice, but they have still an ace up their sleeve to count on. That's right. It'll be Decay. He will be called upon in the final moments to give the Justice the extra push they need. He would like some targets, he would like some charge, and there it is! King is brought down! Decay finds him yet again. This time they're going to slide into position. A great hit on Master, and this man is starting to do some work. Oh, that's filth! Assassin chases Mirror down, but the Justice, they finally get what they came for. And it's all at the hands of Decay. Gives them what they need. 10 final blows, 7 deaths for Decay. He breaks through.
So you should be able to get this checkpoint now. If you're the Justice, and you have 2:29. And making up the time here, I think, is going to be crucial. Although the payload actually, it doesn't go. I mean, you see where kind of that golden box victory is at the top of the screen. It's not in like the dangerous parts of that third point. So even if you kind of had the clock dwindled a bit, maybe you can still pull it out.
Krillin trying to make a quick escape, but King is just a little too fast. And Decay opted to try and stand his ground and fight. Didn't work at Thermopylae, didn't work here.
I like this decision though from the Titans, like knowing how much time is on the clock, play close up, make it costly, where even if they like got that second checkpoint, it's low on the clock and they're low on ults.
Here's late time for King. Assassin, rather. Got to find Master at the very least here, so the Justice are forced to fight in a bit of an uncomfortable spot as they're pushed right on out of the cart area by the Vancouver Titans. So the Justice can handle that. It's going to burn some clock though, Matt. This is a long phase to push the cart through.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about. Make it costly, right? Play close to the spawn, make it costly. Like, we'll get the play what it's going to get. Like, maybe what? To the beginning of the other side of the underpass, depending on where the Titans want to actually take this fight. If they were fast, went to high ground, maybe you can take it like right here, right? But it looks like they're going to wait a little bit.
Rampage Aspire gets hit by it. Is there going to be any follow-up? The commanding shout and the sound barrier now will protect the Titans from that anti-heal. There it is, double sound barrier used there, overclock here for Aspire. Sitting in the back corner, got good protection. Multiple layers of it here. And King was able to forge deep and pick Kalios out. Huge, I guess that's a huge release of the tension here for the Titans now. They could reassume that high ground and maybe go for another spawn camp here.
I mean, they played it really well, because that rampage from Kalios was actually really good. It connects to like 3 or 4 players, but the sound barrier that comes through from Masa with that commanding shout, I think a little bit before, really makes a difference. Where if this fight gets extended, look for Mirror to land a big rampage.
Mirror's having a great round so far. 10 final blows for him. The Assassin, the Luigi, if you remember, for Aspire. Trade though, as Assassin extends into Mirror's crosshairs. 3 seconds left in the round here. We are waiting on the Justice to make the move. Can't touch overtime. Secured. Krillin just knocked around there. Not much can be done to keep him alive. Mirror with the commanding shout to make sure it's stuck, but Aztac is going to go down. Still King. What a great round from King. 16-5. And it will be the Titans holding off the Justice. They run out of steam here. Great stall on point A for Vancouver. Really yields on this result.
Yeah, I don't think we really knew. I think we knew the Titans were playing better. I think we knew that the Justice had a great performance last week, but I didn't really think we had an idea of where these two teams sat. I think we're just watching two teams that are playoff teams in this tournament, gonna go head to head as the Titans bounce back here in map number 2 and take it away.
We were hoping for a close game. The truck crew said they wanted 5 maps. We might just get them here as both these teams are showing aptitude in slightly differing areas. The Genji battle still hangs in the balance. This time, though, it's the Titans that look better in that regard and overall. The Tide Series heading into map number 3. the tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotations deployment to WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. Oh my, even Scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. The old bait switcher.
know, it's funny, Matt, so much of the discussion around this metagame has sort of glossed over the impact of Genji at times. And people saying, oh, well, look, there's so much proximity healing and support ultimates at play that's tough for Genjis to have impact. In some senses, maybe people not expecting Genjis to really do too much. But in this series, first it was Assassin, now King really shows up with a fantastic showing on Midtown. 16 final blows, 5 deaths, and hey, 1 kill per blade, nothing to sneer at.
No, and we talked a little bit about how we've observed using those blades, right? As he's been able to get support ults out pretty frequently from the side of the Justice, and not exactly at times really worried about those big pop-off moments with the Dragon Blade.
And again, able to have consistent impact defensively was crucial, right? We spent so much time talking about, hey, it's really important that you see the Sojourn set up these big kills, but if that railgun connection on a 200 HP target, not Junker Queen, isn't a headshot, it's a body shot. If the Genji can get in there, follow up quickly enough with the combo, then you can still secure that kill. Again, snowballing player advantage is absolutely paramount in a metagame like this. And so we head over to Junkertown now as these two teams are in lockstep after our first 2 maps. 2 competitive maps, might I add, with both teams showing some real defensive chops. They're going to be tested on a map like Junkertown.
And I really think you look at the battle of the hit scan Sojourn players for either of these teams in Aspire versus Decay. With a map as open as Junkertown, I think giving your team that early advantage is going to be huge. We've talked about how Aspire, some of his stats within this tournament are some of the best in the league. Decay can go toe-to-toe with anybody, right? If there's somebody who can heat up and just kind of start to look like one of the best players in the world just on a flip of a coin, it is Decay.
Again, a lot of the time, his prowess manifests in sort of short bursts or on particular maps, and the Justice, again, have him in a position on the Sojourn where they require consistency from him, right? I think that's really the key, especially when they were walking into that defensive setup from the Titans and they really struggled to unravel it without at least being a player down before the fight began. They're going to be calling on Decay to be that source of consistency. So Assassin, again, due diligence done. We'll check his angs and make the switch to the Cyber Ninja.
Really close hold here from the Titans. You kind of think back to Goats, right? You would play from this type of position as well, right up on the card. So team's going to hold the same exact spot. It's going to be Aspire opening things up though with a headshot.
Yeah, opener falling there. Not ideal for Assassin. You saw the shout being used there just to give Assassin a little bit more durability. He was sort of running head first into Mirror, taking a ton of damage. Bit awkward here of a start for the Justice, losing opener so early, and Aspire once again delivers those early kills. And he's not afraid to get his hands a bit messy, but this time it's Decay that sends his brain splattered.
Yeah, so it'll be kills traded, but that's always going to favor the offense when you're this close to the spawn doors. So see the last few players here from the Titans fall, and Justice finally will get the cart moving. So doesn't take a long time for that to happen. A fight and change as Assassin just tries to push up, shows up in that top window, doesn't want to allow them to just funnel out for free.
And the Titans will pay the toll in health points to get back in a position to contest here. If they can get up these stairs and play from high ground, this is their last chance to have really decent high ground for defenders. So they take it and they push in. Commanding shout comes out for both of these Junker Queens here. Keep an eye on Aspire sat there in the back line, and it's Assassin to draw the blade. Can he chase down Massa? No, but King gets caught somehow in that one. And he's not getting away unscathed. Another good one for the Justice. They build into the blade, they get value out of it. And then mid-fight is Decay with 2.
And that should be enough to get this first checkpoint. I guess there is the odd chance, though, where, you come back with a speed boost, maybe you get here in time. You kind of have some players lingering up top. No, they're not going to challenge. I was going to say, there's an opportunity, potentially, if you would have, just really, you would have been very
I would say it's
risky.
It's like a 5% chance of success, or maybe even less.
Oh, it's probably less.
Back.
Your idea would almost be to speed boost from a distance, give them the sound barrier and let them get in there and start fighting.
force something, some sort of action out of the Justice, but they've been able to hold on to many of their ultimates, with Assassin getting good Dragon Blade value. We're off the card for now for the Justice. They want to fight. Rally here for Krillin. Decay, limited in sight lines since he has to try and play out from this small room, and now he's looking to play defensively, but he's already lost Opener. Oh man, that's just something else, isn't it? Assassin steals that one away, I want to suggest, but Decay already found 2. And just when the Titans looked like they were starting to figure it out, they get absolutely rolled.
Yeah, they get rinsed there, and they end up using their beat, come back. This is really good payload progress for the Justice off of this just this one fight. I just need one more to take this second checkpoint. So the Titans, so King will have the blade here. We'll see if he can get really good value out of it. We just saw the stats, about 1 kill per blade. Sound barrier on the table for the Justice, so be hard to cut some of these players down.
Here's the Rampage. Kalio's open to both hits, so sound barrier. Customary response here.
That was
King though.
That was a huge kill. Because the Rampage actually gets the sound barrier out. So you think that maybe after, you know, Mirror uses the Rampage, Opener returns with sound barrier, you then have an opportunity to like free blade, right? But he is taken out so fast. I believe Assassin ends up picking the kill. Yeah.
Assassin gets to play fast. He also deflects a disruptor shot there. That's why we saw that already on the kill feed. Pretty impressive stuff from Assassin, who's looking rejuvenated in this role now, getting to pilot the Genji with great effect.
I think you'd also feel rejuvenated knowing you're not coming in and out and in and out and like, am I practicing today? Am I not practicing today? Am I watching? Am I just watching scrims all day? Or like, now you know you're in. Like,
both blades coming out here. Assassin strikes first though, and oh dear, Spire has to head for the hills in a big way. King's able to find Decay, so arguably a more crucial kill in a world where support ultimates aren't online. No Sojourn left, but the Justice finishing these fights really well. I feel like now they're starting to pick up the pace, right? Their first couple, well, I mean, look at the last map, right? Their attacking endeavors looked a little bit weaker, but now where there's more of a dynamic game state, Cart is moving, they don't have to sort of play around a control point and hybrid. Yeah, they're looking scary.
Yeah, it doesn't, so far in this series, it just seemed like, no, we've gotten like complete dominance from one team or the other. It's like, they're coming around this final.
Those series, but this has actually been pretty entertaining, this one.
Yeah, no, I would tend to agree. It's going to be a rally, and it's going to be Krillin closing the gap coming from the side.
K there gets chopped down to size. Spire wants to play from the safe spot if he can. Overclock getting good chip damage, and that'll do it. Assassin's able to find Mirror though, so frontliner down for the Vancouver Titans here. Aztec able to even the odds, it's 3v3. But Aspire still unbothered for the time being. Able to sit, play safely now, but the Rampage catches him. He couldn't jump away from it, and he'll be chased down. Kalio's able to remove him now, and he'll be able to work his way around the backside. Bit of healing there as well. The tick damage also not hurting as Gracie gets dragged through a couple of unwitting foes. Deep in the backline is King there. Master also getting brought down by Opener. Kalios wants to surge ahead now with the sound barrier. The Justice, yeah, it's perfect. The stars aligned there in terms of Opener's ultimate to give him enough to get over the line.
Yeah, what? I mean, the Titans, it was the opening fight where Aspire got a kill on Opener, and that was about it. Like, everything else was just pretty much all Justice after that.
Initiating match.
It's,
I feel like I didn't really see much from
bizarre.
Vancouver in that last phase of the map, and I think the scoreboard tells that same story. I mean, Assassin is 11-2, Decay 8-3. It's just legitimately, you know, the classic sort of Washington Justice DPS doing some serious work. But even Opener has 4 final blows, 2 deaths. Opener and Krillin. Krillin has more final blows than anybody else on the Titans. He's even with Aspire. So there's a bit of fighting, but Vancouver, maybe their focus fire's not there. Maybe it's how they time around support ultimate usage. But they are actually getting completely rinsed. It's not even a little bit owned. It's 2 minutes on the time bank on Junkertown level owned.
I was gonna wonder what I didn't exactly see what happened to this B. So yeah, lands
that's
the beat. Yeah.
Always be opening, Matt.
What?
Always be opening.
Always be opening.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
We never seen Suits?
No.
Damn. No way. Come on, bro. That's.
I mean, there is a way. I
today
didn't
on
see
pop
that.
culture. 0 from 2 on pop culture. All right.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't exactly say you're the the king of pop culture.
I know that's not true. I'm super down with it. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh dear. Fatherhood's given me so much time to, to keep up on all that, All right, Vancouver.
I'm sure you could sing us a few Cocoa Melon jams or what is it?
No, that's enough out of you. Okay, that's enough. That stuff's nightmare fuel. Okay, good spawn camp here for the Justice, though. Decay is starting to invade the Titans' dreams himself.
Yeah, I would say that was pretty effective. That was the Titans ran out. They now will run out again. So everybody taken out there. It looks like they're just still back up a little bit to get at full strength. Maybe just going to play from this bridge high ground. So at Titans, you have to find an opportunity, an opening here. Like, what is it? I think probably you're looking for putting a lot of pressure on Aspire to get another pick.
Yeah, I mean, he's given the space. The Justice didn't actually lose a fight outside of the Titan spawn, but they're positioned as if they had and had to run back. This is where the Titans were playing from when they lost that first fight, or that second fight, I should say. Fair enough, they just want to play this choke. Again, this has to be translated into an advantage in the fight, though. Can they use the high ground? Okay, so Assassin, he's in the backline right now, but Aspire's able to definitely dodge out of the way. Good pressure on Marso. Eventually, Assassin needs a little help. Okay, just gets out. Good healing. Packs being thrown like Girl Scout cookies in his direction. And eventually, Mirror falls.
I guess if you're the Justice, you always plan to take second fight here, regardless. You win the fight at the spawn camp, you fall back, you regroup. You then fight from there. If you would have lost the fight outside of the spawn door, you would have had this fight anyway. So maybe they just kind of game plan, like, regardless, we're not going to kind of... Well, I mean, that doesn't even make any sense, because look at this. We've now pushed all the way back up.
Why is it that the better the Justice do here, my frustration about the map 2 result only grows? This team is incredibly well oiled right now. Can't believe I'm saying that, but obviously not a great showing from them and a great showing from the Titans, respectively, I guess, on Midtown. But here they look, I mean, they're looking completely dominant. The Vancouver Titans are struggling now. They're on to plan D, Matthew. There ain't a lot of good ones left.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a larger supporter of the Titans than me, but this is not looking good. I mean, the Justice have really brought it on this map and throughout the series, where the Titans have had moments. It's Aspire. Look at this. Forced you just kind of like ult and shoot from spawn.
And they had the power of the Millennium Falcon just to get out of spawn. That's brutal. Kalios just goes down, but it's traded. King falls. Decay. All right, not going to get away from that one. Mirror now able to build up that rampage if needed, but the Justice will stall, come back. They'll have another fight here. Will be under a minute for the Titans.
Using Sound Barrier to get out of spawn, though, is a little bit of a feels bad, though. Like, you're going to have Kalios come back with the Rampage, which he's been really good with so far throughout this series. And you have the Sound Barrier available for opener here. So still a really good chance for the Justice to get a hold before the Titans even take that first checkpoint.
Here they come. Rally immediately from Aztec. Mirror gets hit with a Rampage at 3. It's got to be open to Sound Barrier. Good timing now. There's got to be a kill for the Justice, and just like that, it happens. Mirror is taken down. King needs to make some serious work happen with this blade, and Master's going to be there to help him. Assassin, no support ultimates to protect against this one, but Brig is pretty hard to break through. Eventually, Decay gets rid of Aztec. Assassin now can go to work, and that's another Justice win, surely. King keeps the dream alive, but only just. Decay is full health right now. That rail not connecting is a little scary here. The reinforcements are going to be on the way for the Vancouver Titans. Decay trying to dodge. What a hit. What a kill on Aspire. That is absolutely ridiculous. And Krillin is able to hold the fort down. Both DPS are gone for the Vancouver Titans. And their hopes are headed for the sunset. It will be the Washington Justice take the third map in this series, set up a match point. A back and forth affair again on Junkertown, but my God, Decay is 17-5. Decay has almost as many kills as the entirety of the Vancouver Titans. They have 18. Decay has 17.
He can do that to like anybody, and we've seen it in the past so frequently. And I mentioned before this map started, it's really going to come down to like Aspire versus Decay, and Decay comes out on top in a big way.
Good looks here from the DPS of the Justice. It's always been a strong point for them. So far, the Titans not able to exploit any weaknesses on Junkertown. Stick around as the Justice try and close this one out and return to 500 for this season.
DK go further? Can he plus Ultra his team?
When you have a Tracer player who is as good as Decay, you can beat anybody. And just the amount of pressure he puts on the map, just a huge difference maker on the game.
Decay stands tall, he's still alive. 100 HP left.
They have to kill Decay.
It's just 3 drones. The 1v1 on the car now. Drew Jones moves small wave, and it's going to be a blink forward to keep Decay there and to keep the Justice in the round. The man is still alive.
Everyone's keeping
down at home. That's another.
His pulse bomb stick rate is frankly frightening. Hydron looking for the mega that gets claimed by Decays. You don't lose these, Decay. You don't lose these. Player of the match here, my humble opinion, is going to have to be Decay.
That's right, the Overwatch League is coming to Toronto. The Defiants are hosting Canada's first ever Overwatch League tournament presented by Bell on September the 8th through 11th. Experience Esports live, play Overwatch 2, and come join the party. Be sure to check out the Bell Fan Zone for the best seats in the house. And do if you can stand me, which I know some of you can't, come say hello. We're looking forward to another opportunity to hang out with you guys, another event. It's going to be freaking awesome, and both these teams are well and truly in the mix to be there as well. So if you're fans of either of these two, you've got a reason to sit forward in your seat, because this series could really have some broader implications considering the Summer Showdown.
Who's going to go say hello to you when I'm there?
I mean, you'll probably be around me. You kind of have to.
There are so many times at events where I have to tell people, I'm like, hey, just don't come over and say hello to me. Like, Mitch is here as well. Like, be nice. Say hello to him too.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I appreciate that, to be honest.
Yeah, they're like, which one's
really
Mitch?
helping
Like, oh,
me.
the one that talks really fast. That guy, yeah.
Really
He's like in all the clips.
My reach. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be turning up with the merch, and you know, showing their support. Very excited.
I don't even have Uber merch. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Why have you done for me lately, Matt? What have you done for me? You literally just left the cast earlier on. You just pieced out, bro.
Yeah, I was trying to talk, and you just kept, going on. You're screaming about something, I don't know, and I was like, that's it. Had enough. Done.
That's patently false. You left the boy hanging. I'm just here to show everyone, solo cast, we all have to do it. Part of the job.
Well, what's crazy is I didn't even know I was gone until I was like, hey, nobody's responding to me, so I guess I'm gone.
Oh my god, a bit disconcerting. This online, so casting online, everybody, definitely a very different experience for us here as well. We're not there in sort of person, and there's delay and all that sort of stuff, but we're making it happen. So far, I do want to say, the Washington Justice are showing us some more depth in the series. You know what's kind of crazy? Depth we didn't see before. And this is the team that had like incredible tracer play. You know what I mean? From players sort of like Decay. So, we saw in like that sort of compilation of clips, Decay was such a big part of their success in previous metas. Here, no different. It's a very different hero that he's on. Here we go, neutral fight. We're off to the races already, Matthew. Assassin looking to pressure down. Master's the first casualty.
Yeah, get right into game here, at least early on. It looks like Masa goes down first.
Pressure around the bot. Pretty extended neutral fight, though, if I'm going to be honest with you, from the high ground. Krillin realizes, hang on, there's actually a fight to be had on the lower ground now, but a lot of pressure coming in from the Titans here. And yep, Aspire chases, headshot on Assassin. You love to see those. Krillin also going to fall, and it's a great start on New Queen Street here for the Titans, who just, oh man, they had a really rough Junkertown, but that opening was excellent. The Justice even trying to disengage and not being able to get away.
Yeah, so if you're the Titans, getting off to a hot start here is so important, and making your way around the corner to that, ever important checkpoint, right? Like being able to unlock the checkpoint, so when you go around it the next time, you don't have to deal with it. It's so massive.
King here, trying to work that high ground now. Pressure on Decay. That's a big hit, though. Vancouver Titans have a lot of options here to try and pressure their way forward, and they're looking like they're coming in with a spring in their step. Some real confidence now. Decay's under so much pressure. This time, it looks like the Titans aren't content to let him just do whatever he wants, but Krillin's going to be there for the peel. Nice job. Traded, though. Both Briggs able to get rid of the Genji, so teams both very peel-oriented for the time being. Now Decay versus Aspire. Who can have the bigger impact? Aspire obviously ahead in that rail charge, but it's Kalios in the tank fight. Getting rid of Mirror. The Titans, how much longer can they hold this forward position? It's going to depend on what Aspire can find here. Great poke damage, and getting rid of Kalios is massive, and losing Mirror and still being able to advance, that's huge for the Titans.
Yeah, and you kill Decay and Kalios, and that's massive, right? It gives you an opportunity for players to come back off spawn. It's going to be a sound barrier used here as well. It's trying to battle back. It'll be Assassin now trying to put the pressure on.
So 38 meters picked up here. The Justice obviously want to try and get their way back towards neutral and picking out the location of Master if they possibly can. Sound barrier is now out of the picture, so this blade from Assassin and King might be just a little bit scary here, and the Titans are just keeping the pressure on. Here's a blade in the backline, though, for Assassin. King has one of his own. We're on board with the latter, who's able to fell Krillin pretty early on, but Assassin's really getting some work done. That's fantastic stuff. Getting rid of Aspire first there, takes the pressure off, and another stunning Genji showing from Assassin.
Yeah, and they prevent the Titans from getting that checkpoint, so now we'll get the bot going in the other direction. It'll start to slow down a little bit as it gets to the barrier, and Justice maybe have to like push up a little bit. It's not looking great in this fight, though. Like, there's a lot of opportunities for the Titans, depending on where they want to take this, to get really good value out of the Rampage because of these, like, really narrow and straight streets.
18 was all the Justice were able to find with that one. The Rampage comes in. Krillin crucially affected by it now. The Titans collapse on towards the Brig. They get a ton of poke damage elsewhere here, and yeah, Krillin not able to top up the rest of his team while it was under such a great degree of pressure. Titans now back in the hot seat, and with a rally up their sleeve.
Yes, now we'll see. I think the Titans are going to get pretty close to taking this checkpoint. CNC getting close, you know, about like 10 meters away. And with rally. The rally, do you decide to rally early here if you're the Titans? Do you decide to, you know, maybe hold it a little bit, see if they rampage, maybe you can disengage for a bit? That'll be the commanding shout and the rampage here early on. It just connects with Mirror.
Yeah, again, remember the rally obviously providing that overhealth now and not the armor makes it relevant when you are anti-healed. It does give you some sort of degree of protection. Not the same as a sound barrier, but again, if you can get it after that rampage comes in, that can help. And Titans able to hang on for the time being here. Aztec a very timely rally, but now the Justice have both their support ultimates layered at the same time. So Master says, okay, well, I've got this barrier now. I built it up myself. I'm going to let it go. And Kalios is going to be the first to fall. The Washington Justice are having some sloppy management of those support ultimates that are causing them just to lose out in this war of attrition. And a butt scratch here for the Titans is huge. It's monumental, in fact.
Yeah, being able to get that here would be massive. Gives the Titans a huge lead. Just because if they come back around the next go, they're not going to have to stop here. You think even if they lose this fight after completing this, they still have a really good chance of pushing the bot way further than the Justice, because the Justice, right, 5 minutes to go, they're going to have to get like about 40 meters on top of what they have now and get a stoppage and push it again. Huge advantage for the Titans.
Well, it's not like the Justice traded sort of this checkpoint for some sort of ultimate or economical advantage, right? They burned those key ultimates as well. They layered them. In fact, Krillin and Opener just letting go at the same time. And Aztec starting to crack some heads together. This is looking scary again for the Justice, and you are watching this map start to slip out of their hands. The Titans winning there is unthinkable, and they're still on the march.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. A great opportunity for the Titans to get even further than just that checkpoint. And at this point, do you even need to push it that much further if you're the Titans, right? Almost just kind of play defense. As you see, they just keep backing up to this corner. This is where they're having success fighting, but Decay with a headshot onto Aspire.
I mean, it's going to need a couple more of those here to start to relieve this pressure. The Vancouver Titans probably happy enough to give some ground or just develop some of these key ultimates. All they need to do at this point is stop the Justice running away on their attacking side, or with the bot, rather. Yeah, they can concede a win to the Justice here. They even accept that they can't force any key ultimates away. They have a comfortable lead now. It's up to the Justice. They're the ones who need to make the play, who need to break through the Titans in a big way here.
And the Titans, they just can't get too comfy, right? Like, let's save ults, let's come back and fight another time, let's come back and get this, right? Because then you can start to see the Justice really start to stockpile in advance. Because right now, really, the Titans are in complete control, looking to try and force this game 5.
Mira trying to play here forward around the barricade, but it's going to be Decay that strikes first. Can he change the odds here with a huge rampage? It connects onto 5. There's got to be follow-up here. You are molding if there is no follow-up for that ability. Mira gets rid of Decay with his own hands. Eventually he's brought down, though. The Vancouver Titans just not in position to capitalize, and good lord. Mira got to be smarting after that one. What a great way to start the fight for Vancouver, but now they're starting to drop that spaghetti.
This is not good for the Titans, man, because you're going to get to this checkpoint like I talked about, and they didn't have to invest that much from the Justice. You just had that rally there. You're going to have your overclock, you're going to have a blade, you're going to have your beat, you're going to have everything at your disposal here. It's going to be Aztec using the rally early as well. If this doesn't work out for the Titans, you're in a lot of trouble.
I have Whiplash now! The Justice starting to make the pendulum swing the other way. Assassin with 2 at the blade as well. And the commitment of support ultimates nets the Titans absolutely nil. No advantage from that one. Assassin just wipes the floor with them here. As now the Justice get the butt scratch of their own, and this is starting to get interesting.
Oh, man. And what do you have to answer to the Titans? You have King's Blade against no support ults. You're in like, this needs to be like an incredible blade to make something happen, but he gets hit with a rampage.
Still though able to find a kill on Decay, so spends some of that blade deflecting there, as King knows he is probably dead to rights if he'd done anything differently. Just the 1 kill, just the trade. Still the Titans, can they convert that player down in Assassin now after Mira strikes with the Carnage? into some push, get things back under their side. Remember, the Justice, they haven't been able to get ahead of the Titans despite their good push here. So, yes, the checkpoint was secure, which is going to make overtime a little more interesting, right? There's not going to be any scenarios where the body's just forced to stop and butt scratch and sort of ruin any suspense. The Titans still have the lead. It's still up to the Justice here to exceed that now. It's a lot of map to push through.
And what is your goal here if you're the Titans? Is it to extend the lead, or is it to just push the bot as far as you can into the Justice territory, then back out? And that's actually huge. They get that pick onto Assassin while the rally is rolling, and maybe you can actually get even more percent here.
Oh man, Mira comes straight on through, picks up the star apparently and boosts in there with the Rampage. Kalios goes down as a result there. It's going to be a Spy that picks him up. You're not incentivized if you're the Titans to overextend here, right? Play reactively with those support ultimates, but if you have a chance to set up a nice Rampage, you absolutely take it. Every step this bot takes is one that the Justice have to mirror on the other side of the map, and they are just running out of time to do this. Our truck wanted a map 5, and looks like, Matt, they're going to get it.
Yeah, I mean, 38 seconds to go. This would have to be an insane run back by the Justice. You're also assuming the Justice end up winning this fight because it's a rally to kick things off from Aztec, and you have a sound barrier if need.
All right, good pressure here on Assassin. He gets caught out there. Almost like he's corralled away from the rest of his team by Aztec inside that small room, and King and Coad there to finish it off. The Washington Justice, a slow start to this map. They showed us some fight, but maybe their flames have been extinguished as they're at risk of getting completed now. 10 seconds left in the round, and King is relentless. He won't stop. Krillin's forced to back away with very little HP, and he can't repair pack himself. He'll just need to wait. And those moments he spent away from the fight, Decay doesn't get any healing himself. Pressure down. Kalios also in a pretty substandard position right now as King wants to go forward. He knows the Titans are so close to being done here. 113 meters and counting in overtime. It's a perfect scenario, but Assassin tries to strike back with a blade of his own. It's 3 for Assassin. He's had an incredible map, 16 final blows, but it may not be enough.
I mean, you are going to have to make a tremendous run back here if you're the Justice. You're gonna have just a rally coming up. There'll be, you know, maybe the overclock and a Rampage on the other side. This would be such a tremendous run back if you're the Justice. It has to be one of the longest ones we've seen in a push thus far. That's how unlikely it is.
Yeah, multiple fights. I mean, we're talking 2, maybe 3 here for the Justice in a row. Rally going to come out here. They need to start with this fight and just take them one at a time, but that's not a good opener at all. Assassin has been the golden goose for the Justice so far, but this time he gets cooked first. Trade out is going to be there at the very least, but the Spy now will be looking to pressure Krillin away from the bot. It's overtime, and it's not going to be much time for the Justice to get back on the bot if they get forced away for any reason. Opener has no choice. He has to come forward. This is devastating here for the Washington Justice, and it will be the Titans. What a performance here to swing things back in their favor on New Queen Street. And yep, you guessed it, it's a map 5 on the cards.
So the Titans look overly excited there. They know that this is a series that's been back and forth. 2 pretty good teams here in the Summer Showdown. So, but that's another one, Mitch. That's just like a one-sided game, right? It feels like it's back and forth, just one-sided affairs in this series. So we get another control here to finish it off.
That's these teams, that's the meta. Momentum is king in this metagame right now, and this time the Titans are able to leverage it to their advantage. We get ourselves a map 5 here after New Queen Street goes to the Titans. These 2 teams, they're neck and neck in standings right now. Who will come out on top? Better stick around to find out. Predator buff comes in clutch for the Titans, who are able to snatch away New Queen Street to make it a tied series and a 5th map required now. It was prophesied, it was definitely mentioned earlier on that this would be a very fitting way for this match to go, and so here you have it. It truly has been a battle of Genji stars as Assassin and King have traded blows, haymakers over all of these maps, but it all ends on Busan, Matthew.
Yeah, if you were trying to make any sense of it, you would look at, map 1 for the Justice, 2 for the Titans, 3 for the Justice, 4 for the Titans, and then you look at the 5th map, should favor the Justice if you're going off of that, and also the Control went in favor of the Justice to kick things off. I would say that Control was way closer than I think like a 2-0 represents, because the Titans were like pretty ahead in like some of those. So really interested to see who wins this. I also think regardless of who wins this, I think we learned a lot that like both teams are like pretty legit, right? Like, do I think either of these teams like wins the Summer Showdown? Like, probably not, but I think both of these teams are going to be tough for, any team to go up against.
Yeah. These two teams are a little hard to adequately assess, though. I feel like we're sort of trying to dissect
just because a lot of these have been blowouts, right? Like the first map, I think, was like back and forth a little bit, but it was really the Justice who kind of like pulled away in the end. You think to the last map, right? That was like, Vancouver in striking distance of almost like completing the map on push. Junkertown was like all Justice. I mean, yeah, it's like been really, it's been really odd. Some of these
Let's put them under the microscope, Matt. Someone pass me the phosphorodiamidate morpholinos, and let's get to work on figuring out which of these teams. The phosphorodiamidate morpholinos. Yeah, it's a method for studying gene expression. Don't worry about it. All right, here we go.
Is that your ghostwriter's word of the day?
Yeah, kind of actually. Yeah, it's more accurate than you realize. Busan is where it's going to be ending here, though. And again, we look to see who can start off with a pick. A lot of the time, it's really going to be about that heavy chip damage or Sojourn having huge impact in the early stages here. Already commanding shouts out from both teams, and there it is. It's like clockwork. Decay finds the connection. Both teams are without their Brigittes here, so again, none of those repair packs, none of that Inspire healing. If you switch to speed for any reason, nobody's healing anything.
I mean, it's going to be both teams just really low as all man. Decay makes a play for Aspire. Aspire actually takes him out, from the grave there with the Disruptor shot. Is King able to keep this contested, which is going to draw this fight out.
Kaleos swinging a miss. So tries to go for the fence here. Neither team in control. It's going to be an all-out, no-holds-barred brawl for point control to start this off. Looks like these teams have plenty of vigor left in the tanks. They're going to need every inch of it. Oh, there it is. Krillin dropped the shield for just a second, and Aspire just blasts it.
Man, the King being able to contest this point for so long and just kind of juggling on top of the drum has allowed them to stay in long enough where they have players come out of the spawn and get the advantage. So it'll be the Titans kind of keeping that momentum rolling from New Queen Street into our map 5.
Master close to that sound barrier as he's opening here. So it's a bit frustrating for the Justice because they walk into a sound barrier sort of fight without point control. And Aztec is well ahead of Krillin for the time being here, so Decay needs to find a flank. Again, just manufacturing a pick opportunity is his responsibility right now. They've lost Kalios, they've lost their front line, the sound barrier now still gets popped by Opener here, oddly enough. They don't pull out of this, so that's doubly painful for the Justice.
Yeah, you end up using the sound barrier and not even able to keep Kalios alive. He's not up at the time when the effects come through. This will be the rally from Aztec because you did lose another player. So want to actually keep the percentage rolling here. For the Titans, Smear gets low. He's going to get taken out there by Assassin, finishing off after all the damage put down by Decay.
Great patience from Decay. I feel like for so many Sojourn plays, there's this constant urge to power slide forwards and just try and guarantee an easier hit off the railgun, but he really just plays very safe around the pillars, gets enough damage, and he's satisfied with good chip damage for the most part. Justice in control now, 53%. You said it in the first map, you blink and the enemy team is already halfway towards winning. That's just how slow these fights go. Here's the blade. King pulls his first, but has to deflate for much of the time, but Assassin gets to spend more time reaping what he sowed, apparently, his mirror. Chopped up. And that will be the Justice now moving towards the spawn. This is an ominous sign.
This is the shades of map number 1, right? Yeah. Where the Titans, they got control early, they looked good, they were kind of like steamrolling a few fights, and as soon as the Justice got control and started to click a little bit, there's no real fight back from the Titans, where it'll be the Justice pulling ahead in terms of percentage here. Kalios, maybe you play a little bit closer and try and get a fast rampage around the corner. Yeah, look, he may be looking for it here as they try and...
Yeah, I think he wants them to... Oh, yep, there it is, Matt. Oh, booped away, not terrible. Massa really mitigated the potential devastation of that ability, and oh my, Mirror's rampage looks much better.
That doesn't work.
But that was Massa. He was the one that shuts down the approach from Kalios. The Justice wanted to try and set the pace, but Massa was ready to be reactive. What a great moment for him.
Yeah, nice knife there towards the end, too, to be able to connect with Opener while he's on top of the drum, yoink him down. A little bit easier for the rest of the team to finish off. I was going to say, how do you win a fight for cheap if you're the Titans and you get aggressive, you go in with Aspire, and he's able to take out one?
Oh my, and just a random headshot, seemingly random there, is that'll send Decay running back to spawn with his tail between his legs, and now you're getting a little bit scared as the Justice. I don't know if you have a feel for it, but your ultimate economy isn't in a great place relative to that. The Titans, you're walking into a sound barrier. Massa just has to stick the landing here, and the Titans will have this first round in the bag. And you can trust a veteran like him to deliver here. Let's see if he can make it happen.
So they gotta go, they gotta get a touch, because I think you're also walking right into this sound barrier. They're gonna get aggressive as well, potentially behind it.
Oh, that's
not look good. Oh,
Massa's been coming a little bit too late there, so they lose the Brigitte. They're going to have to hope this sound barrier is enough to put them in the lead, but they get very little while it's up. Okay, open it down. That's big. Building towards his own sound barrier was the Justice's Lucio player, and the Titans are able to finish the job there. A little bit scary, a little bit Monka steer here, and the Justice able to find the pick on Aspire. So now Mira has to push forward, get aggressive. You need to make sure there's no more touches. Krillin goes down, and now it's going to be a straight stall stagger from the Justice as Kalio steps up on the Doomfist. King wants to put this nonsense to bed right now. And then get rid of the bulky body of Doomfist. That'll be enough. The Vancouver Titans get the round done.
And I wonder if Aztec there towards the end, because the Titans had double support ults and they're going up against nothing really on the other side, and they get aggressive. I wonder if there was like some type of like, whether it's like a miscommunication or like maybe Aztec thought that Massa was going to use the sound barrier when they got aggressive, and maybe Massa thought they were going to actually use the rally when they got aggressive, because the sound barrier comes like right as like, they go in and they start taking loads of damage. Nobody's doing anything. And then all of a sudden, the sound barrier comes out, but you lose Aztec in the process, which things could have potentially got even scarier there.
He just got Rally online as he was kicked off there. So, you feel like maybe it would have been smoother sailing. The Justice obviously have a chance to stagger, and they get a couple kills, but it's not really convincing there.
It was the right call, though. You had a big advantage in terms of survivability. Push the tempo, right?
Absolutely. Justice got to be frustrated with that one, but got to shrug it off. There's more Overwatch to be played here. Decay, my God, takes a bunch of poke damage, and Aspire actually finishes them off with a rail, which is definitely overkill. But getting rid of it, Decay, never a bad thing to start these fights off. The Titans over the course of this series, tend to have a pretty even spread of like final blow involvement. Aztec and Massa very involved in a lot of these kill opportunities, whereas Opener tends to be a little less aggressive, and there's more focus on the DPS for the Justice here. The Titans, again, 5 final blows between their support line after that first map.
So now the Titans look to push up, play kind of gatekeeper here, don't want to allow the Justice in. And the Justice actually ramp around this right-hand side instead of going through that main choke, maybe trying to take a little bit of that high ground up on the bridge. Is Assassins drop down to the point? Are they going to end up giving up the point here? It looks like they are.
Okay, that's probably not what they were looking for there at all. Still, if they convert the positional advantage from giving up the point into a fight win pretty quickly, then it's probably okay. Yeah, they're begging the Justice to fight them here on the point now as Aspire just steps up. Sheer weight of numbers, they were hoping that would get them through, but Assassin punishes this. Aspire had to drop to the low ground. Still, it's unlikely the Justice can sort of bandage themselves up from this one. Yeah, they're very split, very haggard looking now. They'll get the cap, and also Kalios is going to get staggered.
Yeah, it's not a great start for the Justice, and even with that not great start, they actually still get 25%. Like, just giving up that point is massive there for the Titans, right?
Well,
the Titans still had this.
Fight win. It takes ages to take the point back.
Titans still have this. You know, they'd be up to like 60-70%. You're almost like getting into like last fight territory, but the Justice just giving themselves a little bit of breathing room.
All right, 2 rallies. Assassin under pressure, blade from King. Oh, the deflect, okay. There's a knifey spoony going on the point. Aspire though gets Decay. What a huge headshot, absolutely drills the guy. Sends him back in here. It's a sound barrier out from Opener, but it's less than optimal. Only 3 players benefit from it. Rampage comes in now from Mira a little bit later, and Aspire is there. It's always Aspire. Huge railgun connections now. He found Opener with an accidental kill, I think, there as he threw down the disruptor shot. Brief smile now as the Titans have some time to breathe before what may well be, Matt, the last fight. And the Justice have nothing to work with, really.
Well, Decay's going to end up getting his ult during this. And that's really what you're looking at to be the difference. You know, can he be able to find like a snipe shot at a distance? You know, that one-hit kill. And oh, what is that? They actually get mirror going in.
I just blow him up. There's no time for any defensive utility to come out. But Assassin goes down. Decay holding on the ultimate. Doesn't want to use it, but this fight's a little dicey. And Kalios is a little low. Decay seeing better days himself there. Takes a glancing blow. There's the commanding shout. Still not going for that ulti though. The Justice are in control, and in the winning fight, they're happy to bide their time and accrue percentage.
Yeah, and they don't have to use that ultimate like you mentioned. I wonder what happened with Mir that he just got blown up so fast. So, just obviously really good focus fire, but you know a lot of things to be able to prevent that. Whether you have like the shout or you know, getting the inspire procs. So,
I mean, if you see a Junkie Queen insta-die, you do wonder what they're cooking over there, how blow up such a durable hero. So Decay parts of that ultimate finally. No more clutching it to his breast. Titan should be cleaned up here.
Watch that point take from the Justice be the difference here in this round.
God. Yeah, blowing up Mirror, converting that into a round win would be pretty astonishing.
I even mean the one earlier where they got that 25%.
Oh, God.
I mean, you know, you got to take that off of the board. Potentially, the Titans are already won this. And that's going to be 2 players with that Rampage. But, you know, the Justice may not even have this opportunity if that didn't happen.
This is a messy one here. Great focus from Assassin. He goes after Master, the one play that he should go for, because Master was about 5 HP before he used Sound Barrier, and he didn't get healed enough during the duration. So it's one blade swing for Assassin to get the enemy Genji. Great turnaround here for the Washington Justice. They start that fight off. The Titans have a full beat, but it's Kalios who says, I'll set the pace with a Rampage and see how they respond. Yep, it's going all 3.
Man, is the Justice battle back in that point? Yeah, you had the one moment where the Justice kind of just like wrap around and take point, and they actually get 25% off of that. And then also, I would love to know exactly how they were able to burn Mirror down so fast, like not able to get a commanding shout off or you know, any type of like amp heal or pack. Yeah, just nothing used on him, and he just gets killed instantly.
It has to have been to do with like, it must have been a railgun headshot. There's just, you can't manufacture burst damage outside of that, I feel, with this composition.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way, right? Yeah, I mean, just that one pick just allows them to get onto the point, and the Titans never able to get it back.
Again, it could have been like Miro, like, might have got caught by like a knife, dragged back, and then just sort of blown up. It's a pretty predictable trajectory they get pulled in. Either way, we digress here as already commanding shout come out from both sides. Our neutral fight unfolds. A good opener there for Aspire. Man, this guy is just unbelievably consistent. Like a sundial, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, his Sojourn, we talked about it a little bit in the pregame, but it has been so good throughout the summer showdown as now that they're starting to find a meta that clicks for them, you know, bringing in King to play the Genji as he takes out Decay towards the end of the fight. You've really seen them kind of unlock Aspire's potential as we saw him do this, when he was on the Toronto Defiant, right? We saw him put together some pretty good performances last year. Now you're kind of seeing it here on the Titans when you have this roster and this meta in place.
Here it is, another one. Decay, this time on the receiving end of a sizzling rail shot. And how do you bounce back from this one without that damage in reserve? We're about to find out there. Bit of a yell from Mira to his teammates as something has gone wrong for the Titans. Kalios reaves his way through them, and the Justice will have their time in the sun now.
So this is where the Titans have been at probably their worst on control, is getting the point back. You know, they did it when they had a pretty big advantage where the Justice just kind of wrapped around there on that last point and touched. But other than that, it's been pretty tough at times for the Titans. Can they get a fight to go their way to flip the point back in their favor?
They've had their lunch money stolen, and even on their tiptoes, they can't pluck it from the bully's hand. King, oh, the deflect headshot! That's just filthy. Assassin here might be looking to save the day, and he pretty much does. Getting the trade kill and Aztac, you're trading up there even after pretty unthinkable circumstances befell your Sojourn player. Very nice look from the Justice.
In this next fight might be like map deciding for the Titans. You're gonna probably have all 5 ultimates coming in. The Justice gonna have that double support ultimate and probably a Rampage. Depending on how the Titans, how much they use, if they win the fight, right? Like, it really gonna determine how this map plays out.
Rally Blade, yep. Oh, was a sitting duck there. Assassin bonks a Spire. King with the Blade can still find some more damage and put that extra pressure on Kalios. There's not going to be enough healing to keep the Junker Queen going. And there was a Rampage coming up for Kalios. No opportunity for that one here. The Titans are done, but they spend heavy to win the fight.
Oh, man, but the kill there by King on opener while he's using the beat and not getting the beat off. Yeah. Oh, that is so huge there. Kind of resets the ultimate economy in terms of supports across the board, right? You would have had that.
Opener is moving backwards downstairs. That means that it's actually longer for the sound barrier to go off than if you just use it standing. Oh, that's a huge blooper. Can the Justice bounce back? Well, right now they're getting bounced off the wall. They'll have another fight, sure.
That could be the difference maker in a series.
No, tell me it ain't so, man. That would just be, that's nightmare fuel.
King able to use the blade, get in right on top of opener and take him out before the beat lands. I mean, that is just sick awareness. Is gonna know everybody right around the corner.
There it is, the element of you that wants to just charge forward as Sojourn, especially when you have that ultimate up. But Mira, he gets into the front line, he gets the job done. Decay's been removed at least, there's a trade here. The Titans, happy for a longer fight, they are in control now. Trying to regroup as they head back to the point. Decay's mobility will allow him to return to the fray pretty quickly, and Mira has commanding shout to try and run back. Overtime now, the Vancouver Titans want to book their spot in Toronto. This would be a huge way to do that. Decay has that overclock. He's got to connect these. King takes a bit of poke damage. He's just spraying. He's not even waiting for full charge. Decay is just going for it. Mira's going to shut him down. The Junker Queens both strike true in this fight, and Assassin's forced to deflect now, being pressured away. Mira's a little bit low, but Aztac's so close to a rally, and he gets it off. Krillin's going to have to wait a couple more seconds before he can get one of his own, and the blade from Assassin might be the answer here. There's the rally, there's the blade, and the Justice are all in now. Trying to pressure Aztac, but Assassin is brought down. Aztac protects the King. And there it is, the blade drawn forth now. The Vancouver Titans not only rule the jungle, they rule the day. Fantastic performance from Vancouver, showing that, yes, their first 2 wins here in a Summer Showdown were against bottom teams. Now they turn up against the Justice, and that is just huge. 3 wins now for the Titans.
This is a rare series where I think both teams, like I think as observers, you leave pretty happy with both teams in an odd way. The Titans, obviously they've looked better as this stage has gone on in the Summer Showdown. You're just wondering, like, how do you battle back from adversity, right? And you're now, once everything's all sunny, right, and you're winning games, and once you kind of get met with that adversity again, do you just kind of crumble and go back to your losing ways? Clearly not. They battled throughout this series here against the Justice, and I also think for the Justice, like, how was it just a really good game against, like, Florida, and maybe Florida's not great at this meta, whatnot? No, I mean, they were legit all series long. The Justice had some, like, dominant performances in maps where I think both of these teams, quite frankly, could find themselves, you know, at the tournament in Toronto in the Summer Showdown.
This is starting to turn into a legitimate win streak for the Vancouver Titans, and Mira just can't believe it. You can't blame him there. Really, really close. Both teams pushing each other to the limit. The Vancouver Titans win the day, and their player of the match is a tough one to pick because I'm telling you, a lot of individuals on this team deserve the honors, but today it's going to go to King, someone who can stand up to Assassin in the Genji duel in a huge way, and crucially, Matt, shutting down that opener sound barrier in that last round to put his team ahead. What a huge way. This guy already starting to pan out as a rookie prospect. Very impressed with this player.
Yeah, you know, did decent work with the blades. I'm actually more impressed by the amount of pressure and you know, kill potential he has outside of the blades, right? I think playing quite aggressive throughout the match, but still able to come up with final blows and finish off some of those kills from Aspire. And it just gives him another player where when they need somebody to make a play, they have somebody outside of Aspire, right, that can actually get it done.
Yeah, I mean, outside of King, we've been talking up Aspire a whole bunch, and those early picks are huge, right? Both teams able to showcase some of the prowess there. Mira looks really comfortable, Matt, on this Junker Queen, right? A lot of pressure. I love what Master is able to bring to this lineup, get another lineup where his veteran, I guess, capacity is actually manifesting in a pretty clear way. The Vancouver Titans are a pretty exciting prospect right now, and they are 3-1, if I'm not mistaken, here in the Summer Showdown. That means like a chance to represent at LAN is legitimate, and seeing these guys in person show what they've been working on, incredible stuff. Got to hand it to DPay, coaching staff for this team. They're taking the Titans in an upward direction. We're going to head to a break now, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we'll get some closing words, I guess, on the day of matches that has been, but especially this one, because this has been a fantastic game between the Titans and the Justice.
We're fine, we're fine. Listen, one target.
How we playing? I have played 19.
Genji! Genji one!
No. One target, play point. One target.
Oh my god.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show. I'm Reinforced and I'm here with Masa following a nice 3-2 victory against the Washington Justice. 3-match win streak for the Vancouver Titans. Look at you guys go. I mean, very back and forth matchup. You know, you took some maps, Washington took some maps. But I want to go to the very final round of it all. It was very close. And then you guys decided to push their spawn doors with 7% cap. How confident were you as a Lucio player making that like very snapshot decision to push their spawn doors at the end of the round?
That wasn't even my call, like Aztec called it, but at the end of the day, like it's just mental warfare, you know? You go into their spawn, it's 99%, like last time we see 9, we're like, we're not doing that again, we'll touch your spawn doors even if we have to, and after that it's just like GG's.
Okay, do you ever get like doubt, just like what if this doesn't work out? They're like, oh, I don't think I want to push spawn, but now we have to push spawn. Like, does that come into play, or is it just like trust between the teammates that it's gonna work out?
It has to be trust. If you like make a second call, like, oh, maybe that's not a good play, you have to like call it off. But 90% of the time, you trust your teammates' call. They might know something you don't, or they just like have insane like confidence that the play will work.
Okay, so if we were to like teach the viewers, does that go for rank 2? Do you have to listen to like your rank teammates' calls too, or is it just like Overwatch?
No, don't listen to them. They're just
Okay.
like they're
Okay.
like enemies,
Okay.
but on your team.
Okay. Okay. I mean, going back, of course, this is a 3-match win streak for you guys now. This is kind of like crazy. You went 0-13 and now you're 3-13. Can you sort of describe as a player, you know, you were part of the team before DPay came in, after DPay came in as a coach for this team, and, you know, a meta shift as well. Can you describe what has sort of like changed within the team, whether it's like, you know, communication, like the environment, the chemistry between the guys? What has changed for the Vancouver Titans throughout the season?
Well, there's been like so many changes. Like we had a change of coaches, we had like players come in and out. Like Mira started as a DPS player, moving into tank. So there's like a lot of moving pieces. But the first win was the most important one, that you can get your like confidence up. That like, hey, we're actually like good players. Like we can win the games against like better teams too, and just like work from there. But DPay, for example, like just being a bit of a regime leader here, whipping us into shape and making sure that we don't be lazy and work hard.
Okay, do you, now with 3 wins in a row, do you feel like you're sort of like out of the tunnel, like that it's sort of like over, that you feel confident in your own ability as a team? Or are you still like kind of nervous or anxious about, you know, going into some of these matches and worried about losing, stuff like that?
Yeah, it just really helps so much that you get the first win under your belt and you can start working from there. That you don't have the nerves anytime that like, oh god, we're 0-13, we need to win this like round, that we aren't gonna end our season like 0-30 or something like that. We are not gonna be the new Shanghai anymore.
Yeah, that's a good goal. That's a good goal. So I'm glad you're not doing that. So you get this win today, but you know, funnily enough, you have a matchup tomorrow as well. I think you're playing the Houston Outlaws tomorrow. So now you can build on this positive momentum. How are you preparing for tomorrow's matchup? Are you guys gonna go out and, I was gonna say like Korean barbecue, but I don't know what people eat in Vancouver. Like, what's the go-to meal? Are you just gonna go relax, or, you know, have some nice dinner before tomorrow's match?
Guess we're just gonna go hand fishing in the rivers for some salmon or something. I'm not really sure, but like we've been preparing for both of these matches together, and like we'll just go there, play the game and see how it goes.
Okay.
Like both of these teams did a bit of a favor for us, that they nuked their rosters like before the match, so we appreciate the help. But you know.
Yeah, every little bit helps, of course. Yeah. How many fishes do you catch in a night going hand river fishing?
And it depends on how hungry we are. Like for the whole team, it's like 10, but like if we want to make an actual feast, like get the coaches in, then it's like 20, you know.
Okay, well, I wish you best of luck with the fishing, and I wish you best of luck in tomorrow's match against the Houston Outlaws. Thank you very much for the interview, Masa. Take care and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, back to Danny.
All right, thank you, Masa, and of course,
That went
Reinforced.
places.
Thank you so much. I gotta ask, wait, he said hand fishing?
Yeah.
Was he being serious?
Well, he's also the only
team
person.
building.
I've only heard someone else call it salmon, other than
Salmon.
Johnny.
It's
like,
salmon, right?
Because you say salmon as well, though.
No, it's no L. It's like Toronto, but it's like Toronto.
No,
it's like
Toronto.
salmon, salmon.
But he said salmon, and you also say salmon.
Yeah. No, I said salmon.
Yeah, but you've heard him say salmon before as well, right?
I did.
Yeah.
Well, you guys are
That's
making
it.
up facts
Johnny,
about Swedish
you
people.
could call it whatever you want. It's fine. You do you, man. But I mean, yeah. Hopefully they catch a lot of fish today to celebrate their win. Vancouver Titans on a win streak. Right? They're now undefeated ever since August 14th. So big 3 wins for the Vancouver Titans. I mean, this match, very close. I think it was very amazing match. It was very fun to watch. It was like, you know, Washington wins a team fight, Vancouver wins a team fight. It's very, very back and forth. What did you guys think about this match?
Yeah, it was honestly a really good one from both sides. You know, obviously Vancouver go to 3-1. Their chances of qualifying for the Toronto LAN are very, very high at this point, and they look competitive. But you can't watch this match and say the Washington Justice were any slouches in this meta as well. I'm excited to see both of these teams, which seem to be improving in this meta, and you start asking the questions of how high is their picks going. Like, you know, we just talked about the Vancouver Titans going up against the Houston Outlaws tomorrow. As Marcel just said, they nuked their roster. There is obviously some turmoil going on in that roster. That is definitely a winnable. And then we're talking about a situation of a 4-match win streak for the Titans. And I believe they have that potential. Aspire and King are doing great things on those heroes right now. Aspire's ability, I was cheering for the Washington Justice. That final match, was an absolute nightmare for me. Aspire was just all over the Washington Justice, and that's what makes him one of the best Sojins that we have in this league.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the way to sort of explain these inconsistencies between maps is being able to put your damage players in those kind of positions where they can really flourish. And I think what was very impressive for me with the Washington Justice were how they were able to back up Assassin consistently with the Dragon Blades. Assassin had so much Dragon Blade value in this match right here. Like, to levels we haven't even seen some of the best Genji players get value out of Dragon Blade. Assassin was getting like 3Ks, 4Ks, and that's hard to do as a team. Similarly, I feel like Washington Justice, they did a really good job of sometimes punishing Aspire and not giving Aspire enough room to being able to land his shots as Sojourn. So that's why you saw some dominance of Control, for example, when Washington Justice were pushing the spawn doors, when they were pushing on the spawn doors on Junkertown. Like, how can you expect Aspire to really pop off in those kind of scenarios with that limited room to work with? So I think both teams did a good job of like enabling their own damage players, like Aspire, for example, but also Washington Justice did a good job of like shutting down the damage players on the enemy team, and I think that's why you have this like kind of like erratic, inconsistent maps.
Yeah, I mean, Vancouver, congratulations for winning, but I mean, at the same time, Washington, I just want to say that, you know, they are looking a lot better than way before. Like, before they made the change, I think after the change, they are definitely a very strong team as well. So I'm very excited to see more from the Washington Justice. And everyone, that is it for the matches. 3 matches. We had some great moments, which means it's time for Best of the Day, everybody, where we pick our best moments and we pick our, you know, favorite moments from today's matches. Who wants to go first?
Me.
Yes. Okay.
All right. Look, I love mind games. Okay, I love mind games. All right. Last week I had Call the Ambulance, but not for me. Play involving Kevster and Oliver's Kilo from the San Francisco Shock. This time, it's OG versus 2 members of the London Spitfire. London Spitfire are like, oh, we won the fight. We're gonna clean up the Atlanta rain. It's all good. And then OG is like, no, I'm gonna boop you off the map. And they're like, what? You can't do that. This was our fight to win. And OG's like, no, sorry. It's like, I don't know, this is like 2 versus 5. No, 2 versus 4, 3 versus 4.
And they have like all their ultimates. They're just holding their ultimates.
Yeah, they're just holding their ultimates.
They thought it was over.
This is why it's good to use ultimate, guys, to clean up. I know it's scary sometimes. You're like, we gotta keep these ultimates. Actually, Lone Spitfire sort of had to keep those ultimates to push, you know, surpass Atlanta Rain's goal. And so I think they were hesitant to use the ultimates. And OG was like, well, if you're gonna try to kill us slowly, I'll just boop you off the map.
That boop was funny though.
Yeah, my favorite thing was OG's face at the end of it. He was just like smiling to himself, like, I can't believe that worked.
Yeah. he tweeted out BOTD, best of the day, boop of the day. Hey, this is for you, OG. All right, I saw you. I would have done it anyway, but you so you know, there you go.
All right, my turn. All right, I'm going to talk about Gangnam Jin and that you can't catch him. He's the gingerbread man.
What? Who is the gingerbread man?
You'll never catch me. I'm the gingerbread man. What do you mean? You've never heard that phrase before? Yeah, no. So Gangnam Jin, here he is, and you can see the moment that the Shocker just running you down. He rallies, runs, proper pulls a blade at him, and he's just running to spawn. He's just running for it. He's just running for his life. And I just thought this was really funny because he actually did a great job. Like, we have seen the meta sort of shift in the way that people use the blade, because people don't want to use the sound barrier against the blade because the Rampage is really good, so you want to use the sound barrier. So people have been rallying, so what the Genjis have decided is, I'm just going to run you down when you pop rally. But Gangnam Jin, unrun-a-downable because, what is he, Johnny? The gingerbread.
It's so funny how he rallies and then goes by, and 3 of the shock members try to catch him. They make a lap around the circle in the back, and the guy is just like, help! He runs away, and he makes it. That's great.
It looked like me and my responsibilities. I'm like, I looked them in the eye, and I'm like, no, run away.
Productivity chasing me.
Dash! Whip shot!
Oh, man. All right. My best of the day. I'm gonna end this with my best of the day. It's pretty simple, but it's a good one, I think, because I mean I got to talk to in Crust We Trust. Coach Krusty's interview was great. I really liked this because I haven't talked to coaches in a while, and the only time I talked to coaches were like in like playoffs or like during like tournaments, but like in the regular season it's really rare. But his answers are great. His English was impeccable.
Yeah, it was great.
And also the fact that like of course, this win for the San Francisco Shock is very big. They made a record, right? And I think going forward, I think we're planning to do more of these coach interviews. So yeah, all of you fans could be excited for your favorite team's coaches interviews.
It's also to talk to Krusty. Like Krusty is, as you said, probably the undoubtedly best Overwatch League coach, probably Overwatch coach of all time. He's a 2-time champion. He's been coaching these rosters since the beginning of time, and they have always been competitive. So it's always cool to hear it from Krusty. And like he just said things that like it just it rings home to you, and you're just like, yeah, that's like when I was a player, I wanted a coach who like
kick some butt.
Yeah, that's it. Though, like the thing that stood out to me is like we don't want to win because we like winning. We just hate losing.
Yeah.
And that is the mentality that you have to have if you want to be a professional. You just have to hate losing so much that is like the worst outcome, not how good winning is.
All right. That is it for the best of the day. And that wraps up our whole day, I think. But before we go, we have more matches coming tomorrow as well. Of course, it's day 1 of week 3, so we have 2 more days. We have tomorrow and Sunday, guys. Eastern region matches, 3 matches tomorrow. Guangzhou versus
Hangzhou, this has to be it.
Region versus Shanghai Dragons. Which one are you guys looking up?
Hangzhou Spark.
I called it in the pre-show. I didn't realize that was tonight. I think there is a real chance that Valley beat the Spark.
Not the Sashin Brig, bro.
It's a little sussy, but it's fine. So is the Spark. The Spark's a little sussy too. Yeah, it's fine.
Stop. It's time to stop losing, Hangzhou Spark.
Well, I mean, we're going to find out very soon, in a couple hours, actually. And here is the Western region for tomorrow. We have Boston versus Toronto, LA versus Paris, and Houston versus Vancouver.
Ooh, I think the Houston-Vancouver will be interesting. I think that's the best one. I also want to get another look at Paris.
Yeah.
Man, they have to play Atlanta and then the Gladiators, man. Paris just is not having a good run.
All right. Then I'll actually pick Boston Uprising, Toronto Defiant. Toronto Defiant, they've been looking good this stage. We even claimed them to be like a top 3 team in the power rankings.
Honestly, close to making it in if they win.
They have 3 wins, so I don't know how many scenarios exist that I'm not going to start saying statistics and just making up statistics and stating them as fact. But
win good.
3 wins is generally a pretty good spot to be in.
All right. Well, those are the matches for tomorrow, guys. That is it for today's Overwatch League and Watch Point. Yeah! I finished my first day as a host. I'll see you guys tomorrow, everybody. Good night. Bye-bye.